And ahoy, my friends, it's your friend streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam at you, coming again for another Call of Cthulhu Friday. How are we going, my dear friends? I hope you're going fantastic on this day, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever you may be. I hope you're having a good one. Now, you may notice we have started earlier, and we're doing this so we can get M2 playing with us, because the times we were playing before did not agree with him due to work reasons, and we've got a bit more sad news. Our dear friend Matt, or Retna, or as some of you may know as Big Dave, will not be joining us this campaign for the rest of the campaign due to health issues. So we all pray and wish him a healthy, speedy recovery. Hope everything. But for the meantime, let us jump into the chat.
Talking about all I heard was he was dead. The only reason why I heard he was dead was mostly because the lawyer firm called me and said, "Well, we can't exactly have a restraining order against you when our benefactor is dead."
Well, you can.
Yeah. The restraining order you had on Waldo Disno was rescinded because, you can't keep that restraining order on someone who has died.
No. The way we've been operating, he can come to life any point in time. Restraining order against the dead.
Fine, I just won't visit your stupid grave. Problem solved.
Well, you can bring put a restraining order or a restraining order on the dead if you're that vindictive.
Yes.
I mean, if you want to waste money on a lawyer like that, you go right ahead, chief.
That's like venturing into crazy territory there.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone to episode 4 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Tonight's episode is called Look to the Future.
Look to the skis!
I see the future.
I can see the future!
So let's begin. A short recap of last week is our heroes. On the night they were meant to be inducted into the next rank of the Order of the Silver Twilight, were contacted by investigative journalist Vera Delacroix, who presented them with some strange stories about their new benefactors. With Vera's help, our heroes managed to infiltrate the Order's lodge house and discover that the Order was a front for a secretive cult whose purpose was to resurrect the Great Old Ones, using their membership as a means of acquiring useful artifacts.
Oh, Dale, before I forget, I have to ask the chat. I'm not wearing headphones at the moment. I want you to let me know if you hear echoes.
I believe Kitty already has.
Okay, all good. I'll put on my headset then.
Alright. And if you hear more, then I'll put on mine. And they were using their membership as a means to acquire powerful artifacts and as perhaps a source of future recruits for their cult. Our heroes eventually managed to destroy the Order's lodge house, dispatching their seeming leader, the warlock John Scott. However, in the process, lost Waldo Disno and their guest star character, Harvey Walters. It is now 2 months later. It is May of 1930. The Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight has been broken up. John Scott, its leader, has been returned to a bluish-grey powder. However, his right-hand man, the wiry, holding glasses-wearing Carl Stanford, and his bodyguard, the burly Max Reed, have seemingly escaped and have not been heard from since. In the time between then and now, you have met up with your old friend, Charlie Elwood, who had distanced himself from the Order in order to conduct his own investigations, both in a means to understand the true nature of his employers but also to continue conducting his own cases in the meantime. Also, having a restraining order against Waldo Disno made it quite difficult for him to continue working with the party.
Right, picking up some feedback from someone. Whenever someone talks, I get a feedback from you, Smithy.
From me.
Alright.
Can you tell me if you're getting feedback from mine? So you got my
No,
Yeah.
it's not yours. I'm looking at the voice thing, and every time someone speaks, it's either Smithy, sometimes them too.
Oh. Well, we
I'll
got
turn
feedback
my
from me.
headphones down, so because I feel like sometimes my headphones, because the mic's attached to it, they sort of connect.
Forgive the technical difficulties, guys. I'm working on a new computer here with a new microphone, so there's probably going to be some bumps along the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, Charlie, you were in your office compiling notes from a recent case, an ordinary case. A man walked out on his woman and cheated on her. You had to stake him out.
Oh, there we go.
Around.
It's sorry, Dale. It's coming from you, too.
Oh, this is awkward because I do not have any headphones on me.
Put your finger in the hole. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just bits of.
Put your sensitivity up.
Well, I was good.
Put the sensitivity down a little bit. That'll
Okay, don't listen to me. Put your sensitivity down.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll probably fix it. That's what I do usually. So you had to follow this man around for a couple of days, eventually tailing him to the house of his mistress, and where you discovered that he had a second family, 2 love children, and had been at this for quite some time. This was a pretty big payday for you, and it earned you $50. Not bad for a couple of days' work.
Outstanding.
However, you also have been working on another case on the side. About a month after you parted ways with the other investigators, you were surprised when the phone in your office began to ring, and you answered it, and it was the law firm who were currently administrating your case against Waldo Disno.
I think it's his case against me because I never did anything wrong. He's just.
The lawyer on the other end simply says, so this is Charlie Elwood, right?
Elwood speaking. How can I help you?
This is Jefferson from Jefferson and Brothers Law. Look, about a month ago, you got out a restraining order against Waldo Disno, I think it was, film guy.
Yeah, real top class that.
Well, look, I'm not sure if you heard the news, but this is just a courtesy call. We're throwing out your case.
Oh, what happened? He finally learned some sense, did he?
Well, I'd like to say that, except he appears to have died in a fire.
Well, that'll do it.
So, yeah, just letting you know that restraining order's being thrown out, and you will soon be receiving a bill for services rendered and monies owed.
You do realize he was the one who took out the restraining order, not me, right?
Hey, we can't charge a dead man now, can we? And then he hangs up.
All this for about $75.
You were nonetheless surprised to hear of Waldo Disno's death, and you immediately get in contact with Christopher Jones. Christopher tells you about the raid that they conducted on the lodge house, discovering that the order was actually a front for a eldritch cult, and that on the night of their supposed initiation into the inner circle, they ended up burning down the lodge house, destroying its leader, and coming up against an unspeakable terror, a sort of demonic creature comprised entirely of geometric shapes, which would attack them from sharp angles. It is this creature that Christopher tells you that tore Waldo Disno into shreds before his eyes. You've been given the names of several members of the Order that were passed along by Christopher. The first, Robert Scott, turns up a couple of leads, but they don't end up being useful. You find some old references to the name John Scott, apparently being a warlock in the colonial times, whose farm was burnt down in a raid of the local populace. This site ended up being where the Order's lodge house was built. However, you did a lore roll off screen, and so when you were given the name of the other two high-ranking members, Carl Stanford and Max Reed, you pulled up some interesting leads that you think might help. Your contacts quickly got back to you and gave you two pieces of information. One about Max Reed, that he was a veteran of the Great War, but did not fight on the side of any country. Instead, was a soldier of fortune who has a particularly infamous reputation amongst certain circles for being both incredibly skilled soldier, but also incredibly cruel and psychopathic. The other piece of information concerns Carl Stanford, namely that Carl Stanford was the name under which the property upon which the lodge house stood is registered. While John Scott presented himself as the leader, Carl Stanford was the proprietor of the land and the building. And he also has several other holdings across the US, most recently having opened what he describes as a religious and public speaking center in New York City. You quickly inform your friends that Carl Stanford, although simply appearing to them as John Scott's quiet right-hand man, may have been more involved than you initially thought. You also find several references to his name in local libraries, dating back centuries, indicating that he has perhaps been around for quite some while, if it is indeed the same person. Okay, Christopher Jones and Edward Rivers, which of you has the highest appearance?
Appearance, I have a 50.
Appearance 60.
Very well. And what is your credit ratings?
50.
20.
All right. In this case, Christopher, you are currently docked in the Boston Harbor. You're not on your ship today. Instead, you are standing on the jetty, washing down the side of your ship with a brush and a big bucket of soapy water.
Goddamn fucking barnacles.
You're scrubbing away the barnacles and the traces of sea life and all the dirt. And just as you wipe away from some soap from the name Mayflower Mark II, you hear the familiar sound of the telephone in your shed ringing.
Let me up. Hello.
You hear a familiar female voice on the other end, someone you haven't spoken to in several months. She says, Christopher Jones, I do hope you remember me. This is Vera Delacroix of the Boston Globe.
Ah, yes, Miss Vera, it's been a good hot minute.
She says, yes, indeed. Well, it appears our story ruffled some feathers. It hasn't been all good, but it looks like somebody out there read it.
Okay, Dale, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. I don't know who, but I'm getting multiple feedbacks.
I'm gonna put
A lot of people.
I'll be back.
Again, I apologize. I literally just working off the phone. I don't have headphones for this one.
I'll just grab
If it is me, I have turned the sensitivity down on my one.
Strange, I thought you would have phone headphones.
Not anymore. I've never really needed to use them. Like, I used to have them for I was at work, but nope.
Go with the fairies.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
She says, well, it appears someone read it and liked it because I've received another lead, and, well, I was gonna go and investigate it myself. My editor said get right on it after the last story. He wants another one like it. Well, I don't remember exactly what happened that night, but I got the feeling that, well, something terrible went on, and I'm not quite sure I want to investigate this one.
Oh, well, ma'am, I've got to say, you don't want to remember anything that there's not enough whiskey in the world that could help me forget it.
Hear what sounds like her taking a sip of a drink, and then she sighs and she says, well, why don't you put on a call through that nice Rivers chap and anyone else who you think might want to help, and come and meet me at the cafe we met at last time.
Well, if you need me, I can't say no to a lady.
She says, you are in my debt, Mr. Jones. And then she hangs up. Or rather, I'm in your debt, Mr. Jones. And she hangs up.
You're in my debt. Do what I say.
Do what I say now, boy. Like, wait, what?
I said the wrong thing. Yeah, no. Your debt. And so you place a call to Edward Rivers first. At first, he's a bit disappointed to hear that Vera didn't call him herself. But
sorry.
Some context there I'm not getting.
Yeah, basically, they were both competing for Vera's affection last week.
Yep.
Nonetheless, he seems quite happy for another chance to see the lovely Miss Delacroix, and agrees to meet you at the cafe later that day. Place a second call to Charlie Elwood. Now that the order is gone, you may need his help more than ever, and seeing as how Vera has decided to keep herself out of this one, you need someone with a good investigator's nose to pick up the scent of truth. Charlie Elwood, in his non-committal way, simply grunts, asks for the address of the cafe, and then hangs up. Place a call to Wilbur Wallace. However, you are unable to get through to him. The best you can do is get through to an assistant who informs you that Wilbur is, quote, taking a sabbatical to perfect some new designs.
The bastard probably fried himself.
Yeah. This makes you sigh in exasperation. You'll be doing without Wilbur for this investigation. So, later that day, you make your separate ways to the cafe on the edge of Boston Harbor and the downtown district. The cafe looks almost unchanged from 2 months ago. Same sign in the window, same red and white drapes, same green overhang that hangs out onto the street. As you step out onto the sidewalk and briefly greet each other, you hear the sound of a car, its tires crushing along the cobblestone street as it slowly makes its way up to the cafe. You turn and you see a very large, very decadent-looking Rolls Royce with a picture of Mackie Moose on the door.
What fresh hell have we got now?
It's just see me just get a cigarette immediately and just start going.
I just pretty much...
Pulling up in front of the cafe. It stops, and you look through the windscreen, and you see a rather overweight, severe-looking man, and he sort of just glares at you, and then reaches over, opens the front door, steps out onto the sidewalk, and quickly, carefully adjusts his bow tie and straightens the breast of his suit. Introducing our new character, played by M1, Dan Blythe. Dan Blythe, please introduce yourself.
I'm Dan Blythe. Where is my Waldo Disno? Where is he? Which one of you fools have seen him?
Can't say I've seen him for several months, though I can give you the address of the cemetery if you're looking for what's left.
I know he's dead. One of you fools have got to lead me to... Where is it? Where is it? Where is the film?
Well, last time I saw that was burning up inside a building.
You lie.
Look, I got
As
nothing
he
to
says this, Dan Blythe reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out half of a donut and just chomps on it, spraying crumbs all over the place as he chews
the
it
quintessential
vigorously.
board executive.
So Dan Blythe, you are the owner of the film studio that employed Waldo Disno. You have essentially built your fortune on Waldo Disno's work. He's been your star director for several years now. However, you were shocked 2 months ago when you heard that his recent project had been put on hold as he had died tragically in a fire in a Boston clubhouse. You were given all the footage he had compiled for his project so far, and the one personal effect of his that was able to be recovered from the wreckage, a heavily altered camera tripod with a letter opener taped to the end of it.
God. Of course that fucking thing. You just see me just sigh going, of course that stupid thing survived.
Already having lost all...
Okay, guys, hold on. Guess who's in
Well
Twitch?
underrated.
Guess who's in Twitch? Cross!
Cross!
Oh,
Hey,
God.
Cross.
Live from the
Hey,
quarantine zone.
Live
Oh,
from
it's
the
Christoph.
quarantine... Yeah, Cross.
Hi, Christoph.
Live from the quarantine zone. We have Chris.
Welcome.
Hello there.
So,
Welcome.
with your production company already bleeding money due to some legal trouble that Waldo found himself in fairly recently, you wanted to get to the bottom of this, so you wasted no time conducting your own investigations. You immediately put in a call to Vera Delacroix, the author of the article about the clubhouse fire, and while she stated that she couldn't tell you over the phone what had happened to Waldo, she did give you the address for a cafe in Boston and told you that if you met her there within the week, she would put you in touch with a group of people who may be able to help you get to the bottom of this. And so here you are. You've met Charlie Elwood, the stern-faced private detective, Christopher Jones, the rough salt-of-the-earth sailor, and Edward Rivers, a rather well-to-do, slightly eccentric-looking man who insists on walking around with a Civil War cavalry saber strapped to his belt in broad daylight.
Do you like what you see?
Wait, what's strapped to his belt?
Cavalry saber.
Oh.
Dude, World War One was like 4 years ago. Let it go.
Actually,
Never.
I was going to say,
Never.
actually, it's like 1932. You're like a little bit more than 4 years late, Chief.
You call that a saber? And
Oh, sorry, I thought that was 19. I thought it was 1920.
God, no, the last campaign was like, yeah.
1930 now.
You call that a saber, and I just swish off my saber.
At this
Well, I
point,
just called my friend
already,
Sigmund Freud. He will
I was
kill
gonna
you
say,
all.
I've already gone inside the cafe and left all three of these guys out.
Charlie Elwood's wandered off. Christopher and Edward both sigh, take one last look at Dan Blythe before following. Dan Blythe, you finish what's left of your donut, straighten your bow tie once more, and then push open the door to the cafe. A bell rings as you step inside the dimly lit cafe. At this hour, it is just past lunch. The cafe is incredibly busy. Every table that you can see is filled with people eating and making merry. The young blonde-haired woman from last time, the one who seems to have overdone it on the lipstick, smiles as she waves you over to the front reception podium. And she says, party of 4? I'm sorry, we're full up. You might have to come back in a couple of hours.
We're actually here to meet a young lass here.
She says, oh, well, would that be Miss Delacroix?
Yes, that would be Miss Vera. You could
Says,
put
yes. Says, and your name is Christopher Jones and Party, am I correct?
That'd be it. Oh god
See-
damn it. Mackie Moose is in the chat.
Well, hey
You
there,
see-
kids.
You see Edward Rivers bristle a little bit when the woman asks, are you Christopher Jones and Party? She smiles, and then she says, well, Miss Delacroix is in the private booth in the back. She insisted on it. Doesn't want to be said she didn't want to be overheard by the rest of the customers.
Smart broad.
He takes a bow and then hands you a menu and gives you a good day. You take the menu and you make your way across the cafe, past the tables full of people eating and making merry, and into the private parlour at the back, which is separated from the main cafe by a black velvet curtain. Pull the curtain aside and enter. And there, seated inside the parlour, nearly sprawled out across the leather-lined upholstery, puffing a cigarette.
Hello,
Miss
my
Vera.
dear. I hope we didn't keep you waiting.
I just push past Edward. Oh, my dear, it's good to see you again.
Watch at you. I still want my tour.
No.
She looks up at you as you enter, and she smiles at both
Oh.
of you
Well,
without
hello there.
saying anything.
Oh my.
You might have a
Oh
third party.
my.
We might have a third member joining in this little.
She pulls herself up into a sitting position, takes another puff of her cigarette, and then in a demure voice, simply gestures to the seat opposite her and says, well, won't you join me for some lunch?
But of course.
I never could refuse a request from a pretty lady.
I need another dirt.
Oh my god, that was so loud.
You all pile into the booth, with Dan Blythe going last. His considerable frame ends up taking up half of the booth on his own.
I was gonna say I watched him get in the booth. I just go grab.
One second. So I'm going to interrupt again. Chris is going to talk to Rowena. Everyone say bye to Chris. Tell Rowena. Yep, tell her I say hi. Alright, sorry. Hello?
I think you scared him off.
I think we did scare Dale off.
You interrupted him one time too many.
Sorry about that, guys. The internet is being annoying here. Don't know why. So you head out into the main cafe. You find a vacant chair at one of the tables. Ask the people sitting at the table if they're expecting anyone. When they say no, you pick up the chair and take it into the private booth, and then place it down in front of the table as Christopher and Edward both try their best to try and struggle to fit into the booth alongside Dan Blythe. Christopher opens the menu, places it down on the table so that you can all see. Meanwhile, Dan Blythe reaches into his pocket where he pulls out a wrapped chocolate bar. He begins unwrapping it as he eyes everyone on the table with beady, greedy looking little eyes.
What are you looking at?
Dinner man's eat so much before.
Vera sighs and she takes another puff of her cigarette and she says, well, here I was, back in the newsroom, after that bit of excitement 2 months ago. The editor put me back onto the lifestyle column, writing about weddings and funerals. To tell you the truth, I wasn't really missing the excitement too much. After all, I was just happy to get away with my life last time. And then yesterday, I received this, sitting, waiting for me on my desk when I come back from a little luncheon break. She reaches into her handbag and pulls out a piece of paper. She unfolds it and places it on the table before her. It is a letter, apparently. It reads, "Dear Vera, I feel rather silly writing for help, but I simply must have aid in this matter. It would be useless for me to go to the police, as I have no proof of any criminal activity. I've heard of your accomplishments at the Silver Twilight, and I'm hoping that you could at least advise me. I would be most grateful. A year or so ago, an organization called Look to the Future came to New York. It billed itself as a cooperative businessmen's group and promised to inspire and aid materially those who joined. I joined the organization 8 months ago, but quit last month. The head of the organization is a man named Lagerstein Black, though the organization is remarkably secretive, and I have only his bearing and demeanor as evidence for my belief. Mr. Black claims to be a gifted psychologist.
I know, Liam, stay strong.
Yep.
By subjugating our intelligent and sophisticated minds to certain peculiar psychological conditions, he claims that the membership's creativity will be released and that we will be enabled to perform all sorts of physical wonders by metaphysical means. Thus, we regularly meet together and pay a nominal fee to support the organizers. He says we will be sharing in the grand discoveries that will come from this. The psychological aura created by Mr. Black is certainly most queer. He begins by standing at a podium, while all of us, the attendees, are asked to meditate upon specific geometric shapes and designs. A sheet containing diagrams of the aforementioned designs is handed out to each member at the start of the meeting. While we meditate, Mr. Black begins by reciting some sort of invocation in nonsense syllables. He says that these syllables have been carefully chosen to elicit the proper subconscious response from us. As he chants, he begins to gesticulate wildly, and then we are all signaled to begin a chant, a simple litany of our own. Ong Akta, Linka, Neblodzin, Ong de Akta, Linka, Yog Sothoth, Ong Denakta, Linka, Yalmaten. Repeat.
Okay, I'm just gonna applaud that. That was amazing.
No, that was well done.
Thank you. We repeat this nonsense chant for 45 minutes to an hour. Mr. Black continues to energetically gesticulate and emit strange noises until he seems to reach some sort of finale, where he does a bit of stage magic. Always the same trick, but smoothly done. Then he gestures for us to stop. We have tea or coffee. Many thuggish-seeming men assist Mr. Black now and then, as do two well-mannered men, a Mr. Brian Slim and a Mr. Carl Stanford. In addition to the monthly meeting, which I've outlined above, we also have weekday inspirational seminars with various guest speakers. Mr. Slim seems to be the important organizer for these seminars, and indeed, he is for the more esoteric monthly meetings. The thing that brought you to mind is that some of the speakers have urged us to join a fraternal lodge, thereby to enlarge our circle of friends to make trustworthy business associates. They specifically mention the Silver Twilight Lodge as an excellent choice. I must confess that Lagerstein Black's methods seem to work. The organization has for sale many extraordinary artifacts that they say were brought back from the future by our mental effort. I saw reason to believe those statements. 2 months after I started to attend, Black came in with a perfectly astounding item, which he allowed me to purchase for $100. It is well worth it, let me tell you. I will show it to you if you come. Many objects are marked with a copyright or trademark and dated far into the future. Now, for all my reasons for distrusting Mr. Black, after each meeting in which we do the chanting, I feel headachy and sick for some hours. I have noticed that since I joined the group, I've lost some of my former vitality and force, and feel as if my health has been deteriorating. I really could not say if this has any connection to look to the future, but it seems suspicious to me, especially since I've noticed that my acquaintances in the group also suffer the same syndrome. Another reason for my distrust of Mr. Black are his armed guards and his secretiveness that he keeps about himself and the organization. His guards speak no English or rudimentary English, and their crude behavior certainly does not inspire confidence in them, nor does his often flamboyant dress, fezzes, and such. I'd like you and your friends to investigate a few meetings. I hope that you can expose this organization for a fraud or decide that it is open and above board. If the organization is for real, I would like to be reassured about it so that I may rejoin it and continue to bid on these fabulous artifacts that it offers. Hopefully yours, David Lee. Vera takes the paper and she folds it up, takes another puff of her cigarette, sighs, and then pouts, finally saying, "Well, what do y'all make of it?"
How about I just pay someone to go find him for us?
I believe we're the ones getting paid to find him.
Oh, let's just subcontract it out.
Yeah,
Says, "Indeed, good sirs. Indeed, good sirs. I don't quite fancy putting my life at risk this time, and so I'm willing, and so is my editor, to finance you to investigate it on my behalf. And you, Mr. Blythe, I do believe that if you want to understand the circumstances of how Mr. Disno died, it might behoove you to accompany these fine gentlemen as they investigate this look to the future organization."
Let me call my doctor first.
It's too hot
in
today.
my life.
it's too hot today.
With the prospect of some interesting artifacts, I think it could be swell.
Got it.
Yes, that is.
Got it.
So I would like Charlie Elwood, Christopher Jones, and Edward Rivers to all make intelligence checks, please.
Intelligence.
Wait, was that including me as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think Dan Blythe might be
can I push it?
heart attack checks. Make sure he doesn't die on the spot.
Dan Blythe is, gobbling up, finishing his chocolate bar, and then
He's
heading
gonna
out
die
into the
before
main.
the story begins.
And then he excuses himself from the table and heads out into the main parlor to use their telephone to call his doctor.
Can I push that as well?
I
Yes.
passed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I spend 1 luck?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Then that's a pass.
So,
Sorry.
from reading the letter that was sent to Vera, the letter from David Lee, one thing in particular stood out to you: the mention of the name Carl Stanford, which of course was the apparent right-hand man to John Scott, or perhaps the true leader of the Order, based on Charlie's recent findings. You also remember several months ago seeing both his name and the phrase "look to the future" mentioned on an obscure ad that you found in a newspaper. You thought it was important at the time when Waldo Disno spotted it, so you clipped it out of the newspaper in case it would pop up again. So I'm just going to bring it up so that you can be refreshed with what you found last week.
You found my
This ad
answer.
here. Yes. Motivate your employees. Inspire yourself. Look to the future. And Carl Stanford this week present B. Ramsdale Brown. Profits in your own backyard. We are the businessman's friend. Meeting and coffee every Monday morning, 50 cents. The refreshments are on us. 320 Back Bay Lane, New York. 7:30 a.m. sharp. Yes, so you found this last week when you were doing your searches, so I just thought I'd show it to you as it was relevant, as it wasn't relevant last week, but it was foreshadowing. And so, knowing that Carl Stanford is involved, you feel that you kind of have no choice but to assist Vera in this investigation. However, is there anything you would ask of her before you leave?
I
How
promise.
have you been since the event happened?
The event from last session, 2 months.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm saying how has she been?
Oh,
Yeah.
She looks at you blankly at first, as if she's not recognizing what you're saying, and then she chuckles and twists her lips into a fake smile, and then she reaches over for a glass of wine, takes a sip from it, and says, just wonderful, darling Mr. Rivers, just wonderful.
Oh, glad to hear.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I basically just lean over and go, look, I don't really know you like these other guys do, so I'm gonna keep this brief. If I'm gonna be picking up business and going all the way to New York, I'm gonna need some of that. What kind of money are we working with here?
She says, well, the editor of the Globe said he's willing to provide you each with $100 plus expenses.
I'm already rich.
Fine, I'll take it here.
She says, you, of course, Mr. Blythe, are in it for more intrinsic motivations, as I understand it. Also, as I understand it, your studio is currently still suffering the after effects of that poor scandal where Mr. Disno tried to make off with city property.
Well, you see, that's still an ongoing investigation with the...
Not really. He was tried, convicted, and fined on the spot.
We will not discuss legal issues, okay?
I'm sorry, I was only allowed not to discuss it while I was being held with a court order. Since that's gone, I believe it's open season, so forgive me.
Shut up, I'll kill you.
She takes a puff of her cigarette and smiles, and then brushes a red lock of hair out of her face, and she says, yes, it seems you've been keeping quite abreast of the news there, Mr. Elwood. A man after my own heart. She then turns to Dan Blythe, and she says, and Mr. Blythe, I do believe that if I were in your position, I'd be accepting any help and cash I can get my hands on.
I'll be seeing straight through my pretentious attitude. Well, if I messed, then I will. I don't think I don't like it.
Does anyone wish to... You're fine with receiving the $100 after the job is done?
It's nothing personal, but my usual setup of payment is usually half now, half at the end. Consider it courtesy.
Make a persuade check, please.
God, do I even have persuade? Ooh, yeah, this will be a tough sell. Let's see what we get.
Survey says
9.
Wow.
Payment up front.
She sighs and she says, and, well, you like to bargain, a smooth talker. Well, I can appreciate that. The editor's a tight-fisted hard-ass, and he doesn't want to hand over his money up front. But she reaches into her handbag, pulls out a purse, and from it she retrieves a $50 note, which she hands to you. She says, consider this an advance payment out of my own pocket.
Well, I certainly appreciate it. I don't mean to be upfront or short about this, but certain people have been squeezing me awful hard for money for something that technically I didn't do. Not every day that someone up and dies on you after giving you a court order, and then you get flipped with a bill. That reminds me, Mr. Was it Blythe, whatever the hell your name is? You and I are gonna have a chat at some point about finances.
Vera smiles. Vera
More
smiles
nice
once again, and she says, I think that Mr. Blythe will relish that conversation.
Trust me. Doesn't take
I'll
much.
speak through my great lawyers.
She then grabs her, reaches forward and grabs the menu, and she says, well, now, I'm feeling a mite peckish, so let us order something to make this little visit worthwhile. You order some lunch. Enjoy your lunch with Vera. You notice that Dan Blythe orders 2 main courses, which he manages to finish before either of you have made it halfway through your one and only course.
God's sake, forget any potential nightmare horrors we face. This guy needs to roll constant constitution checks. If he doesn't drop dead halfway through.
You all stand up after the meeting, and you can't help but notice hearing Dan Blythe breathing heavily.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't do it that close into the microphone, good lord.
I'm trying to make it with a computer.
You bid farewell to Vera. She stands up, straightens her dress, places both hands on her hips, and then smiles and winks and says, well, I do hope you find something useful, and I hope I hear from you soon. Safe and sound. Good luck.
I'd take her hand and give it a kiss before walking off.
In the background, Edward Rivers is just gritting his teeth as you take Vera by the hand, escort her to the door leading out of the parlor, and then kiss her. Well, aren't you the gentleman? She says, then brushes some hair out of her face, turns around, and walks through the cafe. You all watch her leave. Appreciating
Well then, Captain. Looks like it's 1 point to you.
Anyone want a donut?
How the hell do you still have more donuts? Where are you keeping them?
I
on the blood of the heart attack, alright? So
I can think of several folds of fat in which that shit's being held.
Yeah.
According to this, he died hours ago. But he just said woo. No, that was just air escaping the fat folds.
Dan Blythe just crunches up another donut and he says, well, let's go to work then. All right.
He probably dies. Your character.
I'm not paying if this one kicks the bucket.
Yeah. Please tell me if you're gonna die, just no monsters or anything, just a heart attack.
Well,
I was gonna say, if he rolls a sand check, he needs to roll a Constitution as well to see if he reacts.
That's a heart attack.
Yeah.
Okay. I will do that.
Thank you.
All right.
Make a rest.
Is there anything you would like to do before leaving for New York?
Waddle.
Obvious.
Yes, I would like to do a bit of shark fishing.
Yes, very well. We'll get to you first. So you bid farewell to everyone, and you make your way back to the harbour. You pull up the anchor on your boat and take it out into the bay. And then as the early afternoon sun beats down on you, grab a fishing pole, send it over the side of the bow, and then sit there, waiting. Make a luck check, please.
That's 55. That's a pass.
You wait about 20 minutes, and then you feel something tugging on the fishing pole, something large. You peek over the side of the ship, and you can see a large shadow in the water. Not a huge shark, but still quite sizable. Make a strength check, please, to pull it in.
That is just on 50. Yes.
You struggle for a moment, and you feel the pole being yanked forward, almost out of your hands, but you grip both hands together and pull it back in, and then groan as you reel it in, and then a large shark drops onto the deck of your boat, flopping uselessly on dry land, unable to breathe. You extract your hook from its mouth. Now what do you wish to do?
I would like to perform the ritual Blessed Blade.
Very well. Let me get it open here. Blessed Blade. Okay. What blade are you going to bless? Your saber?
Yes, that's the only blade I have, so yes, my cavalry saber.
Yep. You stand over the shark while it still flops on the deck. Reach for your belt and with a shing, extract your saber. You stand over the shark and begin to recite the incantation that you read in the book. Spend 5 power, please, and then lose 1d4 san.
And first, that is a 1. Yeah. And what was it? 4 power?
Yep, 5 power, please.
Oh, 5 power.
Yep.
Yep.
You then grip the hilt of your saber in both hands and plunge it into the fish before you. You push it in as its blood begins to bubble out, flowing over its skin onto the metal of your blade. Your blade begins to glow, a strange bright light that gradually over the course of the next hour grows brighter and brighter until finally the blood and the light fade away, leaving your blade a permanent, vaguely red rust-like colour. You pull it out of the shark's carcass, examine it closely, ensure that there is no damage, and then put it back into the sheath. You have successfully blessed your blade.
Good.
Okay.
That's me done.
Yep. Well, would any of you other folks like to do anything before you leave for New York?
Two things. One serious, one not as serious. But I'd like to look into this little look to the future group, just if there's anything I could possibly look up on them.
Yes. So how would you like to go about this? You can head to a local library, see what you find, or you could head to a local newspaper office or something and pull your badge and...
Yeah, might do the news office. There's
I'll go to the library.
I was going to say my
Alright,
library.
head to the library.
Oh.
Yep. Alright, Smithy will go to the library, you can head to a local newspaper office.
Excellent.
You tell each other your plans, and then you climb into your cars and drive off into downtown Boston. Knowing that Vera works for the Boston Globe, and that she would have easily been able to pull information about Look to the Future from her own workplace, you decide to give that a pass and continue driving into one of the surrounding suburbs until you reach the well-to-do suburb of Cambridge and park in front of a small but still modestly sized local newspaper office. As this is the rich neighborhood of Boston, it is likely that these would be the type of clientele who may have heard of Look to the Future. And so you park your car in the parking lot, take one look down the empty street, the empty idyllic street with freshly manicured lawns and trees softly blowing in the wind, and then make your way into the plain red brick building of the Cambridge Inquirer. Inside is a modestly furnished reception area. A couple of leather upholstered chairs along the right-hand side wall for people to wade in, a community notice board on the left, and in front of you, a small wooden counter where a relaxed-looking middle-aged man is currently leaning back in a revolving wooden office chair, flipping through today's newspaper. He doesn't hear you approach.
Alright, so just knock on the counter a bit to get his attention.
He folds over the corner of the newspaper and he looks up at you and he says, "Oh, well, look, if you want us to issue a retraction, I don't deal with complaints. You're going to have to submit that in writing to the editor-in-chief."
I'm not actually here for complaints. I'm actually here for some information, if you don't mind.
He says,
I pull out
information.
I pull out my card and just put it on the counter for him to look at. Go, currently investigating a case. Obviously, I won't go into too much details, but I was hoping I could look into some archives on this particular group that I'm researching, if that's okay with you.
Make a law check, please.
Alrighty then. That's a 39, so that's a pass.
He says, he picks up your card and he looks at it and he says, Pinkerton's agency, huh? Well, seems legit to me. My brother-in-law's a Pinkerton, you know. My brother-in-law's a Pinkerton, you know. I got the utmost respect for what you guys do. Look, what you want to do is take this key. He reaches down his shirt and pulls out a key ring that's around his neck like a necklace. He pulls it off and extracts a ornate-looking iron key, and he hands it to you. You want to take this, head down the hall there, last door on the left. It used to have a sign on it said archive, but it fell off some time ago. Put the key in the lock, and we got all our back issues in there. Mostly what we deal with here is going-ons in Cambridge and outer city Boston. So I'm not sure how much you're going to find about goings-ons down in New York, but you're welcome to try.
Well, thank you very much. I also hand like $5 just for helping me out.
That's mighty fine of you. Mighty fine. Thank you, sir. He takes the $5 bill, folds it up, and places it in his breast pocket. And then he goes back to reading his newspaper. Proceed down the hallway, passing several currently empty but dingy-looking offices. The desks covered in cardboard boxes, loose sheets of paper, coats, hats, and other miscellaneous personal effects. It appears that all of the reporters here are currently out in the field. And then you reach the door at the very end. You can see an empty slot on the door where a placard once sat. And then you get the iron key, insert it into the lock, and there's a click as the door opens. You push it open and find yourself in the quote-unquote archive room. In reality, a small broom closet stacked roof high with cardboard boxes containing old newspapers. Please make a library use check with advantage.
This would be interesting.
Oh. Merco _YT has just donated 2 bits, and he says hi.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Well, I'm glad you gave me advantage because I rolled a 68 and a 5.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's good. So you spend roughly the next hour or two sitting down on the floor, as there's no chair or anything in this room, surrounded by cardboard boxes, going through the boxes that are labelled within the last year, as that's when Vera's letter said, "Look to the future" first appeared. And you find nothing for the first hour, and then at the very back of one of the newspapers from 11 months ago, you see a short feature article written by a lifestyle/travel reporter who happens to be in New York at the time when Look to the Future was gaining popularity, and decided to write a short feature on it. The feature describes the reporter visiting the headquarters of Look to the Future, a strange-looking building that he describes as being made seemingly entirely of concrete, and from the outside resembling some sort of military bomb shelter. On the inside, he describes it as looking reminiscent to a church with rows of pews and an ornately carved podium/altar at the very back of the room.
just showing support.
He attended one of the weekday meetings where he sat through several rather frankly boring lectures with a business mindset about how to maximize productivity and profit, how to energize your workers. He states that while they weren't his thing, if you were interested in business or inclined that way, there may have been some useful information provided by the guest speakers. The highlight of the meeting, he states, is actually at the end of the session, where the membership and anyone else in attendance lines up at a makeshift market stall set up at the front of the building, where one of the members of Look to the Future sells what are ostensibly artifacts from the future. They all retail for obscenely high prices, but the writer of the article cannot deny that they are indeed very futuristic, and he lists off a couple, including what he describes as a handheld battery-powered wireless radio, a wristwatch that displays numbers on a small glass screen, and a sort of futuristic cooking timer that requires no winding. You simply input a time on a little number keypad on the front, and it will ring, much like a telephone when it is time for the alarm to go off.
Okay, then. Not much, but it's better than nothing. Before I go, there is one other thing I'd like to do some quick research in.
Yep.
Not as important for the rest of the group, but I'd really like to do some research in the current legal issue I'm wrapped up in to see if there's a way I can actually get out of it without having to pay for Disno's crap.
Very well. You bid farewell to the receptionist at the Cambridge Inquirer, thanking him for his time. He briefly folds over the front of the newspaper and smiles at you and taps his finger on his eye, and then back at you, a sort of affectionate
Love
eye
everyone
watching
in
you.
chat.
And then you exit the building, climb into your car, and make your way back into downtown Boston. I would like you to make a hard law check, please.
Pretty good.
Push that. And yeah, that's a 12. That's a pass.
Nice.
You spend the next several hours. Visiting a couple local law firms and libraries, and just getting their opinion on your situation. Asking if there's anything that can be done. You pore through a couple of old law books, and you eventually come to the realization that as the restraining order came into effect based on an interaction you had with Waldo in the process of your everyday work, namely that you are a detective, and in the process of capturing a criminal, the criminal responded by placing a restraining order against you. You are in fact not liable for any damages, and that even though it is true that a dead man cannot provide legal fees, his estate should come before you, and in the event that they cannot be located, then your employer should be liable for the fees, and not you personally.
So basically, the exceedingly whipped lawyers that we met back in that town should be paying for it, not me, because they were the ones who employed us.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Cool. Well, in that case, I'm going to be writing all of this down, writing down exact article numbers of which legal things to do, and making a note to call or you'd have a chat with Mr. Blythe or his legal team in the near future.
Or you could write a sternly written letter to the brothers in the town.
Oh, no, I'll be doing that as well. I'm just making sure that both ends of the stick are getting thoroughly belted on this one.
Very well. I would like you to please make an own language check.
Just showing love and support.
Can I spend about 3 luck points?
Yes.
Outstanding.
Okay, so before you get ready to head to the docks to board Christopher's ship, you write a couple of sternly written letters, one to Waldo Disno's lawyer, and the other to the timid, cowardly brothers that employed you on that fateful night. Citing the exact numbers of the legal articles and all associated legal texts that prove that you are not liable for any damages. You also include, with each letter, a notarized bill for the legal damages for them to work out the payment of, not yourself. You fold these up, and on the way to Christopher's boat, you pass by the post office, buy a couple of stamps, and have them mailed and sent on their way. now no longer have to pay for the restraining order.
Good day for Mr. Elwood. Thank you for indulging me in that one.
Also, I would like you to subtract $10 from your cash for buying ammo for that gun.
Outstanding.
Yes. Okay, Edward Rivers, you decided to head to the library.
Yes.
And so you drive to the Boston Public Library, a familiar sight for you by now. You were here several times during that investigation 2 months ago, and the sight of the imposing neo-Gothic building and its intricately carved gargoyles no longer intimidates you. In fact, in your opinion, it kind of adds to the charm of the building now, and the craftsmanship of the stone pillars and the gargoyles is, in your opinion, quite exquisite. You enter into the library. At this time in the afternoon, it is reasonably busy. There are several people researching and milling about the aisles, and several librarians on duty. Would you like to acquire a librarian, or would you just like to conduct your own research?
I think I'll do my own research because it's sort of like don't really want to have extra attention.
Very well. I would like you to conduct a hard library use check, please.
Ooh, can I push?
Yes, you may push.
There we go. That's a hard pass.
Lovely. Okay, so you spend several hours searching through the library, and you are finding it hard to find anything to do with
Keep
Look to
up
the
the stream,
Future.
I
Of
love
course,
it.
It's an organisation based in New York. It's reasonably new. And so you change tact from that and decide to search for the name Carl Stanford once again. And this proves to be a tiny bit more fruitful, as in the section for colonial America, you find an old law book containing a registry of suspected and confirmed practitioners of witchcraft. A list of witches and warlocks, if you were. And on the list, not only do you find Robert Scott's name, which you knew from the event several months ago, but you also find Mr. Carl Stanford's name. And based on this, you are able to research further, and you discover old records from the 1800s where Carl Stanford...
Oh my god, sorry, I just completely missed that. We've been raided on YouTube.
I was wondering when you were going to pick that up.
Sorry, I was completely... Anyway, Shawnee, thank you so much for the raid, my god. Okay, who we got here? We got Alicia, Kurt, RNG hates him, I think. Drew
Hates
Game...
me.
Oh, hates me, okay. Drew Gaming, Path of the Heart, Peace, and Shawnee himself. Thank you so very much for the raid,
Thank
my
you,
god.
raiders, and welcome.
Oh, damn.
So after finding Carl Stanford's name on a registry of witches and warlocks, you're able to conduct some further research, and by the end of your time in the library, you discover an old record of people's registered occupations and lines of work in colonial Boston. And you find that apparently Carl Stanford was a peddler of medicines and talismans in the 1800s, which most people claimed to just be superstitious junk, though a couple of people believed to hold real magical power. Indeed, Carl Stanford was known at the time for boasting that his magic could resurrect the long dead and keep them alive indefinitely. I would like you to make an intelligence check, please.
Well, these rolls are not going my way so far.
Would you like to push that?
Yeah. That's better, and that is a pass.
You find in a very old newsletter a supposed account of a magical demonstration performed by Carl Stanford, where he uses his magic to resurrect a young man who had died of a disease. The young man was miraculously restored to full health and was soon back in fighting condition and lived out the remainder of his days before drowning in a shipwreck. The only negative side effect of the magical ritual, according to the account, is that he lived the rest of his days with dry, wrinkled, pockmarked skin, as if suffering from a strange skin condition. And as you read this, you have a flashback to 2 years ago, gazing on John Scott's face, his skin wrinkly, leathery, pockmarked.
Oh my.
Someone's been on the other side.
Yes. And it occurs to you that Charlie's assertion that Carl Stanford may have been the real leader has some more weight added to it now, knowing that John Scott may have in fact been someone brought back from the dead by Carl Stanford. This would also make sense with what you learned 2 months ago, as you recall reading that John Scott was burned at the stake for practicing witchcraft, yet somehow was able to be alive several hundred years later to become the leader of the Silver Twilight.
Interesting.
You take note of everything you've found, you put the books back where you found them, and then just before the library shuts, you exit out into the early sunset. And as darkness begins to cover the street, you walk back to your car. Okay, you've all done your preliminary investigations in Boston. It's time to head on to New York.
Yay! Da, 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 da.
As the sky turns red in the sunset and the sun begins to move down beneath the horizon, you all assemble at the docks at Christopher Jones's ship. Christopher Jones laughs as he invites you aboard his ship and then half-jokingly informs you it's time for that tour he promised.
Oh well, it's about time.
Yeah, yes, Edwards. Let me introduce you to, I call this the brig.
Ooh, what happens here?
You see this lovely cage? Just step inside. Step inside.
Sorry, I can see where this is going before.
Yeah,
we
Are you coming in with me?
We'll see what happens. I push him inside I push him inside and shut the cage.
Yeah. I was going to say at this point, with zero context to what you guys are talking about, I just sort of walk on the boat, look at the situation going, interesting boat you got here. I don't suppose you got a drink case somewhere, do you?
Oh, if you don't mind whiskey, that's all I've got.
As soon as Dan Blythe steps aboard the boat, he immediately clutches his stomach. He immediately clutches his stomach and says, "Oh, here comes the seasickness."
Oh God! I'm aboard now!
Okay. With Christopher Jones showing you where you're supposed to sleep, he proudly informs you that with this modern steamship, a journey down the coast to New York should only take about a day and a half. Make yourselves comfortable. And then,
Don't mind if I do.
And then, as the last rays of sunlight disappear and the Boston Harbor turns from a pleasing blue to an inky blackness, Christopher yanks up the anchor, ignites the steam engine, and heads to the captain's room, placing his hand on the helm and guiding the boat out into the open waters.
This calls for a sea shanty!
Yes, it does.
I was going
Go
to
ahead.
wonder when the entertainment started.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, shit, now I forget the rest of the words.
Let everyone know.
By the way, well done,
Live
sir.
television.
Very well. Make a appearance check, please.
Oh, appearance check.
Christopher.
That is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Very well. Everyone else may gain 1d3 sen.
Oh.
The rousing voyage perks up your spirits.
Is that including me as well?
No. You get one too.
Yeah.
You get one too. Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Liam.
Of course I get the one.
Yeah, I got one. I got one as well, but then again, my
It's better than nothing.
My
better
sen
than
has
nothing.
also been touched in like the last several
Yeah.
sessions.
Oh, mine certainly did last time.
I'm good.
Dan just smiles and says, sounds good.
The sea shanty puts you in high
I have to
spirits
go.
for the
Thanks
rest
for
of
the
the
awesome
journey.
stream.
And the journey is uneventful. You spend a full day sailing across the open waters with the eastern coastline of North America just visible on the horizon. You spend, you pass the time by reading books, doing a little bit of fishing and playing card games. All except for Dan Blythe. Dan Blythe, please make a constitution check.
So it begins.
The D100, isn't it? Yeah, that's right.
Yep,
Yes, it
D100.
Fail.
Fail, 83. Let me see what your constitution
Oh,
is.
no.
I can't push it.
Yeah, you can push it.
No. Okay, what are we getting? Fail pass, guys.
You're trying to get under 60. You're trying to get under 60 because your constitution's 60.
Ah.
And you did.
Oh.
So for the first half of the day, you feel intensely sick. You feel your stomach churning. You've always hated the sea. And you may have had 2 or 3 too many meals before you left the day before. And you vow that next time you're going on a sea journey, you're going to restrict your portions to merely 5 the day beforehand instead of 8. And it sort of irritates you seeing the others play cards and make merry and sing sea shanties. You find yourself feeling better later that night after you've had time to adjust to the rhythm of the sea and after having deposited a couple mouthfuls of bile over the side of the ship. And when you arrive in New York, at approximately 10 a.m. the following morning, you are thankful as you step out onto dry land, your feet touching the firm ground, and you breathe a huge sigh of relief, feeling none the worse off for that horrible experience.
It was going to be said. That's Jim.
Bugger off, I'm full.
So you've arrived in New York. You, Christopher Jones, you moor your ship in the New York harbor, and as you get off the ship, you are immediately approached by a thick, heavy-set man dressed in a Coast Guard's outfit. And he approaches you and looks at your entire group, and then he says, "All right, who be the captain of this vessel?"
Aye, that'd be me, Captain Christopher Jones, at your service.
He says, "Aye. And I don't suppose you filled up papers in advance that you were planning to moor here? Make a luck check, please."
Okay, I was going to say, oh my god, okay. That is a 10.
You've been to New York several times, and you have docking permits for most of your commonly visited cities. So you reach into your coat and pull out the docking permit. He takes it and he reads it and he says, "Yep, New York Harbor, wharf number 3. He looks up, he looks at the sign in front of the wharf and sees the number 3, and then he nods and he says, all right, all good. He hands it back to you. He says, all right, that'll be $5 for your standard docking fee. You reach into your coat, pull out a $5 note and hand it to him. That's under your spending level, so you don't have to subtract it.
Oh, neat.
Because your spending level is 10, I believe.
Yes.
Yep, so now you can spend 5 more this session without it subtracting.
Oh, neat.
As he walks...
Well,
as he walks
isn't
off-
expensive covered for us for this?
Well, yeah, they are, but you still have to spend money in the meantime.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta charge him for it at the end.
Okay.
So just keep
Yeah.
amping up what we're
Yep.
working with now.
As he walks away, he glances at your ship, and he turns around and he says over his shoulder, mighty fine vessel you got there, by the way, sir.
Aye, the Mark Flower Mark II is a mighty fine ship. I keep it clean, type ship going on here, except for the riffraff down in the brig.
He gives you
Have you
he
actually
gives-
let him out, or is he still in there?
Oh, I'll let him out.
Let him out. He gives you a salute, and then he looks over the group, seeing, focusing on a particularly queasy and irritated-looking Edward Rivers, and he says, "Well, that free vessel's got a couple rats, don't it?" And then he raises his hand and he says, "Have a good time in New York, friends." And
Just
then
go to him.
he
You should ask for a tour one day.
Back to the
Captain's
brig.
very good at tours.
he simply chuckles to himself. As
Okay,
he walks
can we
back up
rename
the
this
wharf.
episode 50 Shades of Edward?
If you like. You have now arrived in New York. You have several options ahead of you. It'd be very easy. You have the address to look to the future, so you may head to look to the future, maybe attend one of the meetings today, see if anything interesting happens. You may track down the writer of the letter to Vera, Mr. David Lee. Or you may conduct your own lines of inquiry.
I imagine David Lee's probably a good idea for a
Yeah,
start.
I'm thinking so. Since we're in early game, we could start and conquer.
Yes.
If people want to go straight to the...
Well, what?
I'll go with talk to the guy who wrote.
So, David Lee.
Yeah, David Lee Roth.
Just on your own, or is anyone going to accompany you?
I'll accompany the captain.
Oh god.
Right, so
Okay,
everyone is
are
going to
you
take
just?
I assume that just means everyone's going to see.
Yeah.
Then.
That's fine. There's plenty of time.
I'll
It's
accompany
only
the
the
captain.
first day. Okay. I would like, first of all, Christopher Jones to make a navigate check.
Oh yay! First time I've been able to make a navigate.
Yo,
Oh, you made one on the way to...
the seas of New York be a treacherous mistress.
All right, can I re-roll that? This is the first time I've actually ever rolled 100. And I was like, okay, what does the star?
You somehow wake up in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
That's
looking
your
at.
First,
I'm looking
that's
at.
your first ever critical failure.
I'm looking at an
Uh,
elder sign and nyarlathotep right here.
Yeah.
Right.
That's your first ever critical failure. I won't let you re-roll it. However, you can push it. You can push it.
Yeah, push it. That's what I meant. Push it.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Can I spend 2 luck points?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome.
Also,
thank
you did use your navigate when you were going to Hungary, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You make your way out of the New York harbor and into the bustling streets of Brooklyn. You make your way across the Hudson River and into the sprawling metropolis of downtown Manhattan. David Lee, according to Vera's information, is a banker working for a relatively large financial firm. It should be easy to find, but the streets of downtown Manhattan are narrow, twisting, and bustling, full of crowds of people and cars. And although you manage to find your way to David Lee's workplace relatively easily, it still takes you almost 2 hours between pushing through the crowds, hailing a taxi to take you some of the way, and then navigating the narrow side streets. Eventually, you find yourself in front of a concrete and glass skyscraper in the downtown. A board on the inside of the lobby next to an elevator informs you that Johnson and Co. Financial Advisors is on floor 28. You press the button to call the elevator and wait a few minutes for it to arrive. There's a ding as the iron door rattles open, and then you all step inside. Dan Blythe having to exert some effort to push himself through the gap between the open door and the elevator wall. Crammed in the elevator, the door shuts, and the elevator begins to rattle and rock back and forth as it makes its way up the shaft. There is no music. This is a 1930s elevator. The only things you hear as you make your way up to the 28th level are the mechanic rattling of the chains and elevator machinery, and Dan Blythe's constant...
I didn't say that loud, but just a small voice in my head just going, should have taken the stairs.
Okay. I'm just getting in my head. Sorry, I farted.
As you reach the top of the elevator, the elevator stops and shudders, nearly throwing you all off your feet. And then the door rattles open. Dan Blythe pushes himself out before anyone else, and then he quickly says, thank God for that. Reaches into his breast pocket and pulls out a chocolate bar.
Jeez.
God damn.
What the hell?
Where did these all come from?
Dinner's going to be in 5 minutes. Oh, if you prepared this 5 minutes ago, dinner would have already been served. It's okay, we've got a secret stash.
I was just going to say, it's just like a convenience store that's just been raided somewhere in New York since we got here.
No, it's like Nuggles Robe of Eyes with the pets. It's just chocolates.
It's the secret wacky character trait of Dan Blythe is that he always seemingly has an endless supply of snack foods on him, and you don't know where he keeps them or where he gets them from.
Fair enough. I'll pay that.
You make your way down the corridor until you see a glass door with a sign above it, simply reading finance. Grab the door and push it open. A bell rings, and a receptionist with brown shoulder-length hair wearing a polka dot yellow dress looks up and smiles at you. And she says, "Welcome, sirs. Do you have an appointment?"
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
Oh,
God, I
God.
probably should.
This is chocolate smothered over my
I was gonna
face.
say, you go to say something, I might just step in front because I can't imagine you.
Minus
Particularly
10
on Rich.
minus 10 on
Hey.
appearance for the chocolate beard.
Because he is so large, even though you try to step in front of him, your attention is still focused on him as he chews his chocolate bar and he says, "Not an appointment as such, but we got business to discuss with Mr. David Wu." Make a persuade check, please, Dan Blythe.
Want a chocolate bar?
Pulls out a chocolate bar from his belly button.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can. Have it at 50, so you should be able to get it.
I pull out my second chocolate bar.
Oh, you
I
repulsed
forsake
it.
both of them.
You finish chewing the chocolate bar, and
Bits
As
of
you
nut fly out of
talk,
your mouth.
Bits of nuts and chocolate fly out of your mouth, landing all over the desk. Some of them getting lodged in her typewriter keys. She screws up her face and she looks at you and she says, "I'm sorry, is this a joke?"
Looking dumbfounded. I'll take the lead.
Would you like to bribe her with your credit rating?
Jeez.
I would like to bribe her with my chocolate and credit ratings.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
make a credit rating check, please.
Oh, she's gonna need a pair of tongs for that cash.
That's a pass. Okay. I would like you to subtract $50 from your cash, leaving you with $200. As you absent-mindedly reach into your pocket and fumble through its contents, and the rest of you hear the sound of several chocolate bar wrappers being poured through, until you reach into your pocket and pull out a wad of cash. You pull out a wad of cash, several $5 and $10 bills wrapped together with a rubber band, and you just slam it down on the table.
Let's not lie here. It's not rubber bands stuck together by chocolate.
Yeah.
And you say, "Oh, I'm sorry, here, this would clean the desk up, but we really gotta discuss business with this guy. Look, I'm thousands in the tank here, and this guy's got what I need to get my production studio back in the green, you understand?" She looks over at you, and then she sort of nervously chuckles, and she reaches out with the tip of her fingers for the wad of cash and extracts it. And she says, "Okay, just take a seat, and Mr. Lee will be with you in a moment." She says, She says, "Who should I tell him is calling, by the way?"
Dan Bliff is calling. He doesn't get his heart out here soon.
She says, "Very well then."
Chocolate bars.
She picks up the receiver of a rotary phone and directs you with her other hand to a row of wooden seats on the other side of the reception room. You each take a seat.
I was going to say, as we go to leave, I just can't leave and just say, if there's any trouble, just tell him that Vera sent us.
She nods as she holds the receiver to her ear and waits. You all take a seat on the chairs. As Dan sits down on his chair, you hear it creak and rattle under his weight.
Oh, no.
If chairs could speak.
Ah!
Kill me.
You wait for several moments, looking nervously around the empty lobby as a clock on the wall ticks and Dan chews another chocolate bar noisily, and he's breathing heavy, emanating throughout the lobby.
Please stop. Please.
And
I feel dirty.
After about 15 minutes, one of the doors behind the reception desk opens up, and a bespectacled half-Asian man wearing a pinstriped black and white suit exits, and he says something to the receptionist. He points over the lobby at the rest of you. He steps out and gazes upon the people waiting, and he steps forward, brushes the front of his breast suit, and he says, you're the friends of Vera Delacroix, I believe."
Yes, that'd be us.
He says, "Yes, she spoke very highly of you, quite highly of one of you in particular." He says, "Please, come into my office and we'll have a chat."
Oh, you sneaky bastard. Just fucking throw the red herring out.
Sorry.
Did she give any names in particular?
He says, "Oh, no, it was an offhand comment, you know. I was asking her if she was sure you were the right people for the job, and she said, oh, yes, I think of them all very highly. One in particular always knows how to get the job done."
Oh, well. Friends didn't think she noticed.
Oh, God.
laughing at your nervous looks at each other. He escorts you into his office. He immediately makes a beeline for the comfy-looking armchair behind his desk and sinks into it, while he gestures towards 3 revolving chairs on the other side. Take a seat. On second thoughts, he looks up. He says, Mr. Blythe, perhaps you should stand.
And fuck you too.
No, we're not swearing at the guy who's...
I mean, I was on live stream. Is there special rules?
No,
fudge.
I meant more like don't swear at the guy who we're trying to work with.
He folds his arms and then pulls open one of the drawers on his desk, gets out a silver cigarette box from which he thumbs out a cigarette. And as he puts it in his mouth, he looks around. He says, I'd offer you one, but at least one of you looks like his heart's about to burst. And then he puts the cigarette packet back into the drawer. He lights the cigarette, takes a puff, and he says, "So, what can I do you for?"
Well, let's get the detective to take care of this one.
Oh, I see how it is. I pretty much explained what Vera sent us here for, and just to sidetrack through this one. And basically, we're here to look for any information you might have on this look to the future, just so we don't walk in completely blind as to what we're dealing with.
He takes in what you say, and then he thinks for a moment. He says, "Well, I pretty much described the gist of it in the letter I sent her. Did she let you read that letter?"
She did indeed. I just always like to make sure I get all the facts.
He says, "Well, I included most of the pertinent details. They present themselves as, being business-minded, friend of the businessman. Carl Stanford, he's apparently some sort of high-ranking member. He usually just sits in the background for most of the sessions. The organizer, Mr. Brian Slim, he'll introduce the guest speakers, and then he mainly takes up in the background as well. The monthly meetings are conducted by Mr. Black. He's, that gifted psychologist. Strange stage magic. I normally wouldn't fall into that kind of crap, but something he does up there on stage, it really tends to make you believe it, He says, anyway, they have one of those meetings with Mr. Black once a month. He quickly looks at a folding calendar on his desk. He says, actually, they're holding one of those tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, 7:30. If you're there on the dot, you might get to see it. He says, every other day of the month, every weekday, they just hold normal seminars, usually after a formal lunch and then followed by a formal dinner. If you want to head down there after you're done with me, maybe you could sit in on today's session, see if you pick up anything notable, and decide whether or not it might be worth coming back for Mr. Black's voodoo session tomorrow."
Does anyone else want to chime in with anything here?
Now, I know that Smithy might, in particular, be interested in the mention of strange artifacts.
Oh, yes.
Would you like to ask him about the artifact he mentioned in his letter?
So I remember in your letter that you mentioned some certain artifacts. And as you can see by my attire, I love a good artifact. What can you tell me of these?
He says, "Oh, yeah, I mentioned it in the letter. I promised I'd show her if she ever made it down here. And, well, I suppose you're here." He says, "Take a look at this." He gets up and he walks to a large cabinet in the back of his office, opens it, and retrieves from inside an item wrapped in some sort of paper bag. He carries it over to his desk, places it down where it emanates a metallic clang, and then he unwraps it from the paper. And inside is what appears to be a dark black frying pan.
Interesting.
I'm
He
not
says,
far.
it's a marvel, isn't it?
Do you mind if I take a closer look?
Go ahead, he says, pushing the frying pan towards you. You pick it up, make a spot hidden check.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure they had frying pans in the 1930s. What are we looking at here?
That's what you're trying to
That
find.
is a extreme pass.
You take it into your hands and you turn it around, and it appears to be a normal enough looking frying pan, except it's made of some kind of deep black substance instead of like stainless steel or metal. And the inside of it is dark pitch black with a little red circle right in the middle.
Oh.
And you notice underneath the handle, a word is engraved. It reads Teflon.
Oh, you cheeky dick waffle, Dale.
I did say the second you said the red circle, it's like, oh. Get that non-stick shit, man.
Teflon.
Well, these are some interesting markings.
It'd be some kind of treasure map.
I was gonna say the fact that, non-stick coating, you'd just be like running your finger along it going, what the hell?
This is it, blubber.
He says, I paid a pretty penny for it, and I ain't heard of that brand name before, but I tell you what, they showed it off to me, and this is why I bought it. They grilled up an entire steak, 3 complete open club sandwiches, some sausages, the works, and...
Keep it down with all that talk of food. You never know when the big man might go.
Yeah. Blythe is just fidgeting nervously, and he says, after all that, not a single stain or anything on the frying pan, as clean as if it was brand new.
Well, I never.
That's certainly an interesting trick.
He says, that ain't all they got. Now, they say it's from the future, and well, obviously it can't be, but someone somewhere's gotta, have some secret trick that they're using to make stuff like this, and if I could find out who, well, maybe there would be some kind of business deal we could make with them, I don't know why they're able to make stuff like this and they're not interested in marketing it out to a mass market, you know what I mean? He says, maybe I'm just thinking from the perspective of a banker here, but if you are able to make products like these, why would you keep them just as part of some group? It's kind of suspicious.
Indeed.
Definitely rings a lot of bells.
Might need to check out this for ourselves, wouldn't you say, chaps?
For once I had to agree with Mr. Weirdo over here.
It's working.
Oh god. I'm out.
David Lee takes the frying pan and he wraps it back up, and then just before he returns it to the cabinet, he reaches into a small rack of business cards on his desk and he hands one to each of you. He says, that's my number on there. Estelle out there in reception will answer the phone. Just tell her you're after me. Just tell her you're Vera's friends. That'll get you through to me. I'll drop whatever I'm doing. I really want to get to the bottom of this because, if they're all above board, you can bet I'm going back there and buying more of these things.
So you said her name was Estelle?
Says,
I was gonna say,
nice enough, gal.
I was gonna say, don't worry, I'm pretty sure she's gonna remember us.
He says, nice enough, gal, but you guys are working for Vera, so I think you know what's the go there. He chuckles to himself. He says, anyway, let me know if you find anything or if you need any help from me, and I sure hope it all turns up swell for you.
We all hope it pans out.
Nice one, he says. He points at you. He says, yeah, but pay him a visit later today and you'll see all the kind of stuff they got. It's incredible. He shakes each of your hands, even Blythe's, and then he gestures towards the office door and he says, thanks for coming.
Do we
Tell
have
Vera
we need to lube up the door for Mr. Blythe?
No, he's able to make his way through.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure if we don't look back, we're gonna notice the guy wiping his hand on something.
That's what gives the pan its non-stick.
Hey, you chose to play in a beast, man. You live with this.
I've never seen this much blubber since I was in Antarctica.
He's no man. It is a remorse.
Shut up.
As you make your
Know
way,
that line already.
as you make your way out of the room, Dan Blythe wipes his hand on one of the desk chairs, coating it in a thin layer of grease, and
And chocolate.
and chocolate, and then you return to the reception area. David Lee smiles at you and he says, "Thanks for coming and taking the time out to help me. Next time you see Vera, tell her I say hello. That's a fine bird you got up there that you're working for." And he winks, and then he pulls the door shut behind him.
Next time we're not taking the fucking stairs.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, yeah, you guys head back to the lift. I'm literally taking the stairs back down. I don't care. I'm not getting back into that thing.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
So you all end up...
Get out of water.
As Edward's walking out, he goes, "You have a mighty fine day, Estelle."
She looks up at you, staring at one of the money notes of money that Dan Blythe gave her, and trying to scrape off a piece of chocolate with her fingernail. You say you're going to take the stairs, at which point Dan Blythe brushes his hand and says, "Suit yourselves," and then begins walking to the elevator. But you make your way back down to the ground floor, join up once again with Dan Blythe, and step out back onto the busy Manhattan streets. Where would you like to go now?
What we got left?
Well, how long until the meeting place?
So the meeting will be taking place in about 2 hours. So it's a 2 o'clock meeting. It's just about 12 o'clock now. May you have some time. The headquarters is in Manhattan, so you don't have to travel that far to get there. So you should be able to get there if you do. You may be able to do something first and still get there. You can conduct any lines of investigation you can think of, or you can go shopping if you like.
Shopping.
Yeah, I think I'll do a bit of shopping. I wouldn't mind replace my first aid kit.
Yes, because it's been used up and you'd like to buy a new one.
Yes. Oh,
Very
Dale, before you begin,
Yep.
You might love to hear this. Kaya over on YouTube says she loves these characters.
Fantastic.
We love you too, Kaya.
Season 2 has found its breakout characters. Okay. So first of all, Christopher, I would like you to make a navigate check. I would like you to, not a navigate check, I'd like you to make a credit rating check, please.
Me?
Yes.
That is an 19. What's my credit rating? 20. Oh, wow.
20. Okay. You managed to find about 2 blocks away from the finance agency, just at the end of a small side street between 2 skyscrapers that tower over it, a small kind of dimly lit, dingy-looking second-hand supplies store. You notice in the front window a brand new-looking first aid kit on display, and this is what grabs your attention. So you grab the doorknob and pull open the wooden door and head inside. You're immediately greeted by a large-nosed, bespectacled man with an afro. He stares at you for a moment and then clasps his hands together, and he says, you noticed the new shipment out there in the window, did you?
Yes, need some, a new pair of first aid kits after... pardon me, I'm just a bit gassy. After
Too much whiskey.
hey, I've got that coming on Uber Eats. I will have whiskey soon.
Hey.
But in short, yes, I did notice I don't want to buy it. I'm sorry, I've just got the burps.
He leans forward and he walks over to the shop window, unlocks the cabinet and pulls out the first aid kit. He holds it up like he's about to spruik it for you, and he points at it and he says, "Lovely thing. It's brand new. I just got it. Surplus army shipment. This is a field surgeon kit. You'd be looking at $300 anywhere else. But because I value savings and passing it on to the customer, I'll give it to you for $150.
Oh, can I do a charm check to
Yes.
try to charm him down? And
Still a solid deal.
just want to explain that I was actually in the war as well, and I just sort of flashing my captain's medals.
Yep. Make a charm check, please.
That is a 20. That is a. That is a hard pass.
He says, "Well, you know, I ain't much of a believer in fate, but I gotta say, it's oddly coincidental I get this thing in, and then later the very same day, an old military man comes in and he wants to buy it. The guard up there must be looking out for me, I tell you what."
If there's a god up there, who knows what he's looking out for.
He says, "I'll gladly hand it over to you for 100 big ones."
I can gladly do 100. I hand over the $100 dues to.
He takes them, counts them with an eagle-eyed look on his face, and then inserts them into the cash register. He clasps his hands once again and leans over the counter, and he says, "Anything else I can get you today, sir?"
No, my laddie, I believe that's everything I needed today.
Yeah, I might ask about something while we're here.
Yep. He turns his attention to you and he says, "You there, Mr. Gumshoe. See anything here in my store that'll interest you?"
Depends. Do you have any, this is going to be a hard ask, but I don't suppose you have any armor of any kind, just in case I find myself on the wrong end of a nasty customer. You know how it is.
He says, "Well, you know, I get all sorts of stuff in the store. I don't remember anything like that, but I'll take a look in the back for you." He shuffles out from behind the counter and heads into the stockroom in the back. Make a luck check, please.
1 second, please.
Okay, that's 50-50. Nah, looks like I'm out of luck.
He comes back out empty-handed and he says, "I'm sorry, bud. We don't have anything like that. Tell you what, though, you know, a nice leather jacket might be what you're looking for. You know, those things, they may not stop a bullet, but, you know, some guys in your line of work swear by them. Maybe pay a boutique or something a visit and get one fitted, you know?"
Fair enough.
He reaches into his coat pocket and he hands out a card and he says, "This guy's my tailor. Tell him Morty sent you."
Fair enough.
He says, "Anything else today, Suez?"
Actually. I might need to take some money out of my assets.
Yes, we should do that on the way to the next store.
Yes, because where can I buy World War One armor set?
Yes. See, the thing is that if you convert your money into assets now, you still won't have the money today.
Okay,
Have it tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
But someone might be able to spot you, so we'll deal with that like before we move into the next day.
Yep, all good.
Okay. You thank the man and then leave the store. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Edward Rivers is doing some shopping of his own. Edward Rivers, make a credit rating check, please.
Yep, that is a
Oh,
hard pass.
we're being raided again.
Ooh, welcome again,
Okay.
Raiders. That's a 13.
Smithy Discord raid.
That's a 13. Very well. You patrol.
Sorry, Dale.
Yep.
This is your Discord.
Yes,
Yes,
this is mine.
my
I just
Discord.
I plugged in there and said that that's where I'm hanging out, and if people wanted to come over.
Welcome,
Okay.
welcome, friends of Smithy.
Well, thank
Welcome.
you so much, Wolf, for the Smithy Discord raid.
Yep.
And please enjoy yourself.
You spend an hour or so walking around the streets of Manhattan, taking in the sights, sounds, and smells of the city, and eventually you find a nice-looking sort of mid to upmarket department store called Burbage's, and you head inside. You're immediately greeted by a huge selection of almost any item you could think of: fine clothing, food, appliances, general purpose and camping supplies, firearms, anything you could need. What are you looking for? And I know one thing you're looking for, but are you looking for anything in addition to that item?
No, that's it.
Okay. You head over to the section of the department store that deals in expensive and sophisticated beverages, and you manage to find something that you think would be suitable for $30.
Cool.
Do you purchase it?
I do.
You purchased $30 and are handed a brown paper bag with the Burbage's logo on it containing your item. Is there anything else you would like to purchase?
Nope, that makes me happy.
That makes you happy. You clasp the object in your arm and carry it out of the Burbage's store. You'll have to come back here sometime, you think. You wonder what kind of artwork they might carry. Dan Blythe, would you like to do any shopping?
Well, I don't think it'd be wise for me to do shopping, only because I don't know what to expect. These guys do. They've been through.
Yes.
Mm.
So if anything, I'll be like with Gucci and like emerald rings. Something.
I'm mostly waiting to for him to get contacted by his lawyers, but you know, you might hold on the spending there.
What are you gearing up for, guys? Oh, I know. Sorry, more. Subversive. What are you gearing up for?
I would like Dan Blythe to please make a spot hidden check.
All right. What, to find that chocolate bar somewhere in my
No,
rolls?
you'll see.
And that's a fail.
Would you like to push that?
Oh, hell yeah. Got literally nothing else to worry about on this guy. Gonna pass?
Would you like to spend 9 luck?
No, it's not good. I'm waiting to kill this guy off already.
It's okay. Okay.
Wait,
so
wait, you're looking to kill off your own character. What is this?
Oh, I've
21
got some fantastic ideas for him.
So you notice while everyone else is going about their business, buying things, you notice that all of your companions are armed. And you think of the strange circumstances in which Dinzo died. And as you're sitting on a park bench enjoying a hot dog you purchased from a street vendor, you open up your suitcase and you take out the modified tripod. And you examine it and you're trying to figure out what exactly Dinzo had done to this tripod. And you notice that one of the legs has sort of been hollowed out with a clasp attached to it. And it's the right size and shape to be able to attach a gun to. And then you realize that if you're holding the tripod up like a brace with a gun attached to it, that the legs on the tripod will absorb some of the recoil from the gun, making it easier to fire. And so you decide to go and purchase a gun. just in case. You look around after you finish your hot dog and you roam through Central Park, taking in the fresh air, and then find a firearms store. Find a hunting and firearms supply store on the edge of Central Park. You enter, and you compare the size of the clasp on the tripod to several guns that they have on display, and you eventually find a 20 gauge shotgun that seems to fit almost perfectly into the tripod.
Sort of thinking,
And-
what the hell was Waldo Disno doing? This is company property.
Wow.
It slightly concerns you because this is technically your company property. Why did Disno feel the need to turn his tripod into a gun brace?
I am docking his pay.
You can't dock a dead man's pay, but you can pay for it.
Don't care.
Nonetheless, you notice that the 20 gauge shotgun fits almost perfectly, and so you take it to the counter to purchase it. And when you show the tripod to the man behind the counter, he's intrigued by it, and he says, "Tell you what, let me know how that goes. I'm interested to see if your friend's experiment worked out." And he allows you to have the shotgun at a discount for just $35,
Damn.
which is below. Well, you've already used your spending level, so you've already used your spending level today of $50 to give to the woman. So 35, that's going to take you down to $215 on you. So would you like to purchase that shotgun?
I think I shall. At the moment, I can I don't know, throw chocolate bars at people.
Here, doggy.
You purchase the shotgun, and then with a click, fit it into the tripod, and then you push
Fucking
the tripod's
tripods.
legs in and
How did
return
that
them
thing
to your
survive?
briefcase.
What the hell was Waldo Disno doing?
You then purchase a couple of boxes of ammo, put them in the briefcase next to your newly acquired weapon, thank the man, and exit the store. It is now time for you all to head to Look to the Future to attend a meeting.
What a bleak future it is.
Well, for some of us
Meat.
anyway.
You meet up on the edge of Central Park, where you quickly enjoy a brief lunch of hot dogs and milkshakes. Blythe informs you that he's already had a hot dog, but he wouldn't say no to another one, and so he joins you for lunch, eating another hot dog and drinking a large milkshake all to himself. You then hail a taxi and take it down to southern Manhattan, where the skyscrapers are a little less prevalent and the city becomes a little bit less dense. And here, in this vaguely suburban area, is the headquarters of Look to the Future. You arrive at the address of the Look to the Future headquarters. The taxi parks on the side of the road. You pay your fare to the taxi driver. He nods, tips the front of his hat, and then drives off, leaving you standing on the edge of a sizable park. Yep.
You're saying sorry because he dropped something.
Leaving you on the edge of a sizable parking lot. Beside the parking lot, there is a large single-story concrete building that resembles a fortified bunker. It is entirely made of poured concrete, reinforced with steel. The roof corners are rounded with no sharp edges, and the words "Look to the Future" are engraved in the concrete facade in front of double glass doors. I would like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, my favorite spot hidden stat. I'm going to spend the 1 luck point past that.
1 luck, so that's 1 pass in the group pass.
Oh. Can we push?
Yep, you can push.
Oh, whoops. I forgot.
Jeez. Good to see you staying in character.
Yep, that is a pass.
That's 2 passes. All right, so this all rests on what Liam gets when he returns.
Anyone want a chocolate bar?
I've
Yes.
seen where they've come out of, and no thank you.
Who knows where they come out from?
We don't want.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep.
What I missed?
Christopher. So Christopher, the taxi has left you on the edge of a parking lot, and next to the parking lot is the building of Look to the Future. It is a building that resembles a fortified bunker made entirely of poured concrete reinforced with steel. The words "Look to the Future" are engraved in the concrete facade above a pair of glass doors. You notice that on the top of the bunker, the roof is rounded, like a military barracks or bomb shelter. And then we were doing a group spot hidden check, so you need to do yours to determine if the group passes.
Yeah,
pressure.
I was getting my whiskey that actually turned out to be Captain Morgan, so I'm happy.
Okay.
Okay, that is 85. Can I push that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. That's a 13. It's a pass.
Okay. As you walk through the parking lot towards the strange building, you notice that just behind it, there is a large empty lot, easily big enough to fit a couple of suburban townhouses, but it is completely empty, not even any trees or gardens. The strangest thing is that there is a dirt path branching off from the front of the Look to the Future building, wending through the empty lot and winding all the way up to the front steps of a brick townhouse on the other side of the empty lot. This house looks, from what you can tell from here, it looks like a normal red brick suburban townhouse. However, as there is a path leading from it to the Look to the Future building, you suspect that it must actually be part of the organization's property. So, what would you like to do?
Yeah, just have a whiz around.
Very well. I'd like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
I can do that for you because you kind
I will do it for you.
Okay, that is a 60 on the dot.
60 on the dot, okay. As you walk towards the concrete building, Christopher branches off and he just does a quick lap around the parking lot and along the side of the Look to the Future hall. And you will... you wonder what he's doing, and you just wait on the path leading to the building until he returns. And Christopher, you find nothing of note. The building is made entirely of concrete. There don't appear to be any windows. There don't appear to be any notable marks or decorations on the walls. There isn't even a back door. The only thing of note, of course, is the dirt path wending from the front of the building through the empty lot to the brick house. However, you do notice what appear to be several boot marks in the dirt track. And here's the strange thing. The patterns of the boots are zigzagged and pointed and jagged and don't resemble the tracks of any boots or any kind of footwear, indeed, that you are familiar with.
Can I do a Cthulhu Mythos check? Because I was going to ask if I could do a cult, but I don't have a cult.
Yeah, sure, you can do that. Go ahead and roll.
That is a 9. That is a hard pass.
Was that Cthulhu Mythos?
Yes.
So you ponder these tracks, and this combined with the artifacts that Lee showed you and the other rumors you've heard about this organization so far leads you to think that maybe if there is any sort of travel into the future going on here, then it must surely be at the whim of some mythos entity. You're not sure which one, as a number of them have dominion over time, but the most likely one would be nyarlathotep. You are also vaguely aware that the Hound of Tyndalos also exists between time and will often hunt time travelers as its targets.
Oh. Shit. I did not know about the Poochie. Have any of you guys got natural world or anything?
I have not. Actually, we've got basic natural world.
10%.
Of 20.
Oh yeah, that's right. Dan Blythe has 20 natural world.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hang on. What?
No, wait, no, he doesn't. He doesn't.
No, we have a base of 20.
No, the base is 10.
Base is 10.
Okay. Want to try?
Well, if no one has it, then I'll do it anyway. I try for a natural world.
To identify the tracks?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, come on, baby. Oh, no, that's... can I push that? That's a 51.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. That's an 82.
I'll try.
Yeah. All you can do... Yeah, you can go ahead and try.
Everyone, try.
Would you like to push that?
It. The worst case scenario, I'm just going to step on the tracks and ruin them.
38. Okay. So at first, you were pretty sure that they were just normal human footprints, boot prints, probably of some people making their way down the dirt path between the concrete building and the brick house. But upon taking a closer look and looking at the strange patterns, strange patterns that don't resemble boot prints, you can't actually be sure. And the idea occurs to you now that perhaps they are the tracks of something non-human.
Okay. Is there anything else around the tracks?
No.
Okay,
Is there any chocolate nearby?
Yeah, in the multiple folds of your ass.
I
was gonna say, is there anything I can do to help?
Okay, at the sight of those tracks and thinking what it was to what I faced last time, I just break out the flask and take a sip.
I was gonna say, is there anything I can do to help this investigation at all?
Actually,
you could.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, you go for it.
Oh, he was just asking if there's anything he could help, and well, considering you can't identify the tracks, probably not. So you can either head into the concrete building and attend the meeting that's about to occur, or you can check out the brick house through the empty lot, which at this point you're pretty certain is owned. It is at least on the same property, given that there's a path leading between the organization's meeting hall and this normal-looking house.
Out of curiosity, can I use a psychology check on the tracks? I'm trying to do like there's deduction here to sort of analyze: is it going to be? Were they rushing?
Yeah, sure.
Was it a more fast walk?
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, sure. That's a good idea. Go ahead.
Everyone, start your rolls.
I was going to say, I didn't realize you moonlighted as Sherlock Holmes.
Psychology. Would you like to push that? It does have 40 in psychology.
I was going to say, to be fair, I rolled a 9.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so, Blythe, you were trying hard to identify the tracks, and that's made it difficult for you to determine anything about who might have left them. And you can't say for sure either way. However, Charlie, you examine the tracks, and although, again, they appear to be completely unidentifiable to you, either boot prints left by some bizarre footwear or something non-human, but they appear to be soft and leisurely, just someone walking down the path.
Not a care in the world, huh?
What would you like to do now?
And we want to check out the... I was going to say, do we want to follow the tracks? Do we want to actually, like, go in and check the...
Well, I'm going to head inside because, well, I know that there might be some antiques in there that need evaluating.
I was going to say, isn't that tomorrow's session, or...
The day-to-day ones apparently also sell the strange relics, but the monthly sessions are the ones where they chant, and apparently this is where they obtain the relics.
All right.
Okay, so we can actually.
So I think Dan and Edward should go inside, have a look at the antiques, and me and Charlie should go follow the tracks.
Actually, yeah, that makes sense.
That's a good idea. Okay, very well. We shall go with Dan and Edward first. Okay. We bid each other good luck as Charlie and Christopher begin to walk through the empty lot towards the brick house.
Good luck, my fellows.
You look towards... You look to your side towards Dan Blythe, who is fingering a chocolate bar out of its wrapper, and then...
Oh, Jesus Christ! I always forget how different other times words actually have a different meaning.
Yes. And then you place your hand on the iron bar and push the glass doors open. You enter into the meeting hall. The inside of the meeting hall is strange. While the outside resembles a concrete bomb shelter, the inside resembles some sort of strange church. The first thing you notice is that the corners of the walls inside are rounded for whatever reason. There are no sharp angles anywhere in the meeting hall that you could tell. Even the benches in the rows have rounded corners. There is but one public entrance, the one through which you came. There are no windows inside. The interior benches are made of wood, bolted to the floor. It looks like a particularly dismal church. On the stage at the very end, there are no seats, just a bare stone podium for a speaker to stand at. Behind the podium, at the back of the stage, there is a single corrugated iron wall with a metal door. There is a sign on the door. From here, you can make out the symbol on it, stating that only authorized personnel are allowed through. So given the size of this building, there couldn't be much on the other side, unless there is a basement, perhaps. So you enter and you see a couple of businessmen and middle-class men and women seated in the pews. There is no one yet speaking. There is no one yet standing behind the lectern. The meeting is just about to begin. You take a seat. You take your seats in the pews and wait.
Is there any artwork or anything that sort of would stand out to Edward?
No. It appears to be very sparsely decorated.
Disappointing.
After about 5 to 10 minutes, the door behind the stage opens, and out step two men. One of them is short, bespectacled man with a wiry face you immediately recognize as Carl Stanford from the Order. The other man, a handsome, mustachioed man with oiled black hair in a nice, tightly fitting business suit is unfamiliar to you. The people who are murmuring in the audience stop as these two men make their way out across the stage. Carl Stanford stops as the other man reaches the podium. They look at each other, exchange words, and then Carl Stanford steps down off the stage and begins walking towards the pews to take a seat. I would like... what's your luck, Smithy?
Oh, yeah, shit, we probably should have told him to stay outside.
54.
54? Alright, that's going to be Dan Blythe making a luck check.
We definitely should have told him to stay outside.
Alright, here we go.
Luck check, Dan Blythe.
Otherwise, I'm shit out of luck. Yes.
Oh,
wow,
nice.
damn.
Very well, you are
Somehow
fine.
he's hidden behind the folds of your fat and cannot be seen.
Carl Sanford makes his way down the central aisle. He scans the crowd, and very briefly his gaze hovers over you and Blythe. You watch his face, but you see no flicker of recognition, at least no obvious one. He looks away and then takes his seat behind a woman in the pew in front of you. The man in front of the podium twirls his moustache and then clears his throat, and he says, welcome, everyone, to our daily weekday meeting. I am, if you are new here, I am Brian Slim. I am, well, I suppose you could say I'm the leader of this fine organization, but we don't really have leaders or ranks here. It's all about bettering ourselves, making sure we get the most of our business, and carving our way up that corporate ladder. Am I right? Several of the people in the audience nod or mutter
I was going to say.
in affirmation. Yep.
I was going to say, who's in charge here? Oh, nobody's in charge here. We're all powerless.
You are all
says-
individuals.
I'm not.
Get him.
I just get
Get him.
He says,
Sorry.
if you are one of our regulars, welcome back. However, I am seeing a few new faces in the audience, and so I'd like to extend a gracious welcome. Welcome to look to the future. We encourage you to sit in on today's meeting, and if you like what you hear and would like to have more, we are accepting applications of membership after the seminar is complete. He takes another breath, and he says, and now, I will turn the podium over to our first guest speaker of the day, Mr. Caldwell of Caldwell Legal. You know him as one of the biggest law firms in New York, and he is here today to give you a basic rundown on the basics of commercial law and how you may optimize those loopholes in order to increase your profit margins.
Oh, I should have
Several of the people in the audience murmur in, can it be excitement? As a man in a purple pinstriped suit makes his way up onto the stage. He's kind of hunched over and looks around with a rat-like face with wiry brown hair. And he says, yes, thank you, Mr. Slim. He clears his throat. He says, my name is Jefferson Caldwell, and I specialize in commercial law. Now, commercial law is particularly important for all of you as entrepreneurs and business people, but you would find that particularly if you deal with patents on new and emerging technologies. He then launches into a relatively boring and not particularly rousing talk about commercial law. I would like both Edward and Blythe to do intelligence checks, please.
It will identify with.
I think it's more just to see if you fall asleep or not.
That's a pass for me.
That's a pass and a fail. Okay.
I'll push.
Yeah, you can push.
Would it make any difference?
Then what
No,
happens?
it's just to see. It's just to just see what happens.
Oh, in that case, I won't bother. It's all good.
Yeah. All right. So Smithy, you try your best to listen to the talk, and it's boring, and a lot of it's flying over your head. It's just law and legal loopholes and business stuff. But some of it manages to sink into your head nonetheless, and you may add 1d10 to your law skill.
Oh, damn. I definitely should have attended this one.
Yeah,
That's good.
hey, that doubles my law.
Yeah, it's a 10 now. The talk goes on for about 20 minutes until finally the rambling stops. Mr. Caldwell does a kind of half bow and smiles as he makes his way off the stage and returns to one of the pews. Mr. Slim returns. He clears his throat again. He says, well, that was Mr. Caldwell. And his talk proved to be very insightful indeed. And I hope some of you have taken that advice to heart. Stick with us. There's plenty more valuable information to come. We're going to improve your business. 2 more guest speakers eventually come onto the stage, each of them giving their own boring, rambling talk. The first guest speaker goes on at length about profit margins and how to tailor your prices perfectly to make sure you get a profit margin that, while not making you rich, will keep your business afloat in the long run. While the second guest speaker, an elderly-looking grey-haired man in a suit, gives a lengthy lecture about market dynamics.
I choose
Supply
business
and demand.
ethics.
Supply and demand. All in all, the meeting takes about an hour, at which point Slim clears his throat and he says, well, that was certainly an enlightening meeting today, and we shall wrap it up with that, with Mr. Sterling's brilliant lecture on supply and demand. Do pay attention and keep it in mind, as it may prove to be very useful as our economy continues to take a downturn in the next few months. He looks over the crowd and he says, now, tomorrow we shall be having our special monthly meeting. Unfortunately, this is barred to members only. However, membership is free and easy. Please just fill out a membership form from the table over there. He points to a desk beside one of the pews in the central aisle, and hand it to the doorman on your way out. Also, you will find to your right free refreshments, food and drink, coffee and sandwiches that you may enjoy free of charge. And if you will join me up on the podium, I have a range of look-to-the-future artifacts that I will be willing to sell to any interested parties. Thank you for attending today's meeting, and we do hope you continue looking to the future, where your stars will align just right.
And keep watching the skis.
You stand up from your pews. Dan Blythe immediately makes his way over the refreshments table, grabs a sandwich and a cup of coffee, and begins munching on it.
Oh, fucking
It's impressive.
Meanwhile-
For a guy his size, he somehow got to the table first.
Yeah.
He bowled a few people over to get there.
What would you like to do, Smithy?
So was that was the slim guy? Was he one that we'd seen before, or was it just
No,
the,
he is not. It's just Carl Stanford.
And is he the only one up on the stage at the artifact?
No, he's not even up on stage. He still seems to be mingling among the crowd.
Well, I want to go and.
Oh, yeah, only the guy you haven't met is up on stage. Carl Stanford, you look around, you scan the room, and you see Carl Stanford mingling among the crowd, making small talk with a couple of the returning members, and hopefully he didn't recognize you earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to try and avoid him, but I want to go up and have a bit of a look at these artifacts.
You pass the refreshment table where several of the members are helping themselves to the free refreshments, and you get the feeling that a lot of them attend these meetings purely for the free refreshments, as a number of them don't seem like business types at all, based on how they're dressed.
Is there like cups of water on the table, or?
Oh yeah, there is cups of water and coffee.
I'd like to grab 2 cups of water and make my way to the podium.
Grab 2 cups of water, and you make your way up onto the stage and walk over to the podium, where a small handful of members have enthusiastically made their way up to the end of the stage, where Mr. Slim has set up a small folding plastic table upon which lined up an array of strange artifacts. You simply stand there and wait until their business has been conducted. I would like you to make a luck check, please.
I always get more nervous with luck rolls than anything else.
Can't imagine why after the first session.
Yep, nope.
So you wait for about 10-15 minutes for him to continue business with the other members, and they take quite a while, but they eventually disperse, each of them thanking him in turn and carrying small little paper bags away, presumably containing futuristic artifacts. You've waited quite a while, and you notice that in this time, much of the crowd among the pews and the refreshments table have started to disperse, and most of them are slowly making their way towards the stage. You walk up to the table, and Mr. Slim smiles at you as you peruse the things on offer. You see several strange items that you've never seen before. Things like cigarette lighters, but rather than being made of metal, these ones are made of transparent plastic that comes in an array of futuristic fluorescent colors with an insignia on them that says BIC. And several pens seemingly made out of the same material with the exact same BIC insignia inscribed on the side. An array of wristwatches where instead of a clock face, there's a small glass screen where the numbers appear in some sort of futuristic ink. Plastic sunglasses, boxes of what appear to be some kind of medicine with a logo reading Panadol on them. Small square little devices with keypads on the front that that Slim proudly tells you are called pocket calculators, and so on.
Beckham, what a time to be alive.
You've never seen any of these before and can only guess at their use and functions. He looks over and he says, well, I've never seen your face. You're new. That means you get a discount on anything you buy. It's our way to welcome new faces into the organization.
Oh, why, thank you.
He says, take a look and tell me if you like anything.
I hand over one of the glasses of water and, well, you've done such a great job. I thought I'd bring this to you, and I was told before joining, before arriving, that you had quite a series of strange artifacts. And as you can see by these clothes that I'm wearing, I am very much intrigued by the artifacts.
He thinks for a moment and he says, yes, I can see that. Make a charm check, please.
Can I use 4 luck points?
Yep, sure. He accepts the glass of water and he says, thank you, much appreciated, and immediately drains all of it. He says, you have a discerning eye. I think you'll make a good member, and I have the perfect artifacts for you. He leans over and reaches into a cardboard box under the table, and he, with draws what appears to be a rectangular purple object with a glass panel on the front and several plastic buttons. He hands it to you, and you see markings just above the glass panel that read Game Boy Color.
Oh, that's brilliant.
In English before it became Japanese.
Flashing lights. What do they mean?
That is
He says-
brilliant.
He says, it appears to be a portable entertainment device. Watch this. He reaches over and he flicks a latch on the side, and the word Tetris appears on the screen, and a tune begins to play.
Well, my.
It's at play for about 15 seconds, and then flicks the latch again, and the image on the glass panel disappears.
Oh,
He
my.
says-
Oh, my.
He says, I do believe it will keep you entertained for hours. $50, and I'll be happy to let you have it.
$50
So-
for a Game Boy? My God, that's a steal.
That's amazing.
So I'm very intrigued. I've never seen anything like any of all this stuff.
He
Where do you get it
smiles.
from?
He smiles and winks. He says, well, if you're interested in becoming a member, we have one of our special monthly meetings tomorrow morning. If you're a member, come to our monthly meeting, and you will learn exactly where these items come from.
Hmm.
I was
Oh,
gonna say,
It's a trap.
if you give him hours worth of entertainment, he's gonna be really pissed when he realizes in about a few hours when the battery's running.
Yeah, and that you can't get replacement batteries
Good
for
luck with
another
that.
several days, for another 50 years or so.
Whoopsie.
Well,
Would you?
my good man, I have some other acquaintances that are staying nearby, but they couldn't make it to the meeting today. But how would they be able to come and join the meetings as well tomorrow somehow?
He says, well, look, we only need a name and an address, and in some cases a telephone number. Go ahead, you have my permission. Fill out the membership forms in their stead.
I was gonna say I can't really say anything because I'd be metagaming here, but
Yeah.
well, shit, never mind.
Well, I will certainly keep that in mind before I leave.
Do you pay the $50 for the Game Boy?
Well, I go over to one of the lighters and go,
He says, yep.
this is a miraculous. It's very different to anything we've seen that we've got these days.
He says, yes, it's a marvel, a disposable lighter. He pulls it out and he flicks the switch on it and a little blue flame appears. He says, no more will you have to buy lighter oil to keep filling your lighter. You just use this, and when it's empty, you just toss it out and get another one.
You just toss it out and oof. How long will
says-
it last?
He says, well, I've been using one myself for several months now, and it's yet to run out. It does have an odd habit of going missing when I need it the most, though.
Ah, yes, of course. And how much would this be?
He says, $30 for that one, if you please. After all, the colors are simply amazing.
Well, yes, they are.
Will you pay $30 for a big lighter?
Wow.
I will go for the lighter, but I'm like, do you have it in like a fancy blue?
He says, oh, of course. He reaches into the rack of lighters and he pulls out a bright baby blue one, and he hands it to you.
I'm like, yeah, yes, that is so much more my color.
He says, you're going to love it. And even when it runs out, look at it. It's going to make a fine display item and a conversation starter.
Very much so.
You hand over the $30 and you tell him you will see him tomorrow. And then on your way out, you retrieve 4 membership forms. And you fill out 3. One for yourself, one for Charlie, and one for Christopher. While Blythe makes his way over and fills out his own and when he's done, covering it with several sandwich and donut crumbs. He shakes it off and then places his form on the top of the pile. You fold all 4 of them up, and as you leave, as you walk down the pews, you hand them to the doorman. The doorman who you didn't see before. A man in a suspiciously familiar white robe. Just under his robe, you can see the hilt of what appears to be a handgun, though it looks slightly different to any handgun you've ever seen. And make a spot hidden check, both Blythe and Rivers.
I'd like to see if I can find my fly.
Oh,
No.
God.
That is,
Oh,
that is an extreme pass.
Extreme.
That is an extreme not pass.
You look him up and down. You look him up and down, trying to see if you could see the order of the silver. That's okay. Smithy passed for both of you because he got an extreme. You look him up and down, trying to see
Oh,
if you can
shit.
see the
Okay,
order.
Dale, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, we all know how Blue likes making characters.
Yeah.
We now have Blythe's chocolate bar.
Oh my god, that took what, 5 minutes?
Lovely. I love it.
Ah.
Watch out, Blythe's gonna eat you. You look up and down his white robe, paranoid enough to try to see if you can see any of the order's insignia. You can't. However, you notice that the handgun in his belt, it appears to be made of plastic, not metal. And his shoes, they are very strange. They're unlike any footwear you've ever seen before. They are bright white with what appear to be reflective attachments on both the left and right, and a giant black tick on the side. Remember the tracks you saw outside and wonder if these strange shoes are what created them.
Wait, what type of shoes are you wearing?
So they're wearing strange footwear. It seems to be bright white in color with reflective attachments on the left and right.
And a
with
little black
big-
tick.
Yeah, with big blue and black ticks on them.
They're wearing
hey,
Nikes.
Hey, Liam.
Yeah.
Liam. I noticed that he wore sneakers.
He uses them
for
sneaking.
sneaking.
Yes. You've never seen anything like these shoes before, and your mind immediately thinks of the tracks you saw outside. However, you do not mention them as you hand over the membership forms. The doorman takes them silently and places them in a small plastic basket on a table next to him with a pile of other forms. You exit the building, and you and Blythe begin to make your way down the path back towards the parking lot. Meanwhile, Charlie and Christopher, you make your way down the dirt path through the empty lot. And soon you find yourself walking towards a relatively normal looking 3-story townhouse made from red brick with a black tiled roof. There are several windows facing both the street on the other side and looking out at the dirt path. I would like Christopher to please make a luck check.
Oh no. Okay. Well, that is a 10.
That is a 10. Luckily, you see no one staring out of the windows as you approach the house. You soon reach the end of the path, and you climb up the brick front stairs. What do you do?
Okay, so I've noticed there's no one. I have
There's just Charlie.
just Charlie. So where am I again? Sorry.
You've crossed the empty lot to the house on the other side, and you've just gone up the front stairs.
Are there any windows I can just peer over and see what's inside?
Yes. There are several windows. It appears to be a normal townhouse. I would like you to make a stealth check, please.
Yes, can I push that, please?
Yes, go ahead.
That's a 10. That's a hard pass.
That's a 10.
Hard pass.
Very well. You creep around, you climb down the steps and you creep around the corner of the house until you come to a first floor window outside the right corner. And you peer inside and you see what appears to be some sort of lounge room with a billiards table. There is a man with his back to you inside, hunched over the billiards table, holding a cue ball, ready to hit holding a cue stick, ready to hit one of the balls. He's merely wearing normal trousers and a businessman's jacket, but you can see the hilt of a .38 snub-nosed revolver stuck in his belt. Behind him, lazing in an armchair at the back of the room, is a second man. He's currently thumbing through a magazine.
Huh. And those are the only...
Yes. They may be the only two people in there, but you're not sure.
I think by the description they sound like they...
Yes, they might. They seem to be like gangsters. You're not entirely sure. Charlie, what's Charlie doing in the meantime?
So there's definitely only one way in, correct?
You can try to look around the back of the house.
Let's see how good's my stealth. I guess not great. Actually, no, not decent. I might try and look around the back side of the house.
Very well. Make a stealth check, please.
Oh, that's a 9.
Ooh. Watching Christopher make his way around the right side of the house, you creep around the left. You duck down and walk low.
You're breaking up there.
Oh, sorry. I have to put the sensitivity down because I forgot. It's gone back to its default setting.
Oh,
there we
he's
go.
just fixing stuff.
Yeah, there we go.
I am losing you guys.
Disconnect, reconnect.
Yeah, I think that's an N2 problem right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just disconnect, reconnect. There we go. So you watch Christopher move around the right side of the house, and then you duck down and creep around to the left. Keeping low, you make your way under a couple of windowsills on the way. Do you chance a peek through either of them?
Me or M2?
M2.
Okay.
Yeah, I might try and look through one of them, just carefully.
Very well. Make a luck check, please.
Okay. Yep, that's pass.
When you come to the second window, you stop and you wait and listen to see if you can hear anyone. And then you poke your head over the windowsill. On the other side of the window appears to be an empty room. It looks like some sort of study or library. You can just make out a desk and several bookshelves on the other side. You notice a large tome on the desk, bound in leather with a very strange-looking symbol emblazoned on the spine. You continue making your way.
I missed that. I missed that. You cut out again.
I think you're having problems M2 because he's coming through fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Right,
well...
Just try to bear with us and we'll see. Yeah, you see on the other side some sort of library or study. It's empty, but you can see a desk and a bookshelf with several books. On the desk is a large black leather book with a strange symbol emblazoned on the spine. Disregarding this, you continue your way around the side of the house and soon come to the back, which faces a residential street. There is a back door here. You quickly peek through the window to its left and you see some sort of kitchen, empty for the time being. This appears to be the back door.
Yeah, can I check to see if the back door? Can I quietly check to see if the back door is locked or not?
Yes, you reach forward and grab the doorknob, and it won't turn. It is locked, but you do have your lockpicks with you.
Oh, you have lockpicking? Awesome.
I do indeed, but obviously I don't want to be going in there without letting you know what's going on, because that just seems like a dumb plan.
So would you like to let Christopher know that there's a back door?
Yeah.
Okay, make another stealth check, please.
Fair enough. What's my stealth at again? Yep, that's a pass.
You continue creeping around the house, passing the back door, until you turn around the corner, coming out on the right side of the house. You see Christopher and silently motion for him to follow you. Two of you make your way to the back door, and you quickly show Christopher that it's locked.
Alright, shall I start trying to pick the lock again?
It's up to you, Christopher. Would you like him to pick the lock?
I don't have lock. Yeah,
Do you want him to pick it? Do you think are you fine with the idea of going into the house through this way? And
yeah, this way would be, I think.
very well. All right, make a locksmith check, please, Charlie.
Yeah, no, that thing's held in tight.
Would you like to push it?
Yeah. Nope, that's held in extremely tight.
Oh,
very well.
Yeah, that's my...
Yeah, you attempt to pick the lock, and then you hear a loud click from inside, and you think you've done it, but then you turn the knob, and you groan as you realize you've jammed the lock.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
You may attempt to climb in through a window, or you can always knock on the front door.
Oh.
Or Christopher could kick the door down.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, I could.
No.
Probably not. So, where do we go from here?
Well, we could try the window.
Yes,
yeah,
try the window.
Yeah, the one in the library is currently unguarded.
Yes. I would like you both to make stealth checks, please.
That is a 3.
That is a 3. Okay.
Oh.
You creep your way around the side of the house, emerging once again in front of the library window. You reach up to open it, but of course it's locked. You may make a locksmith attempt with advantage. It's just a window.
Oh,
okay. No. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to push that.
All right.
I'm like absolute dog shit on these lockpicks. Again? No, come on, one more.
One more. Come on.
Oh, okay, there's a 15. Finally.
Oh, thank God. That's what we want.
Whoa!
You grab your lockpicks. You grab your lockpicks and you swear at them, and then jam them into the lock on the outside of the window. You hear a click, and half expecting to have jammed the lock again, you prepare yourself for disappointment, and then you grab the window and push it open. You now have access to the inside of the house. Both of you climb through the window into the study/library on the other side. This library appears to be relatively standard. There's one bookshelf, a desk, and a small leather armchair placed up next to the window, probably some sort of reading spot. Aside from that, it appears to be empty, and you cannot hear any movement coming from outside the wooden door, leading further into the house. What would you like
I might
to
go
do?
check out that book that was
on the
You
desk.
mentioned before there was a very interesting,
Yeah, the book on the desk, yes. Meanwhile, what would Christopher like to check? The bookshelf?
Yeah, I'll check the bookshelf.
Very well. Okay, so first of all, Charlie slowly makes his way over to the desk. And on the desk, you see a leather book with a strange symbol on it. The cover simply reads, embossed in gold letters on the front, Old California. A page appears to be marked. You open it up to the marked page and have a read. It reads, a renegade missionary named Waitley visited and remained with a small tribe of Indians known as the Hotek from 1837 to 1843 when he disappeared. Shortly thereafter, the Hotek tribe itself disbanded, its elders evidently having vanished or died. This tribe was notable for its especially savage pagan rites, which Waitley seems to have encouraged. He either brought to or found with the Indians a peculiar structure which he named the Ark of Vlakdos, and which he believed had connections to non-Christian sky demons. The only other known facts about the Hotek are that they practice the creation of Kachina dolls to house demon souls, and that they worshipped gods not mentioned elsewhere in California, such as the serpent god Yig and the horned god Shub Nigarat. The Hotek dwelt in Devil's Canyon in the Mojave Desert.
That's an interesting story.
Would you like to take this book with you so you can read it in detail later?
Yeah.
You lift up the book and insert it into your coat. Meanwhile, Christopher, I'd like you to make a library use check, please.
That is a hard pass.
A hard pass. Okay. You notice that most of the books in the bookshelf appear to be on the occult and anthropology. Most of them seem innocent enough, not related to the mythos or anything truly dangerous. However, you notice one book, a treatise on Amazonian tribes, is being used as a storage place for a folded up piece of paper. You extract the piece of paper and unfold it. It appears to be some kind of letter. It reads, it appears to come from a man called Duncan McBain from McBain House in Cannock, Scotland. It reads, Dear Mr. Stanford, greetings and felicitations. Miss Chantrain has advised me of your recent successes and informed me of the item you require. I fear it will be some time before I find it, as there are 2 Americans digging at what I believe to be the site of the temple. 2 of my people are working for the Americans, and it may be that they will accomplish all for me. I realize that you are most anxious to obtain it, but I feel caution and discretion to be the better course of action. My studies with the Serpent people progress most satisfactorily. Another year should see my studies completed. They recommend that I travel to the nameless city for further instruction, but I will remain here until we have it. When it is possible, I want much to obtain the further instruction offered at the nameless city. I will, however, be ready to carry out any further tasks our order may have for me. You mentioned in your last letter that Miss Chantrain might join me here in Scotland when she has converted the leaders of the Thule Bruderstaft. I fear that the Germans are overmuch upset with the French at this time for them to listen to her. Might I suggest you ask Helmut Grossman to take over for her? I realize he has not been to Germany for over 200 years, but unless you can think of someone else, I feel he would be best for the task. I agree with you that the Order of the Templars of the Orient does not contain the type of individuals we seek. They are not yet ready for greater truths. You might suggest to our German colleagues that individual members of the Order be carefully approached as potential followers of the true gods. I am not familiar with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn or the Astrum Argentium, and I can give no recommendation. I'll pass the word to our London group and have them send you word. I spoke with a Mr. William Seabrook who said that a Mr. Alistair Crowley, who is associated with both groups, or had been at one time, may have occult powers. We should perhaps attempt to contact this man. I understand that Mr. Scott is in charge of the project in your area. Please extend my greetings to him. I have not seen him since before the Great War. Perhaps we can meet next year. Most sincerely, Duncan Bain. The letter is dated about 4 months ago. It was written before you burnt down the lodge house, and the writer is unaware that John Scott has perished.
Okay.
What, John Scott?
Do you each share these writings you found with each other?
Probably.
Yeah.
So do we want to do this right now, or do we just wait till later? Because I'm guessing we want to pocket this stuff and...
Yeah,
before
probably.
Yeah.
So is this just a letter, or is it a book?
It's just a letter.
Oh,
the
just a
book
letter.
itself was
You have a letter, I...
Okay, yep. Yeah,
Yeah, he has
I'll
a book.
pocket the letter.
Yep. So first of all, I would like you both to make Cthulhu Mythos checks.
Oh, boy. Can I roll under a 5? Holy shit, that's a 2.
Oh, wow, nice. And
Wow.
I rolled a 20 and my Mythos points is 21.
Ooh, lovely. Okay, so first of all, Charlie, reading the excerpt from that book, you recognize the names Yig and Shub-Niggurath. Yig, of course, being the god of the serpent people, who will occasionally assist humans, but will favor serpent people above all else. And if it comes to serpent people against humans, he will become malevolent. He's definitely someone you shouldn't be trifling with. You also recognize the name of the horned god, Shub-Niggurath, as actually being Shub-Niggurath, a very powerful elder god, who in particular is the creator and master of the great old one known as Cthulhu, who is his servant.
I was going to say, am I going to recognize that name from that particular chant that we
Yes,
heard about
it's
earlier
also
on?
also the name invoked in the chant. You
Yes,
are
as
aware
well.
that
We take that.
you are aware that there is a connection between Shub-Niggurath and Cthulhu. It's kind of a master-child relationship, but that's about it. Meanwhile, Christopher, your letter provides you with some interesting insights. Apparently, someone under the control of working with Mr. Stanford is being assisted by serpent people in Scotland. You recognize his mention of the Nameless City. The Nameless City, known to some as Iram of the Pillars, is a city said to be somewhere in Yemen, one of the cities of Great Cthulhu, where evil magic was practiced that sunk under the sands millennia ago. It is said to be a terrible place filled with things that will break your mind, but also a repository of powerful evil knowledge.
That's bad.
But it comes with
Yes.
your choice of topping.
That's good.
You both need to make sand checks. Both need to make sand checks, please.
Oh, boy, I haven't made one of these in a
That's a pass.
That's a pass.
Yep, that's a pass. I got 70.
Okay. You both lose 1d3 san as the implications of this being a worldwide group set in.
That's 2.
Oh boy, I got a 2 as well.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, you are free to proceed further into the house, or you may leave. It's entirely up to you.
Well, I don't particularly want to start a fight.
Alright, can I put how many doors in?
There's the window out of here, and then there's the door that just leads out of the study.
Can I search the desk?
Yes, you can. Make a spot hidden check, please.
That's a 7. That's a extreme pass.
You search the desk, and you feel underneath the desk a hidden latch. You press it in, and there's a click, and a compartment opens on the side. You pull it out, and inside there is a photograph. And this is the photograph.
Look at this graph.
Damn it.
Look at this photograph.
Oh.
Graph.
Every time I hear it, makes my mind snap.
You do not recognize the object in the photograph. However, the words "Rillier disc" are written on the back in quite formal handwriting.
Yeah, I'd just like to pocket that. Thank you.
Very well. Would you like to proceed further into the house, or would you like to exit?
I would like to put my ear up against the door and see if I can hear anything.
Make a listen check.
That is a 27, which I think pass. No, can I push that?
Yes, you can.
I forgot I don't have listen.
Not this time around.
That is a 3.
Press your ear up against the door, and on the other side, from somewhere further into the house, you can hear several male voices talking and laughing, presumably guards on break. They may be the men you saw in the billiards room, or they could be closer than you think. But there definitely are other people in the house and somewhere within earshot.
Yeah, we should probably leave.
I will let you both quickly do an intelligence check.
That is a pass. Actually, more than a pass. That's a hard pass.
Just a regular for me.
So, as you stand there and decide what to do, it occurs to you that given that there was this strange book, secret compartment in the desk, and a letter, that the study is probably the most important room in the house. And that even though the house is 3 stories tall, given that it seems to be being used as a place for guards to go when they're off duty, it's likely that the rest of the house is primarily just made up of bedrooms and quarters.
Oh, also, can I close the secret compartment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Definitely good plan.
Yep. And you said the only door was into the billiards room.
Into the rest of the house, not directly into the billiards room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you seem to think that the study was probably the most important room in the house, and you expect that the rest of the house is probably just made up of bedrooms and places for the guards to sleep, or anyone else who's... Basically, you feel that this is kind of like the living quarters for the staff of the organization. So you don't expect you'd find much else of use anywhere else in the house.
Yeah, we have everything.
Yeah. Time for leaves.
Yep. You climb out of the window and then slowly pull the window shut as you leave. I would like you to both make stealth checks as you make your way back down the dirt path to meet up with the others.
And that's a 1.
I got a 5.
Ooh,
I am a ghost.
That's fine. You sneak around the side of the house, and just as you pass the first window on the left, you hear the sound of it opening and then smell cigarette smoke being blown in your face, and you hear a guard go, "To nothing like a nice smoke after a good game of billiards." But he doesn't see you as you duck under the windowsill, evading him.
Right.
You wait until he is out of eyesight, and then quickly make your way down the dirt path, rejoining Edward and Dan in the parking lot. Edward immediately comes up to you, and he informs you that the meeting he attended was quite insightful, and that he has signed all of you up as members to attend the special monthly meeting tomorrow morning.
Wait, just a second. These guys are potentially in league with the people that tried to kill you, correct?
Well, the only way to get to the meeting tomorrow was to become a member, so...
Yeah, that part I understand, but that was a yes or no question. These people are trying to kill you, yes? Or
Not necessarily us.
Well, they're a part of the order that were incredibly shifty and when things went to shit, correct?
Yes.
Like, they know who we are,
Oh, not all of them.
but you signed our names, I'm guessing.
Well, from what I knew of your names.
Yeah, they're gonna know we're coming.
You sigh, expecting this to turn out badly, and then you begin to walk down the path back towards the parking lot. Just as you do, the glass doors of the meeting hall are pushed open, and the throng of attendees begins to make its way outside. You merge with the crowd and begin to follow them down to the parking lot. I would like Dan Blythe to make a luck check, please.
Oh, let's see how lucky I am today, boys and girls.
Oh no!
You're about halfway. You're about
Any part of this
halfway
check
down
to
the.
have a heart attack.
No.
You're about halfway down the path towards the parking lot when someone places their hand on your shoulder, Edward, and says, long time no see. You turn around and you find yourself face to face with Carl Stanford. He's looking at you. He looks at you. His eyes screwed up in concentration. He looks at you, then at Christopher. But not at Blythe or Charlie, as he has never seen them before. In fact, doesn't even seem to realize that they're part of your group. He says, he strokes his chin, and as you walk along, he says, Edward and Christopher, I believe it was.
Yes. Christopher. Wait, did you write our full names?
He did.
Oh, okay.
You wrote all your names, so they're gonna know exactly who you are.
Alright. Christopher Jones, at your service.
He says, yes. He says, now, you look familiar to me. You as well, Mr. Rivers. I never forget a face. I just can't quite put the finger on where I saw you last. He says, he says, you aren't orders of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight by any chance?
Good or bad?
I thought exactly.
I'm just trying to.
Question.
Well,
I myself am a purveyor of fine antiques, and that's where I got wind of your establishment.
And you may have seen my picture in the paper as bit of a war hero from the Civil War.
Both of you make fast talk checks, please.
Crap.
Oh, that's a 10. Thank God I don't have fast talk.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that fail was enough to not convince him.
Shit.
He looks at you, and then his eyes widen in recognition. He says, "Yes, you were the new members being sent up into the next rank that night." He says, "I remember now. I didn't speak to any of you, but I saw you, and I watched you as your ceremony took place. You looked so proud to be there." His face sinks, and he says, "Terrible business what happened in Boston. Terrible business. We have no idea who did it, of course, and John Scott unfortunately perished, as did a couple of the other members. I suspect it was probably the same person who spiked the stew with that human bone."
Oh, yeah. M2, we didn't tell you about that. I found a skeleton outside, and
You put a bone in his pants.
Yeah, I put it down my pants because I needed to hide it, and I thought this could come in handy. Then I snuck myself into the kitchen because there was the door was bolted, and that could be an escape route. And I thought, hey, there's going to be a big dinner and whatnot, so puts the bone into the stew, and that caused a mass commotion.
Ah, dear.
He says, He says, much like myself, you appear to have found your way to the Look to the Future organization. It's not a patch on the Hermetic Order, of course, but I like to think we can all find some sense of camaraderie and brotherhood here. He says,
Right.
he says today was your first meeting, I believe. What did you think of it?
Well, I found it very interesting. It was a lot of information that was given that I had not much knowledge on.
The hell was that?
That was my phone saying 808. He says, yes, well, it's good that at least we can move on from what happened in Boston. Tell you what, I never quite got the full story. As you reach the edge of the parking lot and he walks over to his car, he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a pen and a piece of paper, and writes down an address. It's an address for Queens, just across the Hudson River. He says, I spend my time at this house. It's where I'm staying at the moment. If you would like to meet for drinks and some dinner tonight, we'll discuss the events of Boston together and catch up, see if maybe we can pool our resources and try to find out what became of the order.
Well, that's something we could possibly do. We've got to check with our other comrades to make sure that they don't have plans.
He says, very well, very well. I will expect you tonight, but I will not hold out hope. Just the same, I know that you are now attending this organization, so I always know where to find you if I need to talk to you.
Very well.
Make a psychology check, please, Blythe. And also, M2, you can make a psychology check, because you actually have the skill.
That's a pass.
He says that last line in a jovial tone that, well, I'll always know where to find you, at least, if I need to speak to you. Well, it's a group pass and one, so you're fine. And you barely pick up the hint of a vaguely concealed threat in it. The threats that he knows where to find you if you don't show up tonight. He then tips his hat to you, opens the front door of his car, and he says, well, very well. Have a good day, and I shall look forward to when we inevitably catch up again.
Well, as do I.
I was going to say, it's actually funny. I shouldn't be worried about this threat because it doesn't pertain to me. It's only you.
Yeah, you're not really worried. You just thought you picked up on a threat, and you know you've read things about this man, even though you've never personally encountered him. And he roars the engine on his car to life, reverses out of the parking lot, and speeds down the street. You hail a taxi and climb aboard. Where to? Says the taxi driver. You have a couple options. You may call it for the day, wait till tomorrow and come back for the special meeting. You may go and take up Mr. Stanford on his gracious offer of dinner, or you may attend to any other lines of inquiry you could think of.
Maybe we
Quite a
could
predicament.
Maybe we could try get some more information.
Well, you two can, because you two are the ones who were invited.
Right? Oh no, I was thinking of the other person.
David Lee.
Yeah, David Lee. Yeah.
Well, you probably know as much as he does by now. You've been to one of
he
the
told us
meetings.
pretty much everything he knew.
Yep.
I was...
Would it be possible if I could reach out to some of my own personal circles, since I'm a business person or such, and see if there's any sort of connections to our particular situation?
Sure. When you get to a place with a phone, I'll let you do that. But we're going to decide where we're going to go first.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, you first of all ask the taxi driver to take you to a restaurant that he recommends. He drives you back into downtown Manhattan and drops you at an Italian bistro. You notice the sign on the front. It reads Vito's.
Or you can eat restaurant buffet.
No, I'm thinking it's more of a pasta place.
Yeah. You enter inside the restaurant and book a table for 4, and you are quickly directed over to a table. You order some meals for yourselves and eat a nice hearty meal as you decide what to do next and discuss your findings for the day. So, Edward, you tell the other two what happened in the meeting, and they tell you what they found in the other house, the strange books and documents, connecting them to the Order and also implicating them in other goings-on elsewhere in the world. At this point, Dan Blythe excuses himself after finishing a family-sized spaghetti bolognese within 10 minutes.
For the entree.
Proceeds over to the payphone near the toilets at the back of the restaurant and picks up the receiver. Dan Blythe, I would like you to make an accounting check, please.
I'll just be back in 1 second. Sorry.
Oh, fuck, I forgot. Sorry, I'm on the wrong tab. Okay, here it is.
Yep. Accounting. Gotta get under 50.
Isn't it?
Yep, because your accounting is 50.
You say?
Would you like to push that?
Oh, I am going to push the shit out of it. And fuck you, Faye.
Okay. You pick up the receiver and you call your studio in LA and ask them to put you through to one of your business contacts. And first they pretend they don't know who you are. And you say, look, young man, look, I'm eating a breadstick here. You better put me through to someone who's going to help me by the time I finish this breadstick. Otherwise, next time I get to LA, you're in big trouble. And the guy on the other end says, oh, I'm sorry, sir, I can't really understand what you're saying. And he hangs up.
Oh, no.
Would you like to try another avenue of inquiry?
Ooh. Okay, so none of my business circles.
Would you like to try a cinema role instead?
I would like to. Yes, maybe if we can go through the cinema houses whilst looking for recruits for my latest film. Under that guise.
Yes, you finish the breadstick and then pick up the receiver again
Sorry
and dial
about that.
another number.
All right.
Also, by the way, threatening to fire the help at your studio is going to be remembered in a later episode.
What the hell? What the hell did I miss?
He tried to call LA to his studio to try and get information, to help get information, and because he was trying to eat an entire breadstick at the time, they had no idea who he was and refused to help him.
Yeah, I choked on the breadstick.
Oh my god.
Right, so make your cinema check, please.
Oh, fuck you, Faye. What the hell?
Oh no.
Would you like to push it?
I'm just going to take 2 seconds just to pay
3
a little
seconds.
homage to the dice bot. With that fail.
Reason it's called M1's Killer.
It does not like you.
Nobody else. Just me. Charlie. 3, 2, and 1. Oh.
Would you like to spend 1 luck point, putting you down to 40?
I would like to use 1 luck point. I was comprehending using 20. I don't care. I was going to use it.
Oh, boy.
Pass. It went quiet.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Well, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm still
Hey.
here.
What happened?
Yeah. Instead of calling your studio and struggling with your assistants not knowing who you are and thus not putting you through to your business contacts, you call up a couple of old film people that you know, a couple of old directors, producers, actors, and you ask them to give you the numbers of their accountants and agents so that you can call these people directly instead of trying to get your production assistant to put you through. They end up giving you a number, and you recognize the name as being one of your own business associates and accountants. You thank the person on the phone and hang up, and you dial that number. Your accountant answers, and knowing that he's helped you finance several films and has his finger in a lot of pies, you ask him if he's ever heard, pies, of course. And because of this, you ask him if he's ever heard of an organization called Look to the Future, or any of its members, most notably its leader, Brian Slim, or another high-ranking member called Carl Stanford. And he says, no, can't say I... Actually, you know what? He says there was a group with that name. Look to the Future Productions, they were calling themselves. Came down to California and bought a permit to film up near Devil's Canyon. Said they were scouting footage for some production they were working for up there. Wouldn't provide any details, but they bought the permit. They were only out there for a couple of days. Ended up saying they couldn't find what they were looking for, but they were gonna keep at it. And let me check. You hear a rustling of papers, and then the guy says, "Oh yeah. They still have their production ongoing, and they're planning to return there in a couple of months and resume filming. What is it? Some kind of Western or something they're filming there. Anyway, the exact location is Devil's Canyon. Apparently there's some old Indian village there, and, well, that's gonna be the perfect backdrop for their film."
They say Indian.
Thank you very much.
You thank him for his help, and then you hang up. You return
Oh,
to the
I hate him.
table. You return to the table and sneeze over another plate of food sneeze over another plate of food that's been placed on the table in your absence, and then before you start shoveling it into your mouth, you take the time to briefly explain to the others.
I honestly thought you were going to say before you shovel in, you take a brief moment to breathe.
I want to thank them all. Before you go, guys, are you finished with your plate, and you've just started? Are you finished with that?
Yeah, I've lost my appetite.
You stick the fork into the plate of pasta and another fork into a large steak, and you raise them both to your
using
mouth.
a fork?
Yeah, of course. And
can't get anything on the soup.
Before you put them in your mouth, you take a moment to breathe and quickly tell the rest of the party what your accountant told you over the phone. And then you shove a mouthful of spaghetti and bite a piece of the steak off in one bite and begin chewing it. I'd like the other three of you to please make intelligence checks.
I thought you were going to say fan check.
I thought you were just constitution for watching this.
That's a pass for me.
That's a pass.
That is intelligence. That's a pass.
That's a pass. Suddenly, you remember you heard the name Devil's Canyon very recently in the book Old California that Charlie found in the house. And you remember that the Devil's Canyon, which was inhabited by the Hotep Indians, is presumably the resting place for an artifact known as the Ark of Vlaktos.
Oh, that can't be good.
You don't know if it's coincidental that a film production company with the name Look to the Future is scouting that region to film something there.
In this line of work, there are no coincidences.
No coincidences.
You finish.
If there's a coincidence, you don't finish a plate of food, I'll eat it.
Oh god.
You finish You finish the rest of your meals, or should I say,
Everyone else's.
You don't eat any more, as you think that
Blythe
you've seen
finishes all of
Blythe
our
eat it.
meals.
Yes, Blythe finishes all your meals, and then you
Oh.
pay the bill. You pay the bill, and Blythe, with all of his food, has run the bill up to $60. Who's going to pay
Oh
for
no.
I've already left the table.
And I'm about to leave.
You are easily the slowest person here, so guess what?
Yes, we leave you behind.
Yeah, guess what, big man?
Somehow I've got to dodge a 40, so just bear with me, guys. I think I just rolled out of the
Are
way.
you seriously gonna
Yeah.
try and roll dodge to get out of
No,
pain?
when he says
Make a
roll,
dex check.
when he says
Can I
roll,
make
he
a dex
literally
check?
means roll.
Make a dex check, please,
Actually,
Blythe.
but I can also do disguise.
No.
Yes, you can.
I can
How?
put my hands in front of
What
my
are you?
eyes.
What are you disguising yourself as? A Macy's balloon?
Yeah.
Yep. MVP for the night. I just killed everyone.
Dan Blythe is a hit. Everyone loves him.
Oh,
Dan
someone
Blythe,
clip that.
Please make a dex check. You're gonna get under 40.
Oh, okay. Dan Blythe, do your thing, my boy. Shit. Alright, here we go. Okay, can I push it?
Yes, would you like to push that? 53. Okay.
Okay,
You want to spend? You want to go
Are you
down to
seriously
30?
gonna spend 13
All right.
luck points to get out of paying for a bill, you piece
Well, he
of
might
crap?
get more luck later, but he's
Actually,
down to
I have
27
another
now.
alternative.
Oh,
Can I use
no.
disguise to hide myself out?
No, because you already tried Dex. So you're going to spend 13 luck, go down to 27, and you may get some more at the end of the session. So
He's gonna die.
It's either that or a heart attack. So I'm going to spend my 13
Yeah.
luck to get out of this.
Oh,
you
damn.
notice that when it comes to the topic of who's going to pay the bill, Blythe is already gone, and you see his balloon-like figure exiting through the front door, leaving the rest of you to pay $20 each on the bill.
I am so glad that
Shut
just
up,
so you
Rich.
I was gonna say I am so very glad that his lawyers are gonna catch up to him soon. Oh, God.
You guys are
So each of
cool.
you pay $20,
Yeah, thanks.
and then you
Damn
exit
it.
the restaurant, quickly climbing into a taxi that Blythe has hailed while you were paying the bill. Where would you like to go next?
Do we decide are we going to the?
Are you going to take Mr. Stanford up on his offer, or are you going to call it for tonight and go to the monthly meeting?
Let's take Stanford up in his offer.
Yeah, he's offering more food, so I
Oh,
was going to say that.
God. I don't know. I'm not entirely comfortable with being alone with this fucking guy, especially if he now knows who. Well, he knows who you are anyway.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with Stanford's.
All right. So
But
in that
Go
case,
to the.
I was going to say, but that being said, he's also probably got a lot of power and is already threatened, or vaguely threatened, that he knows exactly where we are if we don't show up, which I'm sure can't be a good thing.
the thing is that he only knows where you are at the meeting. So if he's going to do anything bad to you for not showing up, he would
Could
be
be.
doing it in tomorrow morning's meeting, and
In
that's when you
public.
hope to wrap this case up anyway, and
Oh,
in a
fair
public
enough.
place.
All right, well, in that case,
Right.
let's go.
You tell the taxi driver to take you to a reasonably priced motel. He drives you through downtown Manhattan as the sky grows dark and the street lights begin to turn on. The skyscrapers begin to be lit in pinpricks of light. And here, Charlie, as you gaze out of the window, you sigh wistfully, and as a strange feeling washes over you, almost as if you called this your home in a previous life.
Familiar
Revenge-
yet... I was going to say familiar yet unfamiliar all at the same time. This is what I clearly should have ordered that rigatoni.
So
You
this is the legacy of Vito.
Yes. You arrive at the Hull Court Motor Inn, just on the edge of downtown. A single-story little building surrounded by shops and restaurants, about a block away from a skyline dominated entirely by skyscrapers. The taxi drops you off in the car park, shuts his door, and wishes you a good night as he drives back onto the streets. You enter the motor court and book a room for the night. The room will cost $1 for each of you for the night, and you can easily pay that.
Okay, dumb question. Are we paying $1 for a room each, or are we paying $1 for all of us?
You can pay $1 to all stay in one room, or you can pay $1 for a room each if you want. Or you can pay 50 cents each and get 2 rooms, and two rooms for
all
2 of you each.
We're getting 2 rooms, and I call dibs on the captain.
There's 3 of us in one room, and Blythe is on his own.
Nope. Me and Charlie.
It's only 2 beds in each room. See ya.
I'll take the floor.
You each pay 50 cents and you pick up the keys to your rooms and head into them for the night. You go over your findings for the day one last time, and then you get ready for bed. Is there anything you would like to do before you retire for the night?
Yes. We back up in the rooms, or?
Yes, you're in the rooms now. You are in a room with Blythe.
I go over and...
His immediate complaint upon getting in the room is that the bed is too small.
Well, if the bed is too small, there's plenty of room on the floor.
Just push 2 beds together, you'll be fine. You can use.
I go and
use
knock
Blythe
on
as a blanket.
the other door.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Go ahead.
Well, you're going to let me in or what?
No. Go with Blythe.
He tells you in an exasperated voice that Blythe has pushed the 2 beds in their room together, so that he has room to lay down. Meaning that Edward has no choice but to sleep on the floor.
So I'd rather sleep on the floor in here instead.
Fair enough. Mm-hmm.
You let him in reluctantly. Is there anything either of you would like to do before you go to sleep?
So I go over to the captain and go...
Nope.
Well, I can't help but to notice, but you have a faint smell of a nice sweet liquor there on your breath at all times. So I went and bought you a lovely bottle of whiskey.
Oh.
Because I never actually got to thank you properly for treating me to all the perks with the tour of the ship.
Oh, good God.
You take the bottle of whiskey and you notice it is black label, top of the shelf stuff that would have cost a pretty penny.
Wow.
I don't know what to do.
I just told you I had a surprise for you.
Yeah. I was gonna say I gotta lie down in the bed and just murmur over a shoulder, going, "I'm letting you know I sleep with my gun. You come anywhere near me, you won't live to see the morning."
All right.
I'd rather take you than that oaf that's next door.
All right,
Excuse me, I sleep in the nude.
Oh, the poor cleaning woman.
What's that? When's the last time I had chicken? Oh.
I was going to say, the space between the 2 beds is going to be like a freaking grease trap.
Feels like sleeping with fat bastard. Oh, mum.
Okay, has the whiskey been opened?
No.
Okay, good.
It's still wrapped.
I think Dan Blith gains the ability to smell food in its current state from the other side of the room. It's not corked yet.
Yeah, you hear Blythe call from the other room. It hasn't been uncorked yet.
But it's a good it's a good age.
Good year.
God.
Good age, though.
Give me 2 bottles. Just the usual.
Pour a
This is
glass
just my
for
way of
each
saying thank you for your hospitality and giving us the travel across to this area.
Yep. I'm just done. I'm done.
You pour a glass for each of you. You pour a glass for each of you and enjoy the whiskey. It is some of the finest you've ever tasted, and you savor every mouthful. And then you say goodnight to each other and head to bed. I would like Edward to please make a power check.
Oh, great.
Bye.
Hey, he's asking Edward to make it, not you.
Yeah, I'm just.
Who's reading a bedtime story?
That is exactly my power.
Okay. You managed to have a relatively peaceful sleep, sometimes interrupted by vaguely remembered dreams involving a city beneath the sands, twisted tunnels, and
my.
a terrible
Make something bad
black
happens
book,
to
the
Smithy, and where is my
Necronomicon.
Okay,
propane?
Dale, hold on a sec.
Yep.
Naruto Shadow Live has just donated 150 bits first, thank you. And he says, make something bad happen to Smithy, and where's my propane?
There ain't no propane in this scenario.
Why does Naruto have it in for me?
Because you're trying to do weird things to the captain.
See, he doesn't. He might not realize that Smithy's having bad stuff happen to him, in that every time he tries to go to sleep after reading the Necronomicon, he's going to be plagued by terrible sanity-draining nightmares.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't lose any sanity tonight.
Oh, thank goodness.
The dreams are only vaguely remembered when you wake up, but you're still sleep a night tormented by visions of twisting tunnels in a forgotten city under the earth. A bearded ancient man with brown skin poring over scrolls of paper, putting terrifying images onto the page and compiling it all into a single book, the Necronomicon. The next morning, you wake up and you are awoken by the sound of banging on the wall and a woman screaming, "Oh, get out! Get out!" from the room next door.
Oh God, why? How did you get it on the ceiling?
You open the door of your room and step out into the hallway. You see Dan Blythe all waiting for you in the hallway, already dressed in a new business suit. He's smiling gleefully as he stares into the opened door of his room. And as you walk closer, you each detect the faint smell of sweat emanating from the room.
Oh.
What the hell have you done, Dale? It's amazing.
We're all having fun. Everyone loves him.
This guy pays for himself.
As you...
Oh my God. Okay. I just realized who Blythe can be. Has anyone seen F is for Family?
No.
Yeah, he's
Well,
literally
yeah.
Pogo. He's literally
Yeah, he's Pogo.
That's exactly what I'm basing it on.
Amazing.
But instead of being in charge of an airport, he's in charge of a film studio.
Oh, boy.
You briefly chance a glance into his room and you see a woman dressed in maid attire just staring exasperated at the two beds that are sagging in the middle and just shrugging her shoulders with a look on her face telling you that she has no idea what she's going to do.
And now you wonder why I didn't want to be in that room.
I was gonna say, I just put $10 on the nightstand next to the door and just keep walking.
Dan Blythe fixes his tie And then he takes one last look in the room and he says, service here. They're really rude. And then he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a sausage and he says, breakfast is good, though, and bites into the sausage.
Yeah, I think I'm about ready to...
He pulls it out and it's already
Where do I
cooked.
get these sausages from?
Yeah.
Can't I just light
How
up a
is it
cigar or
sizzling?
something? Fucking hell.
And then he then he reaches into his other pocket and lights a cigar and just
Doesn't he
takes a puff
mistakenly
of
light
it.
his sausage whilst trying to
No.
smoke a cigar?
No, he just lights his cigar, sausage and cigar both hanging out of his mouth, and then he takes a puff and then begins to walk out into the motor court outside.
Holy shit, this is amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm gonna need a monologue in the car ride.
Yep. Alright, I want to share my flask with everyone.
Go ahead.
Who says you? I was gonna say, who says I don't already have one?
Yeah, he's got a flask of his own. You've
Doesn't
already
have the
done the
same
whiskey
properties
check
as yours, but
You've already done the San gaining ability this session anyway.
Okay.
So sharing your flask is just going to take the edge off a bit and nothing more.
yeah.
You walk up to the taxi rink about a block away from the motor court and hail a taxi. It is just shy of 7 o'clock. You have half an hour to get to the meeting. You
Hail
give the
Sippers.
taxi. You give the taxi driver the address for the Look to the Future headquarters. He nods and begins to drive you through the bustling early morning streets of Manhattan as businessmen and blue-collar workers come out of their homes and emerge into the outside world for the day. I believe Charlie wanted to have an internal monologue on the car ride.
I really need one at this point.
Go ahead.
Just casually sitting in the front seat of the cab next to the cabbie because you guys can deal with the back seat.
This is almost as bad as sitting next to Scaly Pete in the car.
Hey, you leave Scaly Pete alone. At least he didn't sag the friggin' suspension. Just a very casual.
We
just
need
thing going.
a maxi taxi.
Yeah.
Or like a forklift. I mean, what? Right.
Yeah, as the taxi rolls through the streets of New York to our destination, I couldn't help but feel at some point, somewhere in the past, I may have been here. Who knows? At this point, I'm willing to accept just about anything as fact. Crazy churches, complete winded lawyers, and whatever the hell constitutes the amount of fat that's currently taking up 40% of the back seat. Just another day and another goddamn mess, and all for a lousy $75.
Oh dear God, you actually found
roll...
a gif of it.
Yeah, I found Bob Pogo.
Yep.
Roll your internal monologue check, please.
Hey. And thanks to adding the extra 10 points to it, that's a hard pass now.
Oh,
Alright,
yay.
that's 1v3 San for you.
Yay! And that's a 3, so I'm back up. Thank you, I needed that.
You arrive at the Look to the Future headquarters, the concrete building glistening in the early morning sunlight, and the car lot filled with cars. A throng of members gather out the front, far more than yesterday's session. These monthly sessions apparently draw a huge crowd. You thank the taxi, give him his fare, and then make your way through the parking lot and up the path towards the concrete building. As you join the crowd and begin to make your way inside, I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
I'm just going to pull a sausage out of my other pocket.
That's a 9, so that's an extreme pass.
That is a pass for me.
Pass. Yep, so that's
3 out of 4.
Yeah, go for it. I couldn't find the tab that I had this
that's okay. It's 3 out of 4, so that's a group pass, so that's everyone passes. You quickly scan the crowd, and to your surprise, you cannot see Carl Stanford anywhere.
I'm sure that bodes well.
You enter the building and follow the rest of the crowd as they disperse into the pews and take their seats. There is silence for about 5 to 10 minutes, except for a quiet murmur through the crowd as they anticipate the coming of this session. Then, the door at the back of the stage opens, and out steps Carl Sanford and Brian Slim. They each step out onto the stage, making their way to the podium. Brian Slim settles up behind the podium and looks out at the crowd, while Carl Sanford stares out, looks over the pews, taking in all the faces before him. Finally, his gaze settles upon your faces, and he smiles. A benign greeting, it seems. But Blythe and Charlie, make psychology checks, please.
Hey. That's a hard pass.
And that's a constant fail.
Would you like to push that?
No,
yeah,
I'm
sure.
good. My 13's fine, thanks.
How much? Okay, just at a guess. Can I push the next push?
No.
Anticipation.
That's okay. It's okay. It's still a pass because of M2 and Smithy. His smile at first seems to be nothing more than a casual greeting someone with whom he is familiar. A welcoming smile, but you recognize it for what it really is. A perverse, terrifying glee. A promise that something is going to happen to you. He turns and says something to Brian Slim, and then he nods, steps down off the stage, walks down the central aisle, turning his head to gaze at you as he passes, and then he exits the building. He does not return.
I'm really glad he hasn't met me, because I'm not enjoying the constant shark grin that this guy's given off.
Yes. Brian Slim twirls his moustache again and clears his throat, and he says, welcome, members. This is our monthly meeting. Now, if you're new here, then you probably don't know what to expect. You see, normally our meetings are about optimizing your business potential and your profit-earning capacities, and well, our monthly meetings are a bit more personal, a bit more spiritual. And so, if you are new here, just bear with us. You may hear some things that appear to be strange at first. You may not understand what is happening, but trust in the rest of us, trust in your fellow members, and you will come away enlightened. He then gestures towards the door behind the stage, and he says, I will now, as per usual, welcome your presenter and guest speaker for the monthly meeting, Mr. Lostalis Black. The door opens.
Foreshadow.
Whereabouts are we standing? Like, are we up front, middle,
You're just
back?
sitting in the... No, you're sitting in pews about in the middle, yeah.
In the middle, okay.
Yeah, the door opens, and out steps Lostalis Black, an almost impossibly thin and tall man, about 6.5 feet tall, very thin, so thin that it looks like you could snap him with a gust of wind.
I know that feeling.
Dressed in
I could think of someone that could probably deal with him.
Dressed in a pitch black suit with dark black hair and a dark, almost obsidian-colored complexion. He silently makes his way across the stage, and as he gets closer, he turns towards Brian Slim, who begins to make a strange hand gesture, bowing his head and saying something to Lostalis Black. I'd like you all to make listen checks, please.
That's 20, so that's a hard pass.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, wow, look at you.
Nope.
Ooh, that's okay. M1's critical pass is going to count for 2 passes.
Thank Christ.
Oh, thank
Christ.
goodness.
Fine.
Something.
A combination of reading his lips and focusing your ears, you think you hear him address Mr. Black as Lord Crawling Chaos.
Oh
no.
Foreshadow.
I'm just
I'd
gonna
like you... I'd like you all to make Cthulhu
Oh,
Mythos checks,
one check
please.
by
Wait, didn't I pass this
Go
yesterday?
captures acting funny. Give me a sec. Sorry, I just have to fix the
Yep.
screen.
Because I didn't. I already
There we go.
read about this before, or
Oh,
Nope.
yeah, but this is a separate one, just to confirm what you saw.
no.
That is a pass for
Okay.
me.
That is a pass. You recognize the term crawling chaos, one of the many names of nyarlathotep.
Oh God, not this son of a bitch again.
You
I
last
was gonna say,
heard.
I don't even recognize who it is, and I'm already yet somehow from past experiences, I'm already nervous
Yes.
and just thumbing my gun.
He pulls out a paper
You-
bag to
you-
breathe into.
You last heard in your research, you found out that he was banished several months ago by a band of investigators. But
Get
it
fucked.
seems to have only been a momentary setback as he is back here in the flesh, in human form.
Goddamn piece of shit.
Yeah.
Just take the
Mr.
loss and piss off already.
Oh wait.
Yep.
So I just thought of something I can actually put in to the chat so everyone can get a good look at him because I took a picture of it from the crafting monster.
Have fun.
Ah, yes. That's him in his
Oh.
monster form. Yep. Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, Christopher, I would like you to make a SAN check, please, as you're the only one who realizes that this is nyarlathotep.
Oh yeah. That is a pass.
That's a pass. Okay, that will be 1d6 SAN loss, please.
Jesus, what would have happened on a fail?
1d20.
Oh jeez.
Ooh.
Okay,
Yep,
come on. That is
Neo with my
fuck. That's a
ass.
5.
That's a 5.
Ooh,
Okay.
That was
Intelligent.
close.
Intelligence check, please.
Not that close.
Wait, I thought you need to get a 6
5
or higher.
or higher.
Oh, 5 or higher.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, 5 or higher. Intelligence check for you.
Someone's gonna have a freak out before the
Yep.
session even starts.
Yeah, that's a 39. That's a pass.
That's a pass. You see Lostallus Black walk across the stage, and he seems to stare right into you with his narrow, almost black, opal-like eyes. You feel a primal terror, and you stand up, and you raise your hand, and you say, "I volunteer!"
Oh.
And then you sit back down.
Oh, bugger. Is this
Well,
how you enter
fellas.
the war?
I volunteer as tribute.
Tribute! Well, nice knowing you.
Lostallus Black simply nods and he says, "Good, good. There is always someone new at every meeting who volunteers. It's good that people
like being
continue
an old-
to."
Captain Y.
It's like meeting an old friend, isn't it, Liam? Not salty about that one, by the way. Have fun with Neo Leopard dick balls.
He says,
Oh,
he
Oh,
says,
oh,
very well. He says it is nice that at every new meeting there is always at least one person who feels, no, dare I say, is compelled to volunteer to be the subject of our meditations today. He makes a show of clearing his throat, and he says, "For our usuals, you know what is to come. For those of you who are new, we shall begin a group chant. I shall begin, you shall follow after me. I want you to recite the chant, your eyes closed, and focus on geographic shapes, sharp angles, the angle of a doorway where
Oh, hell no.
two lines meet one another. Do it. I will know if you don't. He says, "You there, Captain Jones, come up to the stage." As he beckons you. He beckons you with a long index finger. With a long index finger.
Dead man.
Well,
Get up, look around, and shuffle up the middle aisle onto the stage. The stage door opens once again, as does the front door, and into the meeting hall step 3 guards, clad in the same white robes, wearing the same bizarre futuristic shoes, and carrying strange rifles you've never seen before.
Oh, no.
Rifles that seem to be unlike the design of anything you've seen. If you were a man of the present era, you would recognize them as AK-47s.
Okay.
No.
I actually thought you were talking about Migo guns, but
No, they're
God,
not
AKs.
Migo guns.
Dude, I'm pretty sure in the 1930s, an AK-47 might as well be as deadly as a Meebo gun.
Yep. They each take their spots, 2 on the stage, flanking each side of it, and the third one standing at the entrance, blocking it so that no one may exit and that no one may enter. Then Lagerstein Black looks over the crowd. He says, we still need a second volunteer. Okay. What are you, aside from Liam, what are your guys' appearance ratings?
Appearance.
Slobbish.
50.
50 and...
On my appearance is...
Oh, and Blythe is 40, so he's fine. Okay, Rivers and Charlie. I would like you to both make appearance checks.
Oh, no. That's a 26.
That's a 37.
His
Ooh.
gaze falls upon Charlie, and he
Shit.
beckons you with a finger. He says, You have been chosen. Come to the stage.
Yeah, well, who would I be to refuse this?
You stand up reluctantly, patting your coat pocket to make sure your gun is still in there, and you make your way to the stage.
This is what you get for not letting me in the room last night.
Lagerstein Black extends both his arms, and he says, And we begin now. He leads the room in a chant. It starts quietly at first, but quickly picks up in both speed and frequency as all the people in the room repeat. Ong Dr. Linka, Neblodzin, Ong Dr. Linka, Yog Sothoth, Ong Dr. Linka, Yalmaten, Ong Dr. Linka, Neblodzin, Ong Dr. Linka, Yog Sothoth, Ong Dr. Linka, Yalmaten, Katagan, Cthulhu! And then, before your eyes, Blythe and Rivers, before your eyes, the 2 people on the stage, Christopher and Charlie, vanish suddenly without warning into thin air.
Yeah.
I'd like you both to make send checks, please.
Who, them or us?
Blythe and Rivers. You'll get your own in a minute.
Cool. Great. Shit.
Oh, that's a pass.
It's a pass. Okay, and how did Blythe go with his?
Oh, sorry, mine. Alright.
Yep,
Alright,
sound check.
roll.
Let's see.
D100, let's do this.
And that's a fail.
Okay.
Okay, 1d3 for Smithy, 1d6 for M1, please.
Great, I'm gonna be an insane fact.
I was gonna say, you'll roll a 6 and be like running around stage going, "Where are the mirrors?
It's okay, your SAN is,
How did you do
your
this?
SAN
I
is
need this
still
for
at
a movie."
71. Your SAN is still 71, you're fine.
That's not good.
I need this for a movie.
I would like both of you to also subtract 5 points of power. Don't worry, you'll get them back in the downtime.
I'll do it.
Power.
The other 2 of you, we will go with Charlie. We'll go with Charlie first. Charlie, first of all, lose 1d6 SAN points.
Oh, jolly good. And bugger, that's a 5.
That's a 5. It's okay. This will not prompt temporary insanity.
Oh,
Because this is just a loss of SAN points and not a SAN check.
alrighty then.
As the chant reaches a crescendo, there is suddenly a flash of light. And no longer are you standing in the concrete meeting hall of Look to the Future. Instead, You are standing in a big city department store. You recognize the style. It's like Burbage's or any of the big New York retailers. But this one is different. In front of you, there is a shelf groaning under at least 10 or 20 large square-shaped glass screens broadcasting moving images, each one concealed within a wooden casing.
The hell?
You gaze upon the screens. There is a picture, a moving image on each of the screens of what appears to be a desolate pale grey landscape with a starry sky above it. Jumping slowly around on the landscape is, you think, a man wearing some sort of strange, bulky white jumpsuit, complete with a helmet. As he jumps around, you can hear him speaking. Houston, Tranquility Base here.
Oh,
the Eagle has landed. There's one
We're
small
back on the
step
moon again.
for man, one giant leap for mankind. As he says this, a balding sales clerk in a shirt and tie is watching the pictures on the screen. He sees you and he looks at you, his face full of awe, and he says, "Boy, ain't that something, huh? Never thought I'd see the day."
Yeah, it's something, all right.
Suddenly, there is another flash of light, and the department store is gone, replaced once again with the concrete meeting hall. Christopher, lose 1d6 Sen, please.
Come on. B1. Service says 1. Yeah.
1. Once again.
But
crescendo
I mean,
of the
am I still
chorus
insane?
comes. No, that was just to get you to volunteer.
Okay.
The crescendo of the chanting comes. There is a bright flash of light, and the surrounding concrete walls are gone. In their place is a suburban street, a humid summer evening, the sun beginning to go low over the horizon. Beside you, at the end of the street, is what appears to be a large parking lot. However, the cars inside are unlike the cars that you know. They are sleeker, smaller, but somehow more powerful looking. At the end of the parking lot is a large silver canvas screen. On the screen, there is a moving image. An image
I'm a drive-through.
Yeah, driving.
Yes.
Nice.
An image of a strange, almost vaguely aeroplane-like construction, sailing through the vastness of space, firing red lasers.
No!
There's a sound. An explosion.
I'm so happy! I'm so happy!
And then an explosion fills the screen. You take a look through the parking lot. Make a spot hidden check, please.
Oh, can I just watch Star Wars, please? Oh, I'm honestly so happy. This is probably the best outcome ever. Okay, spot hidden. That is a 3.
It's a 3. You gaze in awe around the parking lot as you step inside and look around. You can't seem to tear your attention away from the screen, where you see a man dressed in a plastic black mask, breathing loudly as he pilots the strange vehicle on the screen. To your right, you hear giggling, and you look, and you see a large group of children carrying bags of popcorn and buckets of soft drink laden with ice as they exit from a concession stand. The one leading the group is wearing a black shirt with a movie title on it, Star Wars.
I'm so happy right now. Oh, I'm so happy.
Wow.
I'm at the premiere of Star Wars. Wait.
Suddenly,
Wait.
there is another-
Hold on.
Blah.
Hold on. Did you hear that?
I think you made him a little bit excited.
Yep. Okay.
Suddenly, there is another. Suddenly, as another explosion engulfs the screen, there is a flash of bright light, and once again, you are standing on the stage in the Look to the Future meeting hall.
I want to go back.
You both return.
It's just, for a brief moment, just break the fourth wall and go, wait! I need to know how it ends!
You look around, most of the audience looking upon you with awe, though you see Blythe and Rivers with looks of a mixture of awe and terror on their face. Either way, the both of you feel queasy, as if you've walked thousands of miles, and you both suffer a level of exhaustion.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Lostallus Black steps forwards. The guards move in, and he says, "And did the trip bring you any insight?"
See, I probably would have said yes if I'd actually had the time to actually ask the guy what I was watching, but I'm just going to stare blankly for a bit.
There's moving pictures of spaceships and laser swords.
Well, I didn't think you know what those are, just what the...
Yeah.
Ships in the sky.
Brian Slim, standing beside Lostallus Black, smiles in amusement, and he says, "Spaceships? Laser swords? Man walking on the moon? Ah, such things you have seen, such things indeed." Lostallus Black raises his arms once more, and he says, "What did you bring us?" It is at this point that you realize you are both holding what appear to be small plastic bags.
Okay.
Who's going to open theirs first?
What's in the bag?
I will.
Do me too? Because I'm fat.
All right. Christopher steps forward and he walks up to the table next to the podium and he turns his bag upside down and out drop a number of small plastic figures of men wearing white body-covered armor, black body-covered armor, and models of the strange vehicles that you saw on the moving screen. Lostallus Black looks at them and he says, they serve no practical use, but, he holds one up, are they not beautiful works of art?
I paid my Wookiee.
My God, they're all here.
Charlie steps forward and turns over his plastic bag, and out tips a miscellaneous variety of department store items. A piece of styrofoam, an Etch-a-Sketch toy, a blow dryer complete with power cord, a large 8-track tape, a piece of plexiglass, and a 6-pack of beer.
Oh,
I may need that last one.
Really, beer?
Lostallus Black says, a modest harvest, but it was only your first journey. Those of us who are more experienced know what to look for and know what to bring back. He gestures towards the front pew, where 4 members of the organization step up, each with their own bags. They empty them one by one, and inside you see reel-to-reel tapes and tape players, boxes of ammunition. The third one contains a rifle identical to the one the guards are carrying. And the fourth bag contains a big cardboard box with a label reading floppy disks 3 megabytes.
My God.
I know, I'd definitely be down for an AK-47 in 1932. That'd be fun.
Lostallus Black clasps his hands together and he says, "And our meeting has brought us insight. You are dismissed. We return to normality, to our own time, for yet another month." And then there is a flash of light, yet another one throughout the room. It lasts for barely a second. But when it subsides, Lostallus Black is gone, standing on the stage, and Brian Slim and the guard. Brian Slim looks at you, and he says, "You have done well." He says, "You have done well. Reflect upon what you have seen. And, well, if you have questions you wish to ask, then you merely need to come downstairs and find me." He turns around and, flanked by his 2 guards, he heads towards the door at the back of the stage, opens it, and then all 3 guards and Brian Slim enter the door, shutting it behind themselves. Slowly, the people attending the meeting get up. They look at you each as they pass, and then silently exit the building, leaving the 4 of you alone within the concrete meeting hall. What do you do?
I all think we know what I wanted. Take me back, take me back, take me back!
Well, if you were truly in awe of what you saw and wish to go back, then you must learn the secret of how they're doing this.
By gum, I know what I'm doing.
Oh,
So
God.
Christopher immediately regales you, half insane, with stories of wondrous things he saw. Cars, unlike those that exist now, a giant silver canvas screen, images of vehicles driving through the vast reaches of space. He must go back there. He thought that the sea was the final frontier that man could experience. But now he knows that it is possible to go further. The skies are the limits. He wants to go back. He wants to at least find out how this is done. Christopher, I wish for you to make a SAN check, please. I was going to do it anyway.
Another one.
Yeah.
That's
You were...
because I'm a what?
You were insane when you went there, and
Yes.
then you became entranced with what you saw. So you've come back, and now you want to find out how to go back there. So SAN check for you,
that's a
please.
pass.
That's a pass. Okay, that is another 1d3 SAN loss.
Thank God that's 1. Look at my own sword. Take a bit of it out of the hilt. Look at the red, going, oh.
I like that we had 2, like, we're both probably going to need SAN checks, but just for very different reasons. You're just like, holy shit, I won't go back. I'm just staring off into nothingness. It's like... Charlie,
Lostallus' words Lostallus' words as you described what you saw to him, and he said back to you, men walking on the moon linger in your mind. That was truly a human man walking on the surface of the moon. Make a SAN check, please.
Yep, no, I pass.
That's 1d3 SAN loss for you.
Ah, cool. That was a 1. Happy days.
Very well. The meeting is over. The attendees have gone. Carl Sanford appears to have left. What would you like to do? If you would like to get to the bottom of this, you may try to get through that door and investigate the basement. Otherwise, you have more than enough evidence to prove that what's going on here is not above board and may report back to David Lee with a job well done. It's entirely up to you.
So we can either just let this go and just say, "Yep, no, we definitely know this is definitely some fucked up shit," or we can immediately go after them and probably get the shit shut out of us by automatic rifles in decades before automatic rifles were really a thing.
But some of you have magic. Some of you have magic.
Yep.
Plus,
I
you
have
can stealth down there. As far as you're aware, there are only 3 guards.
And
How's
there's
everyone feeling?
also trying to find out if there's more information going.
Yes, there's that too.
Mhm. What's
So
everyone?
there are good points either way. It's entirely up to you. So what are you feeling?
I'm feeling we go and
Well, Captain just wants to learn how to get back.
Well,
Kevin
that-
just wants to
that
fuck off
too.
and leave us.
that too.
He just wants to watch Star Wars.
I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, come on.
I need to know how it ends. What happened to Ben?
What happened to Podge?
I was gonna say, 'cause, yeah, you only saw like part of the first movie. He's just gonna be like,
I was really invested in that Wedge character. What happened to him?
Wedge, no.
So we have 1 vote to go investigate, and Charlie's vote is to...
if we're going to investigate, we might as well. Although, fun fact about Wedge, the actor who plays, I'm pretty sure the actor who plays Wedge is also related to Ewan McGregor.
Oh, neat.
Ooh,
It's
that makes sense.
distant,
That's
distant,
really
but-
interesting.
A little bit of
Yeah,
fun pub ammo. Like I'm related to Boy George.
Yeah, no,
So-
no, you don't want that.
So Charlie is cautiously willing to investigate beyond the door. What about you, Edward Rivers?
Well, we didn't get to go on the trip, so
You want to turn?
I'm just like blown away, like what happened, and I feel like there's more that needs to be known about this place before we go back and say that we know what's going on.
Very well. And Blythe will go along then because you've asked 3 votes. That's enough to get you down there.
That's fine.
The powers
Very
of
well.
democracy.
Before you open the door, now that the meeting hall is empty, would you like to give it a quick search?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure, why
Let's
not?
spot hidden the shit out of this place.
Spot hidden.
Yep, spot hidden the shit out of this place, and then we enter into the climax.
Can I push that?
That
Yes,
is
you can.
a extreme pass for me.
Just a regular one for me.
Yep, pass for me.
Pass something.
Ooh, it's a pass. Very well. Okay. That is a
Find a
group
paperclip on the
pass.
ground.
You find nothing of note in most of the meeting room. It's just a big concrete building with pews. However, the podium is in a similar fashion to those in the Silver Twilight's Lodge. Got a carving on the front, on the side that doesn't face the audience. A carving of a large, what appears to be a squid-like creature.
Ooh, I'll push it.
Is it similar to the ones that were on the podiums in the silent?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll push it.
Yes. You push in the creature's head. There's a click, and then it slides away, revealing a secret compartment inside the podium.
Alright, what's in it?
Inside is a large sheath of papers stapled together. Pull it out and begin to read it. Christopher, make an own language check, please.
That's a 2.
So this sheaf of papers are English language notes and recipes for using 2 artifacts, the Rillier Disc and the Ark of Vlaktos, to raise the sunken city of Rillier, an island continent somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. There is a somewhat fanciful drawing of the disc, and many explanatory glyphs are included. There is no indication of how the ritual is supposed to be performed. It merely states that if one is able to present both the Rillier disc and the Ark of Vlaktos and then reads the incantation is not provided, their chances of raising Rillier prematurely will be greatly increased.
What was that?
Wait,
Sorry.
Didn't you?
their chances of raising Rilya prematurely will be greatly increased.
If they do what?
If they present both the Ark of Vlikdos and the Rilya disc and read an incantation.
Okay, yep. And you
I
had...
would like you to...
Sorry,
I'd
M2
like
was
you to
going to
make
say
an-
something.
I was going to say, didn't we find something on the Rillier disc before?
We only found a picture.
Yes, we found a photo. Yeah, photo of it.
At least we know
Do you know what it looks like? I would like you to make intelligence checks, please.
What, you and me, or just...
Yep, even you.
Yeah, that's a pass.
Nope, that's fail.
That is a pass.
Okay. That's okay. That's a group pass then.
I was going to say, in my defense, I'm kind of coming to terms with
with
what I
you
just witnessed.
saw.
So brain's kind of on the fritz at the moment.
Okay, so you ponder the papers for a moment, and you linger on that phrase that if the two artifacts are presented, the chances of the ritual raising Rilya will be increased. The implication being that these artifacts are not necessary for the ritual to work.
It'll just be
Rather,
faster.
they merely give it a greater chance of working. Meaning that if you were to stop this happening, not only would you need to collect both artifacts, but also collect the directions for the ritual itself. You fold up the paper, put it in your pocket, and then make your way over to the metal door with a sign reading "Authorized personnel only." As you read the sign, you notice that its colors are vibrant and clear. It's not like any sign you've seen printed before. And then you notice down in the bottom right corner, it says "Copyright National Defense Agency, 1999.
Yeah, my gun has been out for a while now, but...
Oh my god.
You try the door, but you cannot see any visible doorknob. It looks like your only option is to force your way through. Or try a locksmith attempt if you can find a hole to insert your lockpicks.
How do I go about doing that?
I guess a spot hidden on the door.
Yeah, spot hidden on the door, please.
Yeah, that's a pass.
You look at the door carefully, and even though there's no traditional doorknob or locking mechanism, you see some sort of catch or mechanic lever up at the top right corner of the door, probably used to hold it in place. And with some clever use of your lockpicks, you may be able to manipulate this into getting the door open. So it will take either a hard locksmith check or a normal mechanical repair check.
What's your mechanical repair?
30.
I got 40 in locksmith.
Well, if you fail your locksmith, I can always repair.
And if that fails, I can just bust the door down.
That too.
Well, it's gonna be a hard locksmith check, so his mechanical repair is still 10 points higher.
All right. Well, you want to try that first, then I'll go.
All right.
Go ahead.
May I push that?
Yes, you may. It's going to be a check specifically for M1 coming up, I see.
Yeah.
Yes,
that
A tripod check.
That is the 29.
You reach up and using Charlie's lockpicks, you dismantle the mechanism on the latch and you hear a click as the door becomes loose. And then you push it open. It swings, a metallic swing, as it opens inwards into a thin hallway that goes a short distance behind the stage before ending in a narrow stairwell, presumably going deep under the empty lot outside. As you step through the doors, I'd like you all to make power checks, please. Actually, I would like specifically Charlie and Christopher to make power checks.
I know
please.
exactly what's happening.
I don't, but that's an
No,
extreme.
Just the two of them, or
Yeah,
That's an
just the
extreme
two
pass.
of us.
Just the two of them.
That's
Just the
an
two
extreme
of them.
Yeah,
pass.
that power check.
Extreme
Yeah,
pass.
that's an extreme pass as well. That is an 11.
Very well. As you enter the door, as you pass over the threshold into the narrow corridor, you immediately are overcome with the feeling that you are being watched. And Christopher in particular, it immediately dawns upon you that the edges in this narrow hallway are not rounded. They are completely straight and angled.
No. No.
Someone want to clue me in on what's going on here?
We're about to see a very big dog. We don't know when,
no.
but it will happen. So weapons up, boys.
Fella.
Weapons out.
Again, I'm still.
Is anyone going to tell Blythe that he's potentially going to meet the thing that killed Waldo?
Again, I was going to say again, I don't know much about this. So someone else.
I'm not too sure. I'm too busy downing a sausage.
Oh, God damn it.
Nice knowing you.
Here, puppy, I have sausage.
He has meat. Go for the big guy.
Can I kill it with my checkbook?
You might be able to. You've got the tripod. So, Blythe, as your group slowly makes their way down the hallway, you notice the nervous looks on Christopher and Edward's faces, and you ask them, what's the big idea? Edward simply turns to you and he says, you want to know how Waldo dies? You're probably going to see it very soon.
Ready the shotgun.
You place your briefcase on the ground, flick it open, and pull out the tripod, attaching the shotgun to it. And then you brandish it like a club as you follow them down the hallway. You reach the stairwell leading down. It seems to go on forever. You literally cannot see the bottom. You can only see inky blackness beyond a few steps. Do you wish to descend?
Yep.
Okay, who's going first?
You know what? Dan, go first, honestly, because I'm the most egotistical of them all.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, I don't fucking believe you bastards.
Okay.
Dan just brandishes the tripod and begins to make his way down the stairs.
And that's the end of the production company.
You all slowly follow him. As you make your way down, I would like Christopher and Charlie to make power checks again, please.
Okay, that is an 11. So that's... Yes!
I didn't pass this one.
Ooh. You are both once again hyper aware of the feeling of being watched as you make your way down the narrow stairwell, walking, descending into the darkness, one step at a time, your footfalls echoing through the narrow corridor. I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
That's an extreme pass for me.
Just a regular for me.
That's a spot hidden, that's a regular.
It's an extreme fuck up for me.
It's okay, everyone else passed, so that should be a group pass, shouldn't it?
Okay, it's a group pass. You continue making your way down the stairs, seeing nothing unusual as the darkness begins to gather around you. It's almost impossible to see down here.
Can I put on my torch?
Yep, you light your last remaining torch, bathing the narrow stairwell in flickering flame.
I thought, when did normal torches get invented?
Flashlights.
Yeah, flashlights.
Not for. Well, they're available. They exist, but they're quite expensive. You've just got old-fashioned ones for now.
Okay.
The stairwell is bathed in flickering flame. You make your way down the stairwell, and then you see the landing at the bottom. Dan's heavy footfalls land on the concrete floor, and at the bottom of the stairwell, the corridor turns sharply to the left. Dan, still brandishing his tripod, rounds the corner, and you all follow him. Coming face to face with another large corridor, at least 20 meters long, at the end of which is a lone metal door with a tiny square window on it. You continue making your way down the corridor. Spot hidden checks, please.
That is a 3. So that's an extreme.
That is an extreme fail.
Pass for me.
That's a fail for me.
Pass, hard. Yep, we got a hard pass, so. The corridor is narrow. The air feels stale and unnourishing, and there's a sense of dread pervading, but you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. You continue walking. Eventually, you come to the metal door. To the left is a small receptacle in the wall. There's just a metal desk and a chair seated, a metal desk and a chair behind it. On the wall is what appears to be a telephone, though it's unlike any telephone you've seen. Rather than a rotary number wheel, it has a keypad of soft rubber keys. This appears to be some kind of guard post, but at the moment, it is unattended.
Can I search the desk?
I was going to say, can I search to see if
Yes,
there are any
go
more
ahead.
guns lying around or
Steal
anything?
a phone.
Yes, go ahead.
That is an extreme pass with a 10.
I rolled a 49, so it's
Okay.
pass for spot hidden.
You see a drawer on the desk, and it's not locked, so you pull it open, and inside you find a red cardboard box, supposedly of 5.57 caliber ammunition, a
Ooh.
caliber you've never heard of before.
Pocket this ammunition for the time
I
being.
was going to say, is there a gun to go with that?
Unfortunately, there is no gun.
Mhm.
The guard post appears to contain nothing else of interest, other than, as you're about to discard it, Charlie, you see, almost invisible, buried in the shadow, and you would have missed it were it not for the flickering light of Christopher's torch, a piece of paper pinned up on the wall to your right. It appears to be a map of the building you have wandered into.
Oh, thank God for that torch.
Here it is.
Ooh, armory.
Well, I like
You
the
are
idea behind the armory. The Black Fever room scares the shit out of me.
Yep.
You are currently in GP, in the bottom left.
Yeah, I think we should go to armory.
I like armory.
Very well.
Alright, you said GP on the bottom left.
Yeah, bottom left, the one that's closest to the staircase.
Okay, so we have to go through another guard post just to get to said armory.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Well,
and this one may be manned, you're not sure.
I was going to say computer room. What the hell is the computer?
Oh,
There's a guard
Exactly.
What kind of diabolical weapon could that possibly be?
I predict by 1999 computers will be 10 times as larger.
You walk up to the metal door that leads into the complex, and as you reach over to open the door, spot hidden checks, please.
And here we go again.
That is a 10.
Oof.
So, yeah.
I passed by 1.
I failed miserably. Again.
And for
Now, you
spot
guys
hidden.
aren't looking for shit.
Yep, that's an extreme
Alright.
pass from not extreme hard pass.
All right, that is a group pass then.
Woo.
As Dan reaches for the handle on the door and begins to pull it, you all notice out of the corner of your eyes, the upper right-hand corner of the doorway begins to emit a tiny plume of white smoke.
No. Someone explain what the hell that thing is.
You know what I said about a dog before?
Meet Fluffy.
Stay away
The
from
plume-
corners.
You all back away as the plume of smoke grows bigger and bigger until it fully emerges from the corner of the door and begins to materialize into the shape of a large, four-legged creature. You hear a rattling of crystal, glass, and metal as before your eyes the smoke coalesces into a into an impossibly large, four-legged hound-like creature, its body comprised almost entirely of sharp geometric angles. It opens what passes for its mouth, its eyes glowing in red, and then it pounces. Charlie, please make either a dodge or a fighting brawl check.
Yeah, you know that power checks.
Yeah,
Yeah, it goes off whoever fails the power check.
Is there a shit your pants check? Because I'm thinking about to do that.
That's going after me. Well,
Heart attack check.
I got an 18 on my fighting
Actually, can I roll for heart attack?
We're gonna do that in a sec.
I was
You've
going
got
to say, I
an
rolled
18, that's good.
Yeah, so
Was
that's
that
a hard. That's
Was
hard
that
for
on
me.
dodge or fighting brawl?
Fighting brawl, but just quickly, just as this thing emerges, like I'm staring like stoically at it, but then just pan in for it in a montage, all you can get is, "What the holy hell is that thing?"
His internal
Just on the
monologue
outside,
is...
all you hear is, "Huh."
Yeah. An internal monologue is, "Holy fuck! Yeah!"
Oh my god, we're gonna die!
And again, back to the
Oh
outside.
my god, he's going to die because I'm not. You all.
Okay,
So-
you were lucky. He just got a hard pass on 1 point. Yours is a harder pass than his. So you dodge out of the... You reach for the butt of your gun and raise it like a club, and you swing at the creature as it leaps towards you. You hear shattering glass as one of the geometric angles shatters into pieces, and it's just enough to knock the creature out of the way so it cannot attack you, and it takes 1 point of damage.
Well, hot diggity.
I would now ask Blythe and Charlie to make SAN checks, please.
Gee, I can't imagine why. That's a pass.
Let's see if Faye's going to be nice to me.
Hey, that's a pass. No heart attack check for you.
Aw. I'm still waiting for that. I only need to have him once.
Yeah.
Okay. For failing, that is going to be.
Hey,
fail.
no one failed.
Oh, yep. Oh yeah, no one
Nice
failed. For
try,
passing,
DM.
for passing, that is 1d3 SAN loss, please.
2.
You see Blythe go pale in the face and clutch his hand to his chest and begin breathing extremely heavily as he gazes upon the creature.
I need a sausage.
Oh god.
These wieners will give me the quick energy I need to escape.
No, it doesn't help. It doesn't help.
Okay, up first is Captain Christopher. What would you like to do?
Well, we are in a tiny room, so I get attack.
A bit.
All right, make a fighting brawl check with your saber, please.
That is an 11, so that is extreme.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see if it passes with its own check, and it does not. It lunges at you next, and you're ready for it. You grab your saber and slice up as the creature leaps in your direction. You seem to strike a weak point as it glows a bright red and recoils in pain, roaring a metallic scream. You may roll your saber damage and double it, please.
Oh, okay.
The creature's probably saying, "Ah,
Where's
fuck,
my
can't
second
got me."
D8?
It was blessed in this case.
Blessed Blade.
Yeah.
It's harmful against like the type of creatures.
Yeah. Okay, so to let you guys know, the Hound of Tindalos takes 1 damage from any damage source, except for the Blessed Blade, which is going to deal full damage. Plus, he gets it doubled because he criticaled. Yeah, so go ahead.
Good to hear.
So that is a 6 plus 8. What's 6 plus 8?
6 plus 8 is 14, and you get to double that.
Oh no, that was oh crap. Yeah. So 6 plus 8, 14. And also 4 with my damage bonus.
Yep. So that is 18, and you get to double it for 36 damage.
Oh,
God, that's some
Nice.
D&D
Would you
levels
like
of
to-
insanity.
Yeah. Would you like to know how much HP the Hounds of Tindalos has?
yes.
36.
23.
Oh my god.
Murder this thing.
You swing up with your sword, and there's a deafening sound of shattering glass that fills the narrow corridor. I'd like each of you to make power checks, please.
Oh, good. pass.
Great, I'm gonna die from a falling ceiling.
That is an 11, so that's a pass.
11.
That is a fail.
That is a
That's
fail.
a fail.
And
Well,
they can't
okay.
be pushed, can they?
No, they can't, because it's its dying throw.
Hmm.
The creature shatters into thousands of little shards that immediately fall to the ground and begin to disintegrate. However, the cacophony of shattering glass fills your ears, and your brain begins to burn from the sheer loudness of the sound, and you take 2 points of damage.
Is that for the
Except
people that passed?
For the people who failed.
Oh,
you take
failed,
2
yep.
points of
Okay.
damage. You take deep breaths. You appear to be safe for now, and Waldo Dinzo has been avenged.
God.
Thanks, Dan.
You goddamn
Thanks, Lee.
stupid mutt!
My ears.
Well,
But I guess it was worth it since you took this thing out.
that was a new thing.
Would Dan Blitz still believe it? Like he can't. Like he survived, but do you think
He
he'd still have
survived.
it?
He saw it. Well, do you think he would believe it? He did lose San on it, but he passed his San check, so
Oh,
maybe
he works
can
at a
rationalize that.
company, so he probably's looking around for all the special effects. You said, "Oh, it's a bloody smoke machine somewhere."
Hey Dale, did you delete the map? It just disappeared. I was looking
Yeah, I
at
was
it.
trying to get it. I was trying to get it back. I was trying to move it further down.
Oh, yep.
And now it won't let me post it again. Hang on, let me just refresh the.
Well,
That was very naughty.
There we go. Let's refresh the.
well,
page.
that was
Horrifying.
well.
Here
Thanks,
is the
Liam,
map
for
again.
killing everything.
So if you hadn't dodged that M2, it deals 3d6 damage. That's how it killed Waldo Disno.
Oh, what?
Oh no, it killed Waldo Disno through from its tongue.
No, it drained power from Smithy with its tongue.
Oh yeah, that's
It
Yeah.
tore Waldo Disno.
Yes,
shreds
I,
with its
That's
Well,
right. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have just No,
Yeah.
I'm glad
Yeah.
I survived that because that would have just killed me. Damn.
Oh yeah.
Yep. You push open the metal door, and on the other side, you see yet more of the same narrow concrete hallway. No lights other than Christopher's torch. Where would you like to go? The armory?
Yeah.
I just go over to the captain and say, well, if we make it out of here, I'll buy your first drink.
You already got me the goddamn bottle.
You weren't another one after that effort.
No, I didn't fight it or do anything. I just survived getting eaten by it, but that's fine. Let's just move on.
That's fine. It's
I
fine. It's
believe
just
you.
fine.
This is fine. Everything about this is fine.
That is
still...
fine.
I don't believe anything.
People walked on the moon.
To the
Again,
armory
this is
we
just
go.
in my
Yep.
head.
So you have two means of getting to the armory. You may turn left, walk directly up the left side, and pass through the guard point into the armory, or you may keep going ahead and stop by the computer room on the way.
But that's also another guard point.
Mm.
Yes, but you are not entirely sure if these guard posts are manned,
Well, they're
given
gonna
that the
have to be
one
at
you
some
just
point.
passed. Yeah.
Hmm.
So basically, one of these two is manned. You don't know which one.
Wait, no, there's 3 though.
Oh yes,
Already
there's
passed
3.
through the
One
first-
in the
yeah,
armory.
Yeah. Ah, damn it.
So there's a 1 in 3 chance of them being manned.
Right, let's armory, I think.
All right. You turn left and you make your way down the narrow corridor, your footfalls echoing off the concrete. You push open yet another iron door and turn to the right, making your way towards the armory. I would like Dan Blythe to please do a luck check.
Oh no.
Crap. Yeah,
His
damn.
luck
Luck
is 27.
How much you want to bet that it's gonna?
Oh
Straight
no.
killer fashion.
You walk up, as you walk down the corridor, from the direction of the guard post branching off to the right, just ahead of you, you see a human silhouette, clad in black and where his face should be. 2 green circles. He is brandishing one of the rifles that you saw the guards wield upstairs. As soon as he sees you, he raises his rifle and fires at Dan Blythe. Dan, he's got the lowest luck, so Dan Blythe, make a dodge check, please.
So,
dive for cover.
So if I have to guess, this guy's got body armor, night vision goggles, and an AK-47.
Ooh,
You gotta be kidding me.
He rolls out of the way.
Roll, fat boy,
he drops to the ground and just starts to roll away.
Quickly, washing machine.
11. He raises his gun and he fires it. You dive for cover, hitting the floor and quickly ducking behind the nearby corner, but you are grazed by one of the bullets. You take 1 point of damage as a fleck of blood appears on your right shoulder.
Band-aid,
Okay.
Band-aid.
Christopher, it is your turn.
Okay, this mist, because it's a magical mist, would night vision goggles fuck with it, or? Actually, wait. Oh, I know. Okay, because I'm still holding my torch. I want to throw my torch at him. That would temporarily blind him as a big flash of light.
To blind him.
Yeah.
It would.
But
Very
then
well,
we'll
make a
lose all our
throw
light,
check,
won't
please. Please, he seems to be able to see just fine.
That is a 10.
Ooh. You raise your torch and you hurl it in his direction. It flies through the air, and as it draws near him, he raises his hands to his face as if he can't see.
And
he buckles over, and then it is now Edward's turn.
So I'm going to get my musket out and do a fire.
Go ahead, make a firearms check, please.
Modern body armor, I'm guessing.
It's definitely going to be upgraded body armor of some sort.
Oh,
nope.
83. Bang! You fire your musket and hear the bullet hit the concrete behind your assailant. You swear
That was just a
as you
warning.
open it up. You swear as you open it up and begin replacing the black powder. Okay. Let's go to Charlie. Your turn.
All right. Well, I'm basically going to do what Edward did, but hopefully better. So pull out my larger handgun and take fire at him.
Okay, make a firearms check, please.
And that's a 34, so that's just a hard pass.
Oh, nice.
34. Okay.
Nice.
Roll for damage and double it, please.
That's going to be a D10, so this is going to be fun.
I'm going to guess it's going to be half, though.
What? Oh, that's no fun. That's going to be 8 all up.
8. It is actually 5 as his armor subtracts 3 points of damage, but you still hit him. You hear him grunt in pain as he staggers backwards, still shielding his face. Blythe, it is your turn.
Might as well just raise my shotgun.
Raise your shotgun.
Well, raise part of my tripod.
Make a firearms check, and while it is attached to your tripod, you get a +10 to it.
Oh wow.
Actually,
okay, let's try
I was
this
gonna say,
out.
just while he's rolling, just quickly, I meant that I rolled a 8, so that should have been 16 damage all up. Sorry.
Nearly dead.
I missed.
Blythe raises his
I like how you had that
tripod
really long pause and just shit. Okay, he's
and
dead.
fires his shotgun. The tripod absorbs the recoil, but his aim is a bit off after taking that graze. It is the assailant's turn. Still shielding his eyes, he raises his gun and it begins firing it wildly. Bang, 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 trying his best to hit any of you.
An AK-47 in a narrow corridor. His aim doesn't have to be that good.
So I would like all of you except for Blythe to make dodge checks, please.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Oh, that's a hard pass.
I did not pass.
You did not pass.
That,
Okay.
that is a 33 for me. So that's a pass.
I'm going to enjoy this.
You all leap forwards and hit the dirt as he sprays his gun wildly. Now he's rolling with disadvantage because he is blinded.
Yep.
And he unfortunately passed. Okay, he fires his gun and one of his stray bullets manages to hit Charlie. Charlie, you take 8 points of damage.
One of his bullets did that much? Oh my god.
Make a constitution check, please.
I'm sure there had to be at least like 2 or 3 for that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
a couple of them hit you.
I got an extreme pass on my constitution.
Yeah. So you're grunting with pain as 3 bullets are pounded into your body, but you manage to remain conscious. Christopher, it's your turn.
Yeah. Charge up and strike him with my saber.
All right. You rush in. He's still blinded, so he isn't aware that you're rushing up at him and doesn't have a chance to fire back. I'm going to make a dodge check for him, though.
Ooh.
Make your fighting brawl check, please.
Come on, lower than 11, lower than 11. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, everyone blow the dice for me. There we go. That's a 4!
4, okay.
Oh
he only has 1 HP left.
Hey!
So you run up to him, he raises his gun and starts firing. You slide along the ground and smash the blade of your sword into his midriff. He grunts in pain, falls to the ground, struggles for a few seconds, and then ceases to move.
Well, that's 2, Captain. You're doing well for yourself today.
Get that armor, please.
Yes.
Very badly hurt.
Would
Yeah.
someone like to apply first aid?
Yeah, I'll apply first aid to Mr.
Just
Charlie.
casually just coughing blood
Mr.
on the
Charlie.
ground going.
Can I take time to offer all the sausage?
Oh, dear God.
You're just reaching into your coat and pulling out a chocolate bar
First
and
aid,
just
so
feeding it.
that's
I just look at the chocolate
I'm
bar and go,
reloading whilst this is happening.
Yep,
is-
you've reloaded.
That
So I'll be
is...
looking.
Trying to see if this is a hard or critical.
Remember, you get to add 20% to your roll.
Yeah,
because you have the first aid.
That's why I'm trying to...
Yeah.
You're 1 off a critical, so it's just a hard.
1 off a critical, just a hard. That's still going to be 1d3 HP for Charlie, and his major wound is stabilized.
I rolled a 1, so now I have 5 HP. Definitely
That's
gonna take
okay.
that guy's body armor. I said take his
Yep.
gun, but I don't have any firearms rifles, so that's
Oh,
not
I
gonna
do.
help.
I do, actually.
You do.
Well, you
And
can take
you're,
the fancy rifle.
You take the fancy rifle, and to your surprise, the box of ammunition you found appears to fit it just perfectly. However, as this ammunition is not from your present time, you have a limited amount, which means that the more you use this gun, one day you will run out of ammo.
Yep. I know this is a D&D, but it's someone from the future. Can we examine his body?
Yeah.
Like, the stuff
Of course,
on him.
you've got reason to. You know the stuff's from the future. You're going to want to check it out.
Yeah.
So you examine his body and you find a way to undo the armor. It's a little bit damaged from all the abuse he's suffered at the hands of Christopher, but you can still wear it. It's a strange black vest, quite tough, but also very light. And there is a brand on the back. It reads Kevlar.
Haha! Hey, look, I'm gonna wear this for now.
Yeah, no,
until
I'm going to say
if
let's...
we get to the armory and they have better, like, you know, newer ones, I'll swap it out. But I'm definitely
Yeah,
keeping
we'll
this for
give
now.
this to Charlie.
Charlie, you take the Kevlar and put it on, and it gives you armor of 2, even in its damaged state.
It's so
Nice.
good. Can I look at the Well, I don't know the night vision
Yes, you
goggles,
can.
but can I have a look at
But
these strange things?
you see that his You see that he's wearing some sort of strange headgear, and you lift it off, and it appears to be some sort of goggles or glasses or eyewear. Do you dare place it over your own eyes?
I do.
Oh, here, be careful.
You place it over your own eyes, and sand check, please.
Why is
I
everyone
do
green?
everything.
Yes, that's a 4.
You lose 1 san, as you can clearly see now, as if the entire hallway was lit, although it's flooded with a bright green light.
Can I use my electrical repair skill to improve his vision?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Add visual indicators or anything like that. I don't know.
Well, no,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's the 30s. How's the visual indications?
Well, the thing is that the goggles are from the future, and he has enough skill in electrical repair that he may be able to figure out, like, that there's a switch that does something, and he can just fiddle around and turn on some settings or something.
Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe like a little tiny HUD.
Yeah,
I find a button, I press it.
Yeah, just don't screw this up.
Make an electrical repair check, please.
This isn't gonna end well.
Oh, that's a pass.
Nice.
You take the goggles and you look at them and you see some wires sticking out the side and you follow them and you see a portion on the bottom that appears to be the main power source, or at least the activator for the strange contraption. And you see a couple of switches and you flick them to the opposite position. And then, Christopher, you see in front of your eyes some sort of strange image appear. A big square that forms an outline around each of the people next to you, pointing out their silhouettes.
Is this heat vision?
Rest of the green. Yes.
Oh wow.
I thought it was just night vision, but damn.
Oh wow, so night vision and heat vision. God damn.
Yes.
The captain is now the predator. We're just switching.
Keep in mind, when they run out of batteries, that's it.
Yep. That's completely fair.
All right, you make your way into the guard post. Is now clear. You press through it past the small metal chair where the guard was sitting. You grab another one of the red boxes of ammunition off the floor.
Oh, so I grabbed it. Was there another one?
Yes,
Oh,
at this
cool.
guard post.
Oh,
You have
yeah.
2 now. And you step into the narrow corridor beyond. You can now access 3 rooms: the armory, the power plant, or the black fever room.
Let's go the armory.
All right. You walk a little bit down the corridor. I assume Christopher's now leading the way as he has the night vision.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be correct.
With his sword drawn. You follow Christopher's glowing green lights as he stops in front of a metal door, grips the handle, and slides it open. You step inside the armory. Who's first?
I guess me.
Okay. As you enter, Christopher, please make a dodge check.
Yep, figured as much. That is a 6.
Hear the sound of a gun being cocked, and you throw yourself to the floor as you hear it go off. Spraying the room, you hear at least 20 bullets hit the walls and spray dust and concrete everywhere. From your spot on the floor, you get a look at your attacker, and you recognize him immediately. It is Max Reed.
Oh.
John Scott's bodyguard and your recruiter in the order.
Oh.
He's definitely gonna remember me then.
He cocks his gun and he says, "Mr. Stanford said I should revoke your membership."
Consider this revoked.
And then he points his gun towards the doorway and sprays out of the doorway at the rest of you. I need the other 3 of you to make dodge checks, please.
Quickly roll.
Alright, while they do that, I need to go pee.
Hey, remember how I said my luck was gonna run out yesterday?
Ooh, that's okay. Smithy's ran out too.
I rolled a 97. I am going to die.
Ooh,
It's nice
97.
knowing you guys.
Your major wound has been stabilized, so if you take enough damage here, you won't instantly die. You'll just be dying.
I know. I
usually
only have like 5 HP left.
Yeah,
so...
but how Call of Cthulhu works is basically if you go to 0 HP, if you currently have a major wound, which isn't stabilized, you instantly die.
Wait.
But if you do have a stabilized wound or none at all, you just pass out and go into a dying state. It's just that because damage in Call of Cthulhu usually comes in such large amounts, you do usually end up just dying outright because you take a major wound from the damage, which also kills you.
Okay, what happened? What did I miss?
Oh, I rolled a 97.
Yeah.
I rolled a 79.
Right, fucked.
28. Okay, he sprays bullets out the doorway, and Smithy and M2, you each take 6 points of damage. And
I'm
for
down.
you, M2, that is 4. You're on 1 HP because you're wearing armor. The armor literally saved your life.
Oh, damn.
And I am
need
glad I picked that up.
I need Smithy to please make a constitution check.
I am having a great time.
That is a pass.
You managed to stay conscious. Christopher, it's your turn. And I'm going to get the correct music for this.
Okay, good.
Actually. Not yet.
Not yet, okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, may as well have the climax music, because this is the climax, so...
Yeah.
I'll take out the, strange weird gun and figure this has been working on everyone else, so I might as well try.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely works.
Yeah, can vouch. Can vouch.
That's the wrong playlist.
Yeah, just lying there based on a massive pool of blood going, oh, yeah, it definitely works. Oh.
Good thing, too. That literally saved your life just
then.
Yeah.
The second you said, he's got armor on, it's like, oh, yeah, I am so taking that.
Okay. Christopher, take your turn.
Alright,
You have the night vision goggles, so you fire with advantage.
Ooh!
Give him hell.
Okay, what is my phone? Okay. That is... Okay, come on. That is a hard pass. That's a 9.
Oh,
okay. So this is are you going to make a single shot, or are you going to go rapid fire?
What would I know?
I was going to say, I don't think he knows how to do single.
Yeah. So I think he's just going to hold the trigger down and see what happens.
He's going to think it's just like a regular gun, then he's going to hold it down and go, shit!
Yeah.
I'm just seeing. Okay, so you're going full auto. Okay, you're going full auto. I would like you, please, to make 3 additional firearms checks.
Oh, okay. So we've got 1 hard, 1 normal.
Yep.
And another critical. That was a 3.
Ooh, okay. So all of the shots from your full auto hit, and you deal. Let me read this out for you.
Yes, please do.
6d6 plus 3 damage.
Oh!
Wow. This is
okay, because I don't have enough dice, I'm going to have to do this in here.
Just do it on the thing.
We all want to see this.
6d6 plus 3, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Ooh.
Lord.
Nice.
Well.
Wait, is any of that doubled as well for the critical?
No.
Oh.
Basically, you roll. So how burst fire works is you do your normal firearms check to determine if you hit or not.
Yep.
And then you do extra firearms checks to determine how many of your bullets from your burst fire hit.
Oh.
Yeah. So all 3 of your bullets hit, and you deal 27 points of damage to him. He raises his gun at you. But before he has a chance to do anything, you see your bullets splash into his body, riddling his chest with little red pock marks. He gurgles once, and you get one last look at his blonde military moustache before he breathes his last and immediately topples over, blood beginning to pool over his body. I'd like you to make a sand check, please. This is the first time you've killed someone with this gun, and it was
with the gun.
overwhelming.
That is a... What is my stat again? Yep, that's a pass. That's a 50.
That's a 50. Okay. You don't lose any sanity, but you are frightened by the overwhelming power of this gun. You hear footsteps running down the corridor as the remaining guard comes after you, perhaps hearing the gunfire. He sprints towards you, ducks out from behind the corner, and begins spraying his gun down the corridor. I would like all 4 of you to make dodge checks, please.
That is...
Oh, no. Well, bye.
I should have put an extra pair of underpants.
Yep, that is a hard pass with a 20.
I don't believe I'm going to require underpants. Where I'm going.
I'm gonna be dead, I reckon, as well.
Oh no.
Alright.
Well, nice knowing you guys.
Did not
Captain,
pass.
it's been on a...
Yeah, I think... No, you didn't pass either, Blythe. So 3 of you are in danger here.
Oh shit.
Okay. Let's see. Roll 1d100. 27.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to assign 2 of you numbers. I'm going to assign all 3 of you numbers, and 2 of you are going to get hit.
Oh god.
Oh no.
I'm going to roll off screen to increase the suspense.
Oh no. Why?
Puppy, I love you.
You've been assigned numbers.
Remember the critical time we went out and had
right
fun?
now. Okay, here we go.
Oh, dice gods, you get your off your ass.
Okay, Blythe and Edward each take 1 point of damage as you are just grazed by bullets flying overhead.
Wow, just one.
Out of curiosity, what's the
You
worst?
guys literally dodged that bullshit.
Yeah.
One could say you dodged a bullet.
Edward Rivers, it is your turn. You no longer have a source of light, and you must fire with disadvantage.
Ah, crap.
Before we go on, is the AK clip empty? Would I have to refill it?
Yes, you do.
Okay,
So you use one. Use 1 box of ammunition, please.
I was going to
and
say,
refill it.
does he even know how to?
He'll figure it out. He's just going to tinker with it. He might have to spend a round doing it, but we'll see.
Has the captain gone into the armory?
Yes, leaving the rest of you out in the corridor.
And, like, we wouldn't know if it's...
Okay, go. Just yelling, get in the room and shut the door.
Yeah,
Actually, that makes perfect sense.
With the 2 hits, I would run.
Yeah, you can get into the room. Yeah, okay. Make a dex check, please.
Oops. Oh,
79. Okay,
Oh, shit.
you make for the room, running as fast as you can, but he sees your movement, raises his rifle, and fires off a quick succession of rounds.
Oh crap! Oh
Hits
no!
you, and you take
no.
Well, shit.
Yep.
4 points of damage before you get in the room.
And I collapse on the ground.
You collapse on the ground. Let me see. You have not taken a major wound yet, so you do not die. You were hit by the bullet and just managed to get over the threshold and then collapse to the ground. In shock, passed out. You must be attended to soon or you will bleed out. Okay. It is Charlie's turn. What do you do, Charlie?
Oh, I am definitely getting in the fucking room, because no.
Alright. Dex check, please.
Oh shit, where's my deck set? Can I can't spend luck points, can I? I
No,
have
you
a
can't.
dex
Not in
of
a
40, I
combat
rolled
roll.
a 44. You know what, just fucking shoot me.
Shit.
Make a luck check, please.
Oh god, what the hell is my luck at? Nope, that's even worse.
Oh no.
Okay.
Just
He
finish me off.
raises his gun and fires.
Just
Now,
finish me
you
off.
do have a reasonable chance. They only have a firearms of 45.
Oh.
Oh, thank
God. He fires, and you feel the
Oh.
bullet whiz past the back of your head as you leap into the armory. Blythe, it is your turn. Are you going to get out? Are you going to jump into the armory, or are you going to fire back?
Well, in this case, since I'm the only person there, I think I might have to make a run for it. Well, a fast waddle or a roll.
Wait,
Alright.
are you
roll.
running into the room, or
I'll
are
roll
you
for
just
the
running
door.
away in general?
Make a dex check, please.
And shut the door on your way in.
Cannonball, and I'm
Please
going to roll
do.
myself in there.
You can hold the door.
Get stuck in the doorway.
Hold the door!
No, it's
Hold
like
the
if the door
door!
starts
Yeah,
shutting,
prop
I'm going
you
to just
against the
wedge my
goddamn
chocolate
door.
bar in between.
Yeah.
Pass.
Holy shit.
34, that's a pass. Okay. You run. And as he raises his gun, he begins to fire, but there's a loud click. The man swears loudly as he ejects the magazine and slams in a new
now
one.
he runs out of
You
ammo.
run into the door. You run into the armory and shut the door behind you. Christopher runs up and presses his body against it, and then you reach into your pocket, pull out a large box of chocolate bars, and wedge it into the gap on the door. You're breathing heavily.
This at this point. I was gonna say I've lost enough blood to just not question this shit anymore.
Okay, Edward.
Can I take a heart attack check?
Yes, make a constitution.
God damn it.
Oh my god.
You had to, didn't you?
I
Yep.
gotta see this.
We gotta see this.
Okay. Ready, guys? 3.
One.
Come on.
Wait. 2, 3.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Okay.
The
You are
bot
on
wants
12
you dead.
HP. You are on 12 HP. Actually, you are on 11
I guess I
HP right now.
I think I'm on 9.
No, he's on 9. He's
Yeah,
lost
he's on
like
9.
3
You
health
go
from
down
all
to
wounds.
7, and you clutch your hand to your chest as you feel your heart beginning to
I'm gonna
burn,
cover
being crushed inside your body. You take 2 points of damage, and are finding it a little hard to move. Okay, this is your
Well.
chance. Charlie and Edward do spot hiddens to check the armory.
Oh, I was just about to do that because
Meanwhile, friend died. on
we
the
haven't
floor.
had my.
I'm Edward's on the ground.
I was gonna say, friend.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. He's bleeding out.
It's me.
Yeah.
So,
So you
I can
have to
check.
decide: do you want to do spot hidden, or do you want to apply first aid to
I-
Edward to stabilize him?
I passed my spot hidden, so you go heal up.
That's okay.
Well, yeah,
do
I
I-
was gonna say, Edward, you quickly, go find any. Actually, no, because
Edward's down.
Edward's on the ground.
Edward's
Edward's
down.
unconscious.
Yeah,
You need.
blood
He's
loss.
dying. You need to stabilize.
Oh, I
him.
thought
He's
Charlie.
bleeding out.
No,
Charlie. Okay.
I'm okay.
No, Charlie's
He's
on
down.
1 HP,
Okay.
but he's
I'm
still
like,
up.
I'm right. Don't get me wrong. I'm right fucked up, but I'm still on my feet. So I'm doing spot hidden, which I passed. You go stabilize Edward, who is.
I can't. I've used my first aid.
Oh,
That's
well,
that's
No, this is a this. Oh yeah, he has.
Yeah.
well.
Okay,
that's why.
Blythe.
Hold on. Because it's still my would have been my turn after Blythe's.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Oh, yeah.
Charlie, quick, you go search for first aid. I'm gonna look for some more ammunition.
Okay, well, what do
Good
I find
idea.
at B3? I don't
Make a spot hidden check, please.
I already did.
And that's a pass for me
Yep.
as well.
That's a pass. It's okay. I'm using M2s for something different. Okay. Charlie, make a luck check, please.
Oh boy. Oh, it's a pass.
Okay. The armory contains 20 extra clips of 5.56 caliber ammo for the assault rifle. This sort of ammo is not manufactured in the 1920s. So even though there's a fair amount of it, these guns fire incredibly quickly, and so this is still not going to last that long.
So
There are
pretty
all-
much with the when you attack with it, you use a clip.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are a couple of if you do full auto,
Okay.
either 3 normal shots or a full auto uses a clip.
All right.
You also see a rack against the wall where 6 more of the rifles are laid out, ready to use. There is a cabinet that claims to contain body armor and night vision, according to the sign, but it has been emptied, presumably by the guards.
Damn it.
Additionally, you hear Charlie breathe a loud sigh of relief when he opens up a cabinet and finds a box labeled first aid. When you open the box, however, you do not find normal first aid supplies, but rather 2 syringes filled with a strange
adrenaline shots.
Oh my god. Well, cool.
Sorry, Dale. I'm just getting excited.
Yeah. What would you like to do?
So how do these work? Do we even know how these work?
You don't know how they work. You can only hazard a guess.
And you said there's 2 of them, yes?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to hold on to one for myself, but I will go over, look at Edward, look at the needle, and just go, oh, God, this is a fucking Hail Mary and a half, and just, hey?
Yep,
Pulp Fiction.
I don't know where to stab it, so I'm just shoving it straight into him and hoping for the best.
Yeah, you're
So,
gonna Pulp
Grab
Fiction.
the syringe and stab it straight into his chest and plunge down on it. Okay, Edward, luck check, please.
There we
That'll be
go.
interesting. Hey! Let's see if it works that way, or I could potentially kill him. Instead.
Oh my god!
Oh,
He's gonna die, isn't he?
All right, Constitution check, please.
oh.
Shit.
Oh
I killed him.
no.
You plunge
killed
in
the
the
man.
syringe and you hear a gasp for breath, and then he opens his eyes. He looks at you, unsure at first of where he is, and then he clutches his hand to his chest and begins gasping. And then he ceases to move.
Oh
His
no.
blank eyes staring up at you.
Oh no.
Well, do you want to know what's happening to me on the outside or on the inside? Who's more curious here? Okay, I was gonna say, on the outside, it's a case of I'm not saying a word and just staring directly at him. On the inside, on the other hand, oh no,
Oh my god, it's happening again!
And then, just as you think you've killed him,
What?
you hear once again, and he sits bolt upright, still
Oh
clutching
my
his
God.
hands
Oh.
to his chest.
You
Edward, you have
bastard.
gained 2 HP.
Oh, thank god.
You
Oh,
fucking bastard.
you
Don't
dick
do that to
waffle.
me again.
I thought I was
That was
dead.
ridiculous.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh my god, you
You
dick
hear-
waffle.
You hear footsteps on the other side of the door, and then a loud slam as the guard outside slams his body against the door, trying to open it. I
Alright,
would like Blythe to do a strength check, please,
Dumb question.
to
Were
try
there
to
any other
barricade the door.
Were there any other types of guns in this office, or was it just the rifles?
Just AK-47s, as far as
Ah,
I can
That's a
tell.
pass.
Sucks. There's tons of
That's a
futuristic
pass.
weapons I can't use them.
That's a pass. Blythe stands firm against the door, just sitting
Chocolate
there
bar
watching. Chocolate bars wedged into the door as the guard pounds on the other side. You have a couple seconds to decide what you're going to do.
okay, how much room is there, like, between the door and, like, is there room to hide next to the door when they open up and...
Yeah, there is. There is. You can.
Okay, hear this out as a plan. I cast Mist, you guys hide, and let him open the door, and as soon as I do, pop him in the head.
Everyone
heat
pop him
vision.
in the head.
Yeah, heat
Waste
vision.
everything at him.
Does that mean we all need to make sure we have heat visions?
No,
Well,
just
Aim
me.
for the door.
No, just me.
Well, he's just gonna pop him in the head with his heat vision
Yeah.
as soon as he sees him enter.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be hiding right next to the door, and as soon as he enters, bang.
Hmm.
All right.
So pretty much be point blank range.
No?
I'm going-
Okay.
I'm going to crawl
alright?
to a corner somewhere and try and hide.
Right, so I
Yep.
believe that was 2 MP to cast the mist.
Yep, 2 MP to cast Mist. Christopher raises his hands and he shouts an eldritch-sounding phrase. Supernatural mist spurts forth from his hands, filling the room. The rest of you scramble for hiding places. Edward crawls under a desk. Charlie stands with his back against the wall, and Blythe simply hits the dirt and crawls away.
Roughly how long
Ben?
would you say we have?
Per second.
Like 10 seconds.
Okay.
And also a bit longer with the mist coming.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I was
As
going to
soon
say,
as the
do we
mist
have a
is-
minute?
No.
Okay.
But your spell may come in handy, don't worry. As soon as... What is your spell, by the way? I can't remember.
The barrier.
Oh, that's right, the barrier of Nut. Yeah, you'll definitely need that in a sec. As soon as the room is filled with mist, the door bursts open, and you hear the footsteps of the guard running in. Okay, Christopher, you can see him perfectly outlined in your vision with the futuristic goggles. Make a firearms check with advantage, please.
Okay, I don't need to. That's a 1.
Oh, damn.
Lovely. We don't need to roll for damage. You raise the rifle, point it at the side of his head. The barrel touches his ear. He turns to face you, and then bang! You pull the trigger. Blood seeps from the hole in the side of his head as his body slumps to the ground. You hear the sound of his gun clatter on the floor.
Nice.
The mist clears after a few seconds, and you see the body of the man in front of you. Another pair of futuristic goggles, another rifle, and, wedged in his belt, Charlie, a futuristic handgun.
Oh my
God.
Well now.
Had the word
Did he have armor on as well?
He sure did.
Yep, you can take the rifle if you wish. You pick up, Smithy picks up a rifle. There's enough in the room that, hell, Dan Blythe could take one if he wants.
Can I check his wallet to see if, he's got money there?
Futuristic money.
Yeah, if you don't...
Yeah, which you can't use.
Yeah.
That's fine. I can just pawn it off and go sell it. That's fine.
How can you pawn it off?
No one knows what it
How?
is.
How can you pawn it
Oh,
off?
that's fine. It's
You
called
can't pawn it off.
bullshitting.
No one's going to know what it is. You can't pawn it.
I own a business. That's what I'm supposed to do. I want to make money and it's
Studio.
You pat him down and eventually fish a wallet out of his pants. You are disappointed to find that there is not indeed futuristic money inside, just regular 1930s money, and only $30 worth.
Futuristic wallet?
Nope.
Damn it.
I'd like to know more about the gun the handgun I
Yeah,
just picked up, though.
the gun and the armor.
Yes. Okay. So who's putting on the armor?
Me.
Okay.
Nothing fits
All right,
Dan.
Smithy's putting it on. So Smithy, that armor is in perfect condition and will grant you 3 points of armor. It's a Kevlar vest, and the weapon is an AK-47. You may check the weapons table to see what it does.
Hey, I should probably do that as well.
Okay.
And it's a rifle, isn't it?
What's the handgun?
Yeah, what's the handgun?
Handgun is a particularly large handgun you've never seen before.
Oh my God.
You examine it. It seems to be made out of silver, and you're not sure exactly what it is until you see the words Desert Eagle.
Yeah. Chambered for 22 long rifles.
Oh my fucking God, yes!
It deals 1d10 plus 1d6 plus 3 damage. And has a
Let me
range
just write
of
all of
15
that
yards.
down because I need that.
Alright, I'm gonna do this after we're finished.
I'm gonna screenshot that so I can give
Please,
it to
please
you.
do.
Keep in mind its ammo. Keep in mind its ammo is not commonly found because it's covered in 50 caliber ammo.
I understand, and
But we
it's
thank you
okay.
for this gift.
I thank you for this
Yes.
glorious gift. Oh my God, yes.
I'm going to place that in the chat so you can see what it does.
boy.
Okay.
And okay, I'll wait till you're done.
Here is the Deagle stats.
God damn it, I gotta screen that then. Jesus.
1d10 plus 1d6 plus 3, 15 yards. You can use it up to 3 times a round, holds 7 ammo, and malfunctions on a 94 or above.
Let me just.
I can't seem to find the AK.
Okay. It's in rifles.
Yep.
It's rifles, assault rifle. It is.
Assault rifle.
Yeah, assault rifles.
There we go.
Not in rifles. Yeah, AK-47.
2d6.
2d6 plus 1. Yep, and you could fire it in once or in full auto. Okay.
False.
Very well.
And-
Okay.
and,
You seem to be safe. Yep.
Sorry, how much ammo did you say was around?
In the armory, there are 20 extra clips.
Alright, so who's taking an
So
AK?
divide up. Well, five for you, 5 for Edward, and 5 for Blythe.
I even found the scene from the movie that I wanted to have. I'm so happy that's a gift.
Ew.
I'm just going to write down on... for... There we go. Okay. You appear to now be safe for the time being, but you've decided that all of this futuristic stuff, it needs to be destroyed. It can't be left for the cult to use to their own ends. And so...
Can we explore the other room?
Yeah, you can. You can.
I was gonna say, if there's no one else here, we might as well.
Yeah.
There doesn't appear to be. Here is the map again. Where would you like to go? You are in the armory.
Before we move anywhere, do we want to do this barrier?
Barrier of Nick.
What's the barrier do again?
So it's a big bubble that surrounds you, and basically remember it was cast on the beast in Day of the Beast, and it also So you can cast it around you and have a moving shield.
But you can't shoot out. You can't attack out.
You can't shoot out of it.
You
but
can't
they
shoot.
can't...
No, you can't. But they can't get in it unless they break through.
So just in case there's any particular nasties or anything.
And for each point of magic, the barrier provides 3d10 points of strength.
That sounds
Yes,
useful.
it does.
Question about that. With my blessed blade, can I still poke out of the shield?
No.
Okay.
Nothing can penetrate it. So, I would like you, Edward, to please lose 1d10 SAN. Lovely. And how many magic points would you like to place into it?
Let me just read.
Each magic point will grant you 3d10 points of strength on the barrier.
You know what? I'm going to put 10 magic points.
10,
I have
okay.
10, so I'm putting them all in.
Yep, now roll 30d 10s.
30, oh my god.
$189.
Oh my god.
Edward raises his hands and begins to chant, and within a minute you see a transparent bubble form around your group, encasing you all. It follows you. More accurately, it follows Edward. As long as he keeps pace with your group, you are all contained within the barrier. However, the rest of you may enter and leave it at will. So, where would you like to go now?
Alright, do we want to go to the Black Fever room or the power plant?
Imagine if we go to the power plant, probably a way to turn the lights on down here.
Or at least destroy this place.
Yeah.
Actually, that's probably a better idea, yeah.
Yeah,
Does anyone want to see what the computer room has in it?
What's a computer?
Yes, that is what I was asking.
You don't really know what a computer is, yet there could be anything in that room.
So, out of sheer curiosity, let's go.
Alright, let's go to computer room, sneak a peek at the Black Fever room, then the power plant.
I'm just going to
Are we holding our guns on alert at this point?
Yes,
So,
of course you are.
Okay.
I'm just gonna restore the exploratory music.
Hooray.
Do you do these last two rooms?
Otherwise,
Okay,
you
so
play some
computer
bardic music.
room first. You make your way out of the armory, safe for the moment, and so who has the other pair of night vision?
We never actually discussed that.
Yeah, we never.
I thought you had them, Charlie.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Charlie. As Charlie and Christopher lead you down the narrow corridor.
Well, we
you
only
turn right.
need one person to have them on at a time, so I'll switch mine off.
Yeah.
Yep. Charlie leads you down the narrow corridor towards the room marked as computer room, and you hope that this guard post is unmanned as you push open the door. The room is filled with blinking lights and odd-looking metal consoles. A big square chunk of metal and plastic covered in blinking lights fills the room with stacks of paper punch cards in trays in front of it. This is what they call a computer.
I was gonna say, is Christopher gonna be getting flashbacks to a spaceship?
My God, it's beautiful.
Yar.
In addition to the large metal cube and the trays of metal cardboard punch cards, there is a small glass screen on the very front, and in front of it, what appears to be a keyboard, similar to what a typewriter would have. It does not appear to be completely turned on at the moment. You'll need to find some way to turn it on.
Is there a desk at the guard post?
Yes, there is.
And
I have an electrical skill that I can use to see if I can try and study it and try and understand it.
I have mechanical repair as well, but can I search the guard post desk?
Yes. Do a spot hidden check, please.
I don't believe we're going to be able to do anything with it until we get the power back on.
Yep. That's a 13, which is a hard pass.
It is a hard pass.
Yeah, and two's right.
Yep. You open up a drawer under the desk and find another box of ammunition.
Sweet.
Foreshadowing.
However, this one is not for the AK-47.
Ooh.
Instead, the number on the box simply says 50.
I think this might be for your weapon, Charlie.
Oh, it's a good day.
Meanwhile, Blythe, I would like Blythe to do an electrical repair check, please.
No, I think M2 was right. I might not be able to do any electrical repair check.
Don't speak yet until you know.
We can give it a go. See what happens.
Anyway.
Ends up blowing it up.
I was going to say, I'm just
because I wanted to do resell.
Lovely. So you determine that the power is actually on. All of these machines are powered, as evidenced by all the blinking lights. It's just that for whatever reason, nobody has installed any lights in this complex. Perhaps because they have futuristic ways to see. You follow some wires from the wall to the console and manage to devise a way to turn it on. The screen lights up. It's all black. And then green text appears. It simply reads, "Enter query."
Press any key to continue. Where the fuck is any key?
Can I type "What are you" on the keyboard?
Go ahead. You lean over and you type "What are you?" and you press the enter key. Nothing happens for about 30 seconds, and then more text blinks on the screen. Unknown command.
Can anyone do an intelligence check to see if we can figure out what to ask?
Yep, you may make an intelligence check.
Alright, let's do this.
And that's an 11, so is that a hard or a crit pass? Let me just check.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's
That's
just a hard pass. It's like one short of a
That's
crit.
a hard pass.
All right.
Just the same, Charlie steps forward and he types in Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight and presses enter. The computer seems to think for about 30 minutes, and then you see something blink up on the screen. Some sort of message. It reads, reporting. Belphegor reports no success in finding the disc in Scotland. He and the Knights of the Outer Void may be forced to slay more intruders. Information received indicates that the Ark of Vlakdos may be found in California. Still no full results from Easter Island. Finish.
The hell? Please tell me that someone gets all of this.
I'm just looking through the Well, Christopher's looking through it. Disc is not found in Scotland. Was like, well, I don't think we have to settle Scotland anymore for this so-called disc.
Yeah, but we may have to be going to California right soon.
Yeah. And even though they couldn't find the disc, doesn't mean it's not there. It just means they couldn't find it.
So we may have to make a trip there after all.
Oh dear.
Oh, I guess that would
enter
mean less people.
Yeah. You press enter and the report disappears. The screen is once again blank. And so, the computer room appears to have been searched.
Is it possible for me to study the mechanics of the computer very briefly, so that I might be able to have, like, I don't know, be able to sell it in the future?
I don't think there's a
You
way.
probably don't have enough time. You were able to figure out how to turn it on, but the
That's
actual
it.
functioning of the machine is far beyond you.
Turning it on. Any future ideas is gonna have to wait. Plus,
Yeah.
you're also a movie producer, not a technical genius.
No, see, I've got a friend who is an inventor, so they call him Mr. Bell.
No, moving on.
Oh yeah, Wilbur would have been very interested in this, but no,
Wilbur
you,
would have loved
like
this,
this is. You may be able to understand some of the electrical components of it, but the whole programming language and code stuff, that's an alien concept to you. So
Wilbur will
that's
have
not
loved
going to
all of
happen.
this. Unfortunately, this stuff's gonna be a smoking crater before we get a chance to bring it
Yeah.
on.
And so you make your way finally to
The Black
You're going to
Fever
go to the
room.
Black Fever room. Very
I
well.
don't like the name of that off the bat.
The door has a placard on the front that reads Black Fever. You push the door open. This small room contains racks of vials containing a greyish-brown liquid. The room is refrigerated. It is extremely cold as you enter. There does not appear to be anything else other than the trays upon trays of vials.
Can I take, like, I know I don't have a high medicine or something, but over the next couple days or months or weeks, however downtime, can I study liquid or give him to Wilbur?
Yeah, or you could get it. You could take it, or give it to Wilbur, or take it to a doctor who could study it. But Wilbur could probably help you.
Yeah.
Wilbur's a good bet.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
take like a couple vials, like 3 or 4, because I think giving it to
Okay.
a normal doctor, then he will be like, huh?
Make a dex check, please.
Oh no.
That is a pass.
You carefully extract 3 vials, wrap them in a layer of cloth, and then carefully place them into your bag. You then shiver once more as you step out of this refrigerated room and close the door behind you. The power room. You enter the power plant room. There is a strange, organic, almost sickly sweet smell to it that drifts into your nostrils as you enter. The room is entirely filled by a large steel tank. Dials and levers surround the tank.
have a look around to see if there's like a instruction manual or just something posted up.
Yep. Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a normal part.
You search around the room. You all disperse and take a look, and then you see wedged behind two metal pipes a piece of paper taped to the wall. You rip it off, and it appears to be an old note. The paper is faded yellow, and it simply reads on it, "Please make sure tank is secure. If Shoggoth escapes, it will consume facility."
I'm sorry, what?
Who?
Oh,
Make Cthulhu mythos checks, please.
I'm sorry.
That's a 10.
That's a pass.
That's a 10.
3.
That's a
Do
pass.
I?
3.
Should I make one?
Yeah, you've
Everyone
got,
make one.
You've got Cthulhu mythos from watching. You've watched the footage that Disno's taken so
I was
far.
going to
But
say,
still,
I've considering we've read and heard enough
Yeah.
about this guy so far.
Okay. So what this paper is suggesting is that inside the tank is a creature known as a Shoggoth, or at least some of its tissue, an endlessly expanding jumble of biomass that will mindlessly consume anything it comes across. They must be using the energy it generates to provide an infinite source of power for their facility. However, if it were to be released, then the facility would be doomed.
Yeah, along with everyone in it, which at this point is just us.
Yes.
Okay. We need to try Operation Firebomb.
How would you like to go about doing this?
From a distance, in the safety of the bubble.
Remember, while you're in the bubble, you're actually safe from the Shoggoth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you've got over 100 points of strength on it, and the Shoggoth, it will get through eventually, but it's probably not going to get through immediately.
Yeah, but there's still going to be the fact that it's still going to be released and consuming shit. Like, eventually it's going to hit something.
That is true, but it's possible that once consuming the facility, it may simply collapse under its own weight.
Okay.
Well, who wants to try and take that as a gamble?
Okay, since this is the 1930s, how strong is alcohol?
If it's bootleg stuff, very, very strong. Yes.
What about my whiskey?
What about your whiskey?
Yeah.
Chekhov's whiskey. Make a luck check, please.
That is a 33, which is a pass.
The whiskey is 40 proof. It's incredibly alcoholic.
That'll do it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep, I would like to, because I still have the whiskey in my flask, and I'm assuming I still have the bottle that Wood gave me.
Yep.
Okay, I would like to stop.
Molotov.
Oh yeah, Molotov works as well.
What were you thinking?
I have a lighter.
Actually, yeah, Molotov works better because.
Oh yeah, Andy has a lighter now, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
All coming together.
We empty.
I knew it was a smart $30.
we empty my entire flask along that container.
Oh.
Then we can make a Molotov out of the bottle.
And then throw it and run like hell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
Cool.
get a safe distance from like.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to assume it's going to take a while for the Shoggoth to wake up. So get behind the door, throw it, then leg it.
Can
Very
the
well.
Molotov go outside the bubble? No, it can be thrown out.
I would have.
He'll have to walk out of the bubble to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you can immediately just jump straight back in.
Yeah,
And then
just wanted to check.
Yep.
No, good plan.
All right. That's what we're going to do then. You step forward up to the rim of the tank and empty your flask, a couple drops, and then uncork the expensive whiskey that Edward gave you and pour it along the rim of the lid of the tank. Then, you're leaving a little bit left in the bottle, you tear a piece of cloth off your sleeve, stick it into the bottle, and as the rest of the group makes their way to the doorway, ready to escape, you step out of the transparent bubble. You take hold of Edward's baby blue lighter, flick the switch, light the cloth, and throw it. Make a throw check, please.
That is a 7.
7. Okay. Now it's time for the true climax music time.
Yeah, time for running.
Okay. You raise the Molotov and hurl it out at the tank. It shatters, glass goes everywhere, and flames immediately surge along the rim of the tank. You hear the sound of something metallic snapping. The tank rumbles, and then, with superhuman, unexpected speed, the lid snaps open.
Oh shit.
And
Why are we still here?
Yeah, why aren't we running?
I thought we started running as soon as you threw it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And before your eyes, you see several massive, fleshy tentacles made up of a mixture of human flesh and plant matter begin to inch out of the tank. Okay, Christopher, you need to make a dodge check to get back into the bubble.
That is a pass.
It's a pass.
30.
Okay, I'll still roll for the 30. I'll still roll for the shug-off.
Oh, thank Christ.
21. That is a hard pass for the shug-off.
Oh,
so
no.
he still hits you with his tentacles.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
You are gripped by one of the tentacles, and it begins to wrap around your body.
Fuck.
Backfired. This plan is immediately backfired.
You
from a chocolate bar.
take... let me see. You take... Roll... 15 points of damage as it squeezes you, crushing your body. It's not instant death though, it's a special way shoggoths work. Make a constitution check, please.
Okay.
How are you not dead?
I don't know, and that's a 10.
Passed. You are at 1 HP. The shoggoth is crushing you, and you fall unconscious. And then the shoggoth raises its tentacles, about to engulf your limp, pacified body into its bundle of biomass. Okay, Edward Rivers, what will you do?
So if I move closer to the captain, does he automatically go in because he was in the barrier, or how? Like, would I know that?
He'll go in the barrier
With the tentacles.
but with the tentacle that is grasping him. But you can then destroy that tentacle, and he'll drop down onto the floor in the barrier.
All right.
Let's see. I mean, we're gonna have to do that if we want him to basically live.
All right. You take a couple steps forward until the edge of the barrier, engulfs the tentacle and Christopher's limp form. Make a firearms check, please, with disadvantage.
Oh, shit.
Well, shit.
The tentacle. 39. It whips out of the way as you fire. You crack open your musket and begin pumping the black powder. Okay, Charlie, your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot this thing.
All right, with your deagle or with your...
I don't know. What do you think, Captain? What's your poison?
And you have the night vision goggles on, so you can fire with advantage.
You know what? If there was ever a time to test out the Deagle to see if it actually works, it would be now. So, yeah, buckle up, Buttercup. Oh, God, that's a 17. So, yeah, that's,
Okay, here we go. That's a pass. Okay, roll your damage, please.
Alright, so let's make that... Okay, 10, a d6, and then, holy shit. Well, you're gonna love this, because I just rolled a 10 and a 5.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
15
shit.
plus 3, and because it's a hard pass, that's doubled. So that's just 36 points
Oh
of
my
15 points of damage.
god.
damage. Just like holding it with one hand going, yeah, this
You
should be
feel
fine.
your
BAM!
You feel your body ache as the force of the gun blasts you back, and the tentacle not only is broken off but shatters into mulch as your bullet hits
I was
it.
going to say,
Christopher's
really...
unconscious body drops to the ground.
I was going to say, just a rare moment where I just drop the whole stoic act, just look at the gun and go, damn!
Okay, Blythe, you must pick up Christopher's unconscious form. Make a strength check, please.
Alrighty.
I was going to say, if he fails, I could probably give him a go.
Oh damn.
Oh, there we go.
Fine.
And with Dan Blythe's incredible strength of 70,
Wow.
he is
Oh, it's not
able
that
to
rough. 170 as well.
grabs you and he pulls Christopher's unconscious body, drags it into the center of the bubble, and then lifts it up and lazily slings it over his shoulder. There's a bang as the tank explodes from the flames and the rest of the Shoggoth bursts free of the metal tank.
Time to go.
Shoggoths are among the most horrible and loathsome of Mythos monsters. Mighty sacks of protoplasm, roughly 15 feet in diameter. These amphibious creatures are able to form limbs, eyes, and other appendages at will. Intimidate other life forms. Imitate other life forms that perform great feats of strength. Sand check for everyone except Christopher, please.
Oh.
Do we shove up a picture of it?
Yeah, you can put a picture if you got one, but
I'm
I
just
leave it to
Googling
your
it.
imagination.
That looks scary.
Yeah,
as
that's a
shit.
Shoggoth. Yep. Okay, if you passed your sanity check, that is 1d6 san loss.
Understandable.
If you failed, that is 1d20.
I lost 4.
Whoops.
4, you're fine.
Passed.
19. Okay, make an intelligence. Oh, you passed your san check. Yep, so that's 1d6
Oh, that's
san
a
loss
1.
for you. That's a 1, you're good.
Oh.
All right. And then,
Sorry.
with Christopher's unconscious form on your shoulder, you hot-foot it out of the room. As soon as you exit the room, an alarm klaxon is ringing, signaling the escape of the Shoggoth. You begin rushing towards the exit, Charlie having to guide you with his night vision. I would like each of you, except Christopher, to make dex checks, please.
There's an official picture.
That's great. You know what's better than that? Rolling a 4.
Can we
I'm
push
the
it?
only one who's getting out of this.
Yeah, you
alive.
can push
Great.
it. This is not a combat roll. This is a chase roll, so you can push it.
Yeah, please push it. I don't want
That's a
people.
pass.
I'm.
Oh,
No!
Oh, he's
no!
dead.
I
Well,
you
was,
can't
I was
do it.
contemplating
Can't
using
die.
luck on the first roll.
Well,
Okay.
we're gonna
Well,
die.
looks like
'cause
you're
you're
gonna
the
have to
one holding the
spend
bubble.
your luck on this then.
I don't. Oh, do I have enough? That's gonna.
Would you like to spend most of your luck to pass the check?
Can I use my luck?
Yes,
No.
but you don't need to. You've passed the check.
No,
Yeah,
to
you
help-
can't use
help
your
me, yeah.
luck to spend on. You can't spend your luck on
What's that
something
going to
else.
be? That's going to be. I can't even math right now.
I will give you. You'll get more luck. You'll recover some luck.
Yeah,
Don't
no, I
worry.
just can't. I can't even math how much.
Okay, how
to-
much luck do you
It'll be
have?
39. 39 luck.
Sweet Jesus.
Yep.
To
And how
whoever
much luck have
sneezed,
you got?
I
many
have
faces
50.
says that bless you.
Oh, thank
Right,
you.
so this will put you down
It
to
wasn't
11 luck.
Oh,
Okay.
Holy
right.
shit, that's
I
Are
knew
you
I should
willing
have done
to
it on the
do-
first roll.
Are you willing to do that to live?
Yep.
All right. The Shoggoth bursts through the tank, and its mass immediately balloons out, filling the corridor you're in. Charlie, your mind flashes back to the mansion, that horrible plant crushing the house under its weight.
No.
Perhaps it was related to a Shoggoth. You can never know for sure.
Don't
But you
know, don't wanna know.
sprint, and Edward, a tentacle shoots out at you, and you feel it wrapping around you, but then you push forward, and then, sheer luck, there's an explosion from the fire, which singes the tentacle, causing it to let go at the last moment. You run and run, barreling after Charlie. The klaxons begin to sound. You make it past you pass the guard post, continue running down the corridor. You chance a glance over your shoulder, and you see the Shoggoth ballooning out, slowly chasing you as it rides its tentacles across the ground and walls. But you continue running. You pass the first guard post, and reach the stairwell, or what would have been a stairwell, were it not for a large, thick metal shutter that has
Oh
blocked
no!
the passage with the word
What?
emergency written on it.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Okay. The klaxons are ringing. A shutter has blocked your path. Okay. Who's willing to try to force it open?
Oh, well,
Does that require a strength check?
yeah.
Alright.
He's
Got
got
the
the
highest strength, so
Oh my
it'll
god,
work.
that's a 9.
Alright? You're going to require, to open this, you're going to require 2 hard strength.
Would you
2
accept
hard
one
strength
extreme
successes.
strength success?
Alright. That means... And that's a pass from both of you. Blythe rushes forwards, as does Charlie. You slam your shoulders into the metal. You hear the squirming tentacles of the Shoggoth as it rounds the corner and continues bearing upon you. Its tentacles now on fire from the flames spreading through the compound. You continue bashing against the shutter, pushing. You think you feel it starting to give, and Blythe, luck check, please.
Oh, come
Oh,
on,
we're
come on, come on.
Oh, I better not get a heart attack right now, I swear.
Oh,
Oh my god.
There is a metallic click as the shutter breaks free of whatever's holding it in place. You place your hands underneath and with a loud grunt, push it up, allowing you to run free. You take one last look
No, I
at
don't.
the Shoggoth. You don't? Not bothering to take one last look, you sprint up the stairs, burst through the door, run across the stage of the meeting place, and just as you see the Shoggoth tentacles creeping through the door, leap out the entrance.
And nope the fuck out of there.
I was gonna say, you're gonna need to seriously roll some sort of con check for the amount of running you just did.
I know. And hence the start of the Jenny Craig movement.
Yeah,
Okay.
try rolling for Constitution first, big guy.
Here comes the outro music.
Holy crap, we made it. Alright.
So again, that boy's not rolling for anything.
Yeah, he should make a con check. He should make a con check quickly
Oh, you bastard.
before I play
Look,
the
am I
outro.
doing
just
this?
ran God
Yep,
knows
go
how
ahead.
fast up a goddamn multiple
While
flight.
carrying someone.
And
81.
yeah, that ain't good.
Okay. I am going to reduce your constitution. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going
Do
to
HP. Do HP.
roll. I'm going to roll some HP damage for you, and we shall see what happens.
You have a heart attack.
Roll 1d6. 5 points of damage.
Holy shit.
That was almost enough to kill him. He survived.
Well,
And I believe you'll see
And-
that Mr. Dan Blitz retires after this.
So,
To the
the
same
two-
why you're
extension.
such a vile member of
So,
the crew?
Dan Blythe,
No, he'll be back. He'll be back next week. He's just probably going to have a fitness regime.
so Dan, how much health are you on?
Does anyone have more than like 3 health?
I think the highest is 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on 1.
I'm on 1.
I'm on 2.
Yep.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. All right. You fall to the ground, breathing heavily, heaving and almost about to retch from the exertion. Dan Blythe almost succumbs to a heart attack, and he silently vows that before next week's adventure, he's going to drop a few pounds. Behind you, you hear the sound of crumbling concrete as the rounded look to the future bunker is absorbed in a mass of Shoggoth flesh. Crushed under its giant weight, the Shoggoth begins to lurch across the grounds, and then the flames spread throughout its body. It rears up its tentacles as if in pain, and then they drop limp to the ground. And then you watch as the fire grows bigger and the Shoggoth flesh begins to melt away, leaving only a sickly black residue behind.
Why are we still here again?
Yeah,
Because we're all on the ground.
Oh yeah, I nearly died.
And
so,
I'm still unconscious.
You immediately hail a taxi, and the taxi driver, upon seeing the state of your party, waives the fare and drives you to the nearest hospital. You receive medical treatment, enough to stabilize you, enough to get you back on your feet, but you have all been severely injured, and you end up staying in the hospital for at least a week as your wounds begin to heal. You are visited in quick succession by David Lee and Vera, both of them entering. David Lee tells you that he heard what happened, that eyewitnesses say that the entire compound was crushed under the weight of a terrifying monster, which then melted away in a cloud of flame. Vera, with a wine bottle in one hand and a cigarette in the other, lights up her cigarette, takes a puff, and paces across your hospital room, looking at each and every one of you. And she says, "Well, I do declare you went to some lengths to get the story."
I just hold out the little blue lighter and say, "This is for you, my dear."
Make a charm check, please.
You dickwaffle.
Gotta give him credit. He's playing the long game here.
Can
The
that
only
be
question is, would she even know
Would
what
you
the
like
fuck
to
it
push
is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, nah.
No.
She takes the lighter and she says, "And what on God's green earth would this be?"
I say that there is a mighty fine lighter, which is disposable, and you don't have to keep using oil to fill it up.
She says, well, let's give it a test run then. And she reaches it up to her mouth and goes to light the cigarette. Make a luck check, please.
It blows up in her face.
It's gonna be a fucking...
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
She clicks
It
the
doesn't do
lighter
shit, mate.
and no flame appears. It appears to have run out of gas. She
Well,
looks at
at
you
least
and
it
she
still
says,
looks beautiful.
She looks at you and she says, "Well, if it's a lighter, I do declare it's not exactly a good one." She says, "But it's a nice color, I'll give it that." "So you got this from the organization?"
I did.
David Lee reaches into his coat and he pulls out the Teflon frying pan and he says, "I got this." She holds up the frying
I was
pan
gonna
and
say
she
he
says,
does that. I hold up the Desert Eagle and go, I win.
And the rifles.
Actually, I was gonna say, what actually happened to all of our stuff while we got admitted to the hospital?
It's just going to be taken away. The hospital staff will think it looked... The hospital staff thought it looked strange, but they're not experts on firearms, so they don't know that these are the true nature of these firearms.
Good
So they've just
answer.
put them in storage. And Vera looks at the frying pan at the well, you wouldn't have your Desert Eagle. That's gonna
I
be taken
know,
away
but I'm
from you
just
or
sort
in
of
the
laughing as he
hospital.
pulls out
Yeah.
the pen, because I know I win.
Yeah. He pulls out the frying pan and she takes it and she looks at it and she says, "My oh my, isn't it made of a strange material? And what is this red spot in the center?" David Lee says, "Well, ma'am, you can cook anything you like with it and nothing will stick." She says, "Is that so? Perhaps we'll have to try." She says, "You free tonight?" He says,
Oh,
"You betcha."
you asshole.
Oh,
She says, "You betcha." And then she giggles girlishly and she looks at Charlie, Christopher, and
I wasn't
Edward,
involved in this one.
and she looks at Christopher and Edward and she smirks and winks and says, "I'm sure there's plenty of me to go around."
I just look over at the captain and go, looks like we both lost this one. There's always that special room in your ship now.
God damn it, not again.
She turns around and then, as she walks away, she reaches into her handbag and pulls out a white envelope. She places it on Charlie's bedside table and she says, "Oh, here, as promised by the editor, $100 for each of you. And you'll find something a little extra in there. He was impressed that you came out with your lives intact and gave me something to write about." She holds up the lighter, "Even if it doesn't quite do anything."
I hope it brings you all the luck in the world.
I'm not saying anything out loud. All I got in my head is going, I really hate this shit.
She drops the lighter in her handbag and exits the hospital room. David Lee looks at each of you, and then he looks at Edward and Christopher, and he smiles sheepishly and shrugs, and he says, "What are you gonna do?" And then exits, shutting the door behind him. Nonetheless, even though you did not win Vera's heart, you have won her as a valuable ally, and you've also impressed David Lee enough that you may have an ally in him as well if you ever need any financial, and it needs anyone to deal with any financial issues, or just an extra pair of ears on the ground to gather intel.
Oh,
So you
good.
each gain $100, except for Charlie, who gains 50 because he had 50 up front.
Works for me.
So let's get to the rewards. First of
Did she say she threw in something extra?
Yes, she did. You look inside, and inside the envelope, you find what appear to be tickets to a play. Not money. However, the play is playing on Broadway this coming weekend, and written on it, presumably in lipstick, is "Hopefully this will be my big break, V."
What a bitch.
I was gonna, you guys can say, I'm just sitting and go, who would I be to turn down an invite from a lady?
Well, what say you, Captain?
He's just lying in bed, just covered in bed, just going.
Okay, let's get to rewards. But first of all, Christopher, I need you to make a SAN check, please, as you slowly begin to remember what happened in the Shoggoth room.
Hence the
And
screaming.
that you very nearly died.
That is a 28. That's a pass.
Well, that will be 1d6 SAN loss, please.
I was gonna say. Yeah, to be
Ooh.
fair, you're being overly dramatic considering technically we all nearly died more than once.
Yeah.
I know, but he was nearly suffocated in the Shoggoth.
Yeah, whatever.
And that was a 3.
Okay. 3, not bad. Okay. First of all, for everyone surviving, you each gain 1d6 SAN.
Yay!
Times, I'll take that.
And that's a 6.
look at that.
Yay!
Same.
1d6 sand.
Yes.
Do-do-do.
Let's see what M1 gets. I'll add it to his sheet. That's
Yeah.
5 for Smithy.
Smithy.
I take
Oh,
that.
shit, I can't even spell roll right. Oh my god, why does every prompt come up on my phone at the same time?
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Oh,
One.
let's
No,
But
take
if you run 3,
That's a
That brings
D3.
you up to.
Yeah, well.
That
it was
brings.
a D6.
That brings me
Oh yes,
up
you get a re-roll.
to
Try that again. D6, sir.
64.
Yeah. All right. 64 San you are on, which is a
I'm
lot.
65.
Your San is very high. Okay. For discovering that the Order still exists in a different guise and that they have activities throughout the world, you may gain 1d6 San.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
And, oh my god, that's another 6. Okay, well, I'm back to... Wait, can we go above our
Yeah,
max?
You can go above your starting as long as it's you can't go higher than 99 minus your Cthulhu Mythos skill.
That's fine.
That's how that works.
Yes.
Meh.
For destroying the facility and all of the futuristic technology so that it does not fall into the wrong hands, you
Except
gain,
it.
except yours, you gain 1d3 San.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's a 1 this time.
That's
but
a 3 for me. I am free off my max sen.
I am above my max now.
Okay,
Yes.
here's how we're going to do this. Christopher and Charlie, make luck checks, please.
We gotta do better or worse for this one?
You gotta fail to get luck.
Oh, we're doing the luck checks. Okay, well, thank God that is a 73 and my luck is 72.
I rolled a 7.
Okay,
I get
Christopher,
nothing.
you get 1d10 luck.
Oh, what?
Okay.
I don't have.
Oh well. Well,
Oh.
I only used like about 3 luck points. This set,
Hey!
so it's not that bad.
Now I would like Blythe and Edward to make luck checks, please.
The laptop or the phone? You want
Either
a
either.
phone?
Okay, that's a fail.
That's a fail.
Let
That's
us-
good for you.
That's a good fail.
I
This is
know.
the one time I fail and luck is.
I thought I was going to get, like, with my 11, I was
Alright.
going to get a pass. I was like,
You each gain 2d10 luck.
Oh, damn!
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Considering
How do we
everything
have
that's
not-
happened, you guys kind
How do
of
we
beat
get past
2.
it?
So
What would it be?
2d10.
If you
not
passed
1.
it, you gain nothing.
Oh,
You get nothing.
You will
Oh,
lose.
oops.
2d10.
Right, so I'm going to say 6 and 7.
Oh,
so I'm gonna
nice
say
one,
13.
Smithy.
Well done.
13.
Solid.
Alright,
so
so
that takes me to...
Dan
So that's
Blythe goes
now
up to
up to
40.
40.
He's up to 40. Good.
Yep.
Decent luck. Okay.
he's in luck.
Yes.
Okay, that's a terrible
Okay.
find.
Well, until his legal team tells him the bad news.
Charlie and Blythe, you each gain 10 Cthulhu Mythos points, bringing you up to 15.
Done.
And Christopher and Edward, you gain 1d6 Cthulhu Mythos points.
It's okay. Do this. That is a. That's a
It's
1.
fitting. Well, I had to roll badly eventually.
Oh no, you're M2. You're automatically getting 10 points because you
No,
only
I
had
know.
5.
I know. I was talking about Liam rolling the 1.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's all right. Yep, that's okay. Well, his Cthulhu Mythos is high anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you each gain 10 skill points to distribute as you wish. You each, Blythe and Edward, you regain the 5 points of power that you lost during the
Yay.
ceremony.
Okay.
And unfortunately, for Christopher, due to your close call with the Shoggoth that it nearly crushed you to death, you have suffered some permanent injuries.
Oh, bullcrap.
No, Captain, no.
And you lose permanently 6 points of strength and 6
Oh.
points of constitution.
Ooh.
Did we get 10 points previously? Just then? Was that for all of
Yeah,
us?
10,
or...
10 out. Yeah, for all of you, but that's for skills, not for
Yeah, skill
attributes.
points.
Oh, that's fine.
Poor Captain. It's never quite the same after the shit life.
Yep, his strength and Connor reduced
Looks-
by 6.
Looks like the captain's going to need some extra attention later.
No. No.
I was gonna say,
But he survived.
Looks like I'm living on a ship for a while.
I
No.
was gonna say, if you keep talking like this, I'm taking the envelope that's next to my bed and leaving.
But he survived. Scarred as he is, he survived. We
Fair
have
enough.
some downtime activities. Edward, you may read the Necronomicon again. Would you like to read it again?
Why not? What's the worst that can happen? Oh my god!
Sure.
Okay, here we go. I would like you to please lose 1d10 San. You gain 1d6 Cthulhu Mythos points.
1d6.
4, not bad. And as a more complete picture of the unknown mythos of the world begins to form in your head, chronicled within the Necronomicon, you may learn another spell of your choice.
Okay.
I believe the captain wished to get some assets made into cash
Oh yeah.
next week. So you will need to either, you may either make a credit rating check, or you may get David Lee to do this for you, in which case you will use his accounting skill, but he will take a certain percentage of the funds.
Yeah, let's do that then. My credit
Okay.
rating is crap.
His accounting skill is 70, so please make an accounting check.
Do you want me to do this in chat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, roll 1d1.
Unknown command.
Error.
Hey!
Oh, wow.
17. He passed. More than
That's
half
good.
passed. He managed to convert some of your assets into cash. You may take up to a quarter of your assets and turn them into cash.
What's a quarter
How
of
much would you like
910?
to take? A quarter of 910, let's say. You can take up to $300 out of that.
Actually, I'll just take 200 out of it.
200, yep. And then David Lee, when he's discussing his fee with you, make a luck check, please.
Lucka. That is a 8.
He graciously informs you that he'll do it free of charge this time.
Oh,
as
bonus.
After all, he's found a softer side with his new lady.
That cheeky fucking dick waffle.
Aww.
It's
That's
okay. I burned a moon elf yesterday.
amongst other things.
And finally, you get a choice. You have 2 possible locations you can head next week. You may head to Scotland, where the Order is supposedly searching for the Rilya disc, or you may head to California to search Devil's Canyon, where the Order are searching for the Ark of Velascos.
Well,
Of the Covenant.
there'd be less people searching in Scotland. They got a report saying they haven't found anything, and we
Yes.
know what the disc looks like.
Yes.
Hmm.
Whereas well, you assume they do as well, but if they don't, you know what it looks like.
Yes.
And so you'd like to head to Scotland? That's one
Yeah.
vote for Scotland.
Yep. Plus the
Yeah.
accents.
I'm
Yeah.
fine either way.
It's the accents mainly.
All right. So you decide that your next course of action is to tail the organization to Scotland and hopefully beat them to the Rilye disc. Obtain it for your own purposes and to prevent them from using it during their ritual to raise Great Cthulhu from his slumber. And that concludes this week's episode.
During the downtime, could Edward have gone to a museum or like a Civil War museum?
Ah, yes. Make an art and craft check, please. 33.
That is a pass.
Very well. Increase your SAN as appropriate. As soon as you are released from the hospital, you travel to the Smithsonian Museum in New York and take in their vast collection of Civil War era artifacts.
Cool.
And it calms your spirit and makes you ever so slightly forget the trauma that you just recovered from. That concludes this week's episode. Thank you for watching, everyone, and be sure to join us next week for episode 5, The Covens of Canich.
Oh my.
Hey.
Where our investigators head to Scotland on their trail of the cult and the Rillier disc. And what became of Carl Stanford? Will we see him again? You'll have to watch next week to find out.
Oh,
And Dan's going to go visit the doctor because I think he needs to have a
I'll be back.
Well,
Yep.
Alright guys, there you have it, episode 4, where shit, we almost all died, my god. But yay! We all lived! Woo! Go us! Anyway, I'd like to say a big thank you. Giant thank you to Shawnee and Smithy for the raids today. You guys are awesome. I will try to be back tomorrow for a normal stream. How I sleep. But before I go, we are going to raid one of my friends on Twitch. I will put the link in for my YouTube audiences. So there we go. Here, there is his Twitch link. I will be sending the raid automatically by Twitch, but for the YouTube people, go to that link. So as always, if you like what you see, hit the like button, hit the sub button if you're on YouTube, hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, and come follow me on Discord if you want to stay up to date of when I'm streaming. Or if you just want to hang out. Anyway, let's set up this raid, my dear friends. Let us do this. There's raid channel. So we are currently going to raid. What's the channel's name again? Yeah, I just know him as Callum. Abyssal Pathol is Death. He is my friend from Melbourne, and he is currently playing Final Fantasy X. Let's load up. Why is it? Okay, give me a second, guys. I am so sorry. Give me. I don't know why he's not showing up in raid option. So I have to get his name manually. And of course, everything just wants to go really slow today. There we go. Okay, let's start off this raid. Let's go. Start raid. Don't know why it counts down to it. Okay, raiding. 4, 3. So YouTube audiences, go there with the hashtag sabaton raid and let's raid now. There we go. Raiding with 4 parties.
Swall. Because, yeah.
Either way, thank you so much, and I will see you guys next time.